Buenas a toda mi gente, sumarse en Edge, estamos de vuelta. Vamos acá en un nuevo directo de la PNC 2026 de PUBG Battleground, la gran final, chicos, la gran final. Gran final. Tenemos un contador de daños. Qué locura, amigos, qué locura. Qué locura. Qué locura, chicos. Arrancamos con la gran final de PUBG Battleground 2026. La PNC. No, amigo, es una locura. Es una locura esto, chicos. El gran trofeo. El gran trofeo. Buen día, Emi. Mirá lo que es esto, amigo. Una locura. El gran trofeo. La estatua atrás, amigo. Estaba mirando la previa de la estatua de atrás, como la estaban pintando. Una locura, amigo. Una locura. Representando a Argentina, chicos. Lo que es ese trofeo, amigo. Ese creo que va a ser la nueva música de fondo del lobby de esta temporada, el 2026. gente acá. En el primer día de las 3 finales de PUBG Gran. Es una locura, amigo. Está para tener esa taquilla. Qué presentación, Dios mío. Todos los equipos. Arrancamos,
Back
chicos.
in 2019,
Arrancamos.
history was made here at Changchun
Primer día de la gran
Arena.
final.
Tonight, PUBG Nations Cup 2026 writes the next chapter. Let's welcome the
La PNC Cup,
players.
la PNC 2026 de PUBG Gran.
South America's pride returns from the survival stage. Argentina.
Vamos, Argentina, vamos. Vamos, Argentina. Vamos, vamos, vamos, vamos, vamos. Vamos, Argentina, vamos. Vamos, Argentina, vamos, vamos, vamos, chicos. Bien, Pipa. Vamos, Emi. Capitán.
From fearless
Vamos,
rookies
Argentina, vamos,
to
chicos, vamos,
PNC
vamos,
Petrons, Brazil. PNC 2025 runner-up, always a title favorite, China! Third in survival,
Gran,
ready for the
qué lindo ver a tu
breakthrough.
equipo salir ahí, ¿no?
Denmark!
Representando tu bandera. Dinamarca.
Back after 4 years and back in the Grand Finals, Finland!
Finlandia. Los chicos de Finlandia venían último.
Veteran, it's Chris, leads a new era for Germany. Germany!
Alemania. Quiero decir que los chicos de Finlandia venían último y a lo último remontaron la partida con una victoria esencial. Eso marcó la diferencia para que los chicos estén en la gran final hoy.
Last year's surprise, this year's statement, Indonesia!
Indonesia. Estos son los equipos que ya la habían clasificado. Estos equipos ya habían clasificado.
Returns. A new generation begins.
Neutral. Esa es la música que nosotros tenemos del lobby. Muy buena presentación, chicos. Esa es la música que nosotros tenemos al fondo del lobby, amigo.
Unstoppable. The dark horse arrives. Philippines.
Filipinas. Van poniendo la música de cada año. Quizá creo que del 2024.
The hottest team in PUBG Sports. PGC, PGS, now PNC, Thailand.
Tailandia.
Second in survival, ready to shock the world. Tricky!
¿Cómo te ves ahí? No, amigo. No, es una locura lo amigo. Qué locura.
History's prettiest debut. Only the beginning.
El puntero del campeonato de los 3 días de supervivencia, Ucrania. Primer día del campeonato. El puntero creo que tenía 157 puntos por ahí, si no me equivoco.
The champions
Reino
reunite.
Unido
The throne awaits.
también
United
clasificó. Estuvo en el puesto número 20 casi. Y con su gran victoria también tuvo la oportunidad de estar en la gran final. Estados Unidos.
The veterans begin their quest for the PNC title. United States.
No, amigo. Yo he estado en varias temporadas y recuerdo esa música y se me pone la piel de gallina, amigo. Porque
PNC's only
fui
two-time
parte de esa
champions.
temporada.
Chasing on third title. Make some noise. Korea.
Corea. El último campeón.
After the most dominant championship
Vietnam,
run
el
in
último campeón.
PNC history, the title defense begins now. Vietnam.
El último campeón. Lo que es esa estatua, amigo. Yo estaba mirando la previa de cómo la estaban pintando. Una locura. El último campeón. Vietnam. Tiró la bengala. Tiró la bengala, amigo. Creo que son las fotos de los últimos campeones.
Desde que eu me conheço por gente, eu sempre gostei de jogar, sempre amei jogar. Quando eu tinha 2 anos de idade, eu jogava jogos de tiro no colo do meu pai, no computador.
Whenever I was a kid, I liked to go outside a lot, and then whenever I would come inside, I would play on my Xbox.
다섯 살 때부터 PC 게임을 접해가지고 그때부터 PC방도 다니고 어릴 때부터 좀 게임을 좋아했던 아이 같았어요.
I jumped in PUBG 2017 when the alpha was out. It was really hyped and really exciting for the first time.
2019 saya menonton PNC secara online. Turnamen PNC menjadi salah satu motivasi saya menjadi profesional player.
我从来没有想过我能成为职业选手。我觉得成为职业选手其实挺难的，感觉中间需要练习的东西。
พ่อแม่รู้อีกทีก็คือตอนที่ได้เป็นนักกีฬาสปอร์ตไปแล้ว มันแบบสามารถที่จะทำเป็นอาชีพสามารถที่จะหาเงินได้ด้วยตัวเอง
Então eu sempre escutei muito, muitas pessoas sempre duvidaram de mim e sempre duvidaram da capacidade de eu fazer com que a minha maior paixão se tornasse o meu trabalho.
Khi mình trở thành thiên thủ chuyên nghiệp thì mình đánh đổi rất nhiều thứ, con đường học vấn và thời gian và những thời gian ở cạnh gia đình của mình. Thì đấy là những cái mà mình đã hy sinh rất nhiều. Thì mình theo con đường chuyên nghiệp này là sự đúng đắn và mình đã làm được bằng 2 chiếc cúp vô địch quốc tế.
Whenever I was a kid, I never thought that I'd be representing Team USA for playing a video game. For 5 years, I've been wearing this Team USA jersey for PNC, and I'm very confident in us, and I want to show my appreciation and my confidence in our fans.
การที่ผมได้เป็นตัวแทนทีมไทยในครั้งนี้ผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นผลตอบแทนจากการที่ผมได้ซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ
10년 만에 첫 국가대표가 되었는데 이 태극기를 달고 하는 만큼 제가 뽑힐 만한 자격이 있었다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
Kami ingin menang dan ingin membuat rekor untuk PUBG Indonesia.
O objetivo é sempre o mesmo.
Indonesia y Brasil
ser campeão.
son los chicos que ya habían clasificado.
É o resto.
我希望这一次我跟我队友也能取得不错的成绩。我也希望自己这一次的发挥比上一次更好。
If I win the trophy in PNC, I'm probably gonna every probably emotion and just be happy to win it. Yeah, I wanna make it happen this year in PNC.
Chiến thắng của Việt Nam ở năm ngoái chỉ mới là khởi đầu thôi. Ở giải đấu lần này, Việt Nam sẽ bảo vệ chiếc cúp vô địch và giành lấy cái danh hiệu vô địch 2 năm liên tiếp.
Estamos, chicos,
Time to get down to business for one of the biggest marquee matches and tournaments of the year. PNC 2026 will unfold right before your eyes right the hell now. We have got 15 games across the next 3 days to find out who is going to become our champion. And of course, Gibson, Mark, and Matchroom joining me here to talk about everything that's going on.
Ya no están más todos juntos.
Mystery person.
Cada uno tiene su espacio.
PNCs apparently. So
Eso
good
es lo
stuff
bueno.
to see. Matchroom, it is going to be a good time here for all of these teams, especially potentially for our current returning champions, Vietnam.
Yeah, and this was just such a great way to start off everything. I love the video piece coming into this where we got like glimpses of the childhood of the players. About it's not just
Como
this
siempre
year,
tienen
it's
en la
been a
mesa
long path to
lo
get
que
to
es
this
el mapa
stage. Vietnam, you
de la última vez de cómo cayeron, cómo se distribuyeron en
strong squads like China they have to go against
la
is
partida.
going to be ridiculous.
I really like these boosts as well. I think it's ridiculous. It is going to be an interesting lineup if anyone can sort of take it. For me, Ukraine looks so strong.
Sí, el administrador no borra todo eso.
Or negative for them. Obviously, these teams are set back here, Gibson, and actually watched out how Ukraine play. But it is a different lobby with 8 new teams coming in. The game style is going to be
Australia quedó fuera, muchachos.
Well, look at the bar, right? The bar is so much higher for the bottom teams than it was in survival stage. So I think this is going to be a completely different ask for Ukraine, and they're not going to have the comfort levels they had at all.
No, I think so. Thailand here as well, though. You look at the globe that they have had
throughout the years, and now in
2026. At the end of 2025, of course, winning PUBG Global Championship, and now PGS is on the board as well. They are looking terrifying coming into this. But also,
había apostado para Australia. Pero bueno. Están todos bien distribuidos. Ahora es otra cosa. A ver los muchachos de Argentina, vamos. No, esa estatua, amigo, esa estatua. Voy a tratar de conseguir esa estatua, amigo. La voy a poner acá. Acá la voy a poner. La voy a conseguir esa estatua, amigo.
This is all just going to be vocal communication. So squads, whenever we look at it, I guess the better your communication skills just off of vocal level are going to have a massive impact. And when you've got two IGLs like in the United States, there could be a lot of interesting things going on.
I'm curious to see how many foreigners they find in the crowd. I think that is going to be the Korean camera guy's like task. Okay, find the foreigners. Where are they? And see where we can see them. But of course here, a returning two-time PNC champion here in South Korea. Again, a very different roster.
La gran final, chicos, la gran final de Battleground. La PNC 2026.
I do think this, as a team with the synergies you say, they'll be a bit more of a well-oiled machine. So it could be dangerous. They have to start things strong though. They are a momentum-based team.
Espero que los muchachos no estén hablando así en toda la partida y que, o sea,
and then you look at a team like
mirá, no se acordaba vos, Emi.
For me, actually, as they were introduced as a dark horse, they could just be a bit of a disruptor for some of these teams that like to sort of stabilize how they play.
Ojo que me puede hacer un banner de eso. Lo pongo
acá. Gibson, as much as you look at okay, I think that they were a huge surprise for me in that survival stage. I didn't put much stock in them because of those PGS results across S2G and the like. But I mean, they really came out to play in survival.
They played really well, and the big thing for me was they were consistently getting into the top 4s, top 5s. You know, they were playing off the back of incredible plays from Shilla and Code Marco. Don't get me wrong, those two put up a ton of kills. But if I was a Turkey fan, I'd actually be feeling pretty good about the way the team's playing right now. Like, do I expect them to win? No. But they could earn a lot of money over the next 3 days if they bring that same sort of form in. And
el banner es fácil, lo hago. Tengo que sacar una foto.
For sure. Indo as well as the Philippines coming up as well. Aya in the survival stage looked awesome, Mark. I want to see more of Aya. Obviously, you have 1v4 kind of squad wipes. So I want to see some of that here in this final.
Yeah, it's just a position where quite a few of these individual players find themselves in the right location and able to sort of put apart a dispatch of teams that were sort of playing towards them as well. Shen, we know from obviously Malaysia, not quite free, but doing the same for them. Neutral, they need to step up. We've got individual stars in that roster completely, but they were just kind of that mid-pack team, and they were last. So, I mean, again, interested to see how these individual stars go. And back to Matt, your point about the sort of the death situation. Some of these teams obviously have got this a 4 straight lines. Square. They're going to play to an advantage or disadvantage for these teams. Can they lean over, or will we see these stars arise?
Yeah, it's going to be really, I guess, intriguing to watch how the development comes out of this. Also, big shout out to that one Germany fan, man. Germany is a squad we haven't had a chance to really dig into too much because, I mean, there's not a hefty expectation for them. Let's be real. This is a squad that's coming in a little bit weaker, but can still maybe be the dark horse and step up. Having that one dedicated fan might be enough.
And Brazil's got plenty of fans already there by the looks of things. Good to see sparking on an international stage here, Gibson, alongside the Brazil boys.
Look, Sparking, the Ray of Brazil, he's been so good for years, and like I think obviously a surprise when they made the move with Liquid making some changes. But the big change for me though was having no Santastico. Like he had a pop-off year last year and made some incredible plays. So you know, maybe as my fellow PAS PAS caster, are you kind of surprised to not see Santastico in this team?
Yes. But I mean, we can look at it. Kraken, Tony, Biel, all very good players in their own right. It might just be that they were going for a little bit of like and I agree with you, Claris. Like Tony does have a lot of upside right now. This is a squad that I don't really know how to mark them, but they can mark for themselves and really showcase something. if they can get
Acabamos
this
de ver la
mention.
previa del trofeo.
Yeah, I have to agree.
La
Again, like watching
presentación, amigo,
CAS,
fue una
well,
locura.
don't watch it when
La
it's actually live,
presentación
boys,
fue una
because it's like
locura. Están
midnight for
todas las
me.
camisetas.
But I kind of catch the VODs and stuff like
dejaron
that.
los
And it's
muchachos.
been good to watch Tony on Godlike, of course.
Todas
As
las
they were. They
camisetas.
didn't start out as
Estaban los
Godlike
chicos de la
for
Argentina
PAS,
ahí
but of course
presentes.
they ended
Vamos,
up there as the
chicos, vamos
destination,
ahí.
hoping for that
La
EWC
estatua de
qualification.
la
You can see
presentación
all the jerseys,
es
you
una
can see
locura,
the
amigo. Y el
beautiful
trofeo
piece
que
of
está ahí
art
es una locura
that has
también.
been commissioned
No,
here,
una
Mark,
locura, amigo.
to get things going for PNC as well.
So you struggle
Es una locura. Viene ahí representando a Argentina, chicos.
Or was I
It's
think the
modern
problem for
art.
him?
I really like it. I think his position well. It's good. It's bringing a bit of flair to the stage.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Cada uno tiene su lobby, su cabina ahí.
There is even just a
Bien,
different layout,
bien
right? Not
buena
looking across,
presentación, amigo.
some of those desks and seeing all 4 members. Some of them do have this
Ese
little 2-2
trofeo, ese
configuration.
trofeo lo van a ver acá.
Different here for PNC 2026.
Acá. Acuérdense,
PUBG guy will
esa estatuilla la van a ver acá.
looking inside the pan to prove to me that it has been
Qué
fully
hermoso.
painted.
Yo estuve viendo la previa de cómo la estaban pintando.
Thank you very much from them.
Una
Gibson.
locura,
That was
amigo.
good.
Una locura,
Yeah,
una
it was
locura.
good. I think maybe there's a little bit,
Una
but we'll not
locura,
talk
amigo.
about it. We'll not bring it up. You know, it's driving you insane. Is it
Tiene los
time we
colores
can
de
finally
cada
maybe
equipo.
talk about USA though? Like they've
Tenemos
not
el
really
equipo de
brought
neutral.
them up at all. I want to talk about them. Cowboy coming into this team, he is nuts. Obviously, you've got a big change. Alo's not there, but this is a guy who's been on the rise for 2 years inside the Americas. I think he's going to add a real aggressive dynamic to the team. And when you think about it, like with Kickstarter
Los chicos
taking
están
on a
en
bit of a
una lobby
leadership role inside the
personalizada.
Falcons, are we going to see some chemistry on a fragging
Los
standpoint
chicos
from
están en
Shimzy
una
and
lobby
Cowboys? That
personalizada.
could be the US's best chance of success.
I mean, the
Configurando
funny
los
thing is,
controles.
when it comes to the Falcon situation,
calentando
is that
los dedos.
Shrimzy, has been, in my mind, the star of that team for a long time. Yes, it's a star-studded roster, but
Vamos
Shrimzy's
Argentina,
always
chicos,
been that
vamos
guy.
ahí,
He's been super consistent, Matrim, very exciting to always watch, and
Viene
really
ahí
never a
post-crucifixión
letdown.
ahí
Almost never.
representando a Argentina
Yeah,
también
I
acá
mean,
apoyando a los
just
chicos.
always a rock in the Americas
bien,
in
bien,
general,
bien.
and every single time it comes to internationals, we see him constantly perform. Kurt has actually been on a little bit of a fragger come up in and of himself. Like a lot of the performances that have come up from Liquid whenever they
No se
need
olviden,
it, has
chicos,
been
no
clutch
se olviden
moments from
también
Kurt.
de
All right,
ver
let's
los
get to
screen
it.
and
The
kick
first game
para
of
tener los
PNC
drops, Estamos
2026
en día de
Grand
drop, 3
Finals
días de
is
drop.
now
La
underway
recompensa.
as all of these teams, they've got to get their feet underneath them quickly. Only 15 games
Eranche,
between them
chicos.
and the Ultimate
Eranche.
Championship. Gibson and Mark,
Arranca.
thank you for joining us.
Arranca,
It's time
arranca,
for
arranca.
Erangel. Me and Matrim will
Arranca,
start
arranca,
things
arranca.
off here for the
La
Grand Final
primera
tournament.
partida
It
de la
is
gran final.
PNC, game number
Vamos, chicos,
1.
vamos.
Playing
Vamos,
path on
Argentina,
to
vamos.
Erangel looks nice.
Vamos,
Everything's
Argentina.
going to be on the table. Long drops up to the north if you want to
Vamos,
go
Argentina.
for it, but a lot of other opportunities in front. Very intrigued to see if we see any kind of dust-ups off the start. A lot of potential for squads going for different positions. How well have they planned
Acaban de
this
tirar
out?
los chicos de Argentina.
It's a good question. I
Van para el
say
lado
a
de
lot of
ruinas,
my
eh.
mind and attention is going to turn towards those apartments and school
Argentina
locations. Because
siempre,
where is
no
Vietnam
quiero decir
going
nada, pero
to
Argentina
go?
creo que
They
está tomando la misma
absolutely
posición
want the
que había
back-to-back.
tomado
It
antes.
looks like they are still
Van para el
going
lado
in
de
that
ruinas.
direction, and it looks like, maybe the observers have been tipped off as well by the potential of a fight
Vietnam,
going
el
down.
último
Neutral
campeón.
alongside them on the left-hand side.
El último
Judging
campeón.
by their initial drops, they're both. Oh my days. Okay, so they are neutral's going apartments. Delwyn, are you going to dive? No, they're veering off. They're veering off here. Did I lose Matrim is the question.
They might be able to make this one back. Where do you go? I mean, this is a very clustered position to now play. There is at least enough to get some loot up, but you can see there are squads now stacked all around this Vietnam drop.
Argentina está con Finlandia, ojo.
Oh my god, that circle. That is absolutely bewildering.
¿Dónde
That is
cerró la
so much
zona,
water.
amigo?
And again, it bears repeating for PNC
mitad
2026.
de agua,
Whilst we have a
mitad
few
de
shots going away
terreno.
off Vietnam, you got to be
Ojo.
careful here, boys. There is a big difference in our circles. 4 and 8 will not respect land ratio. That is gone. So, with that much water in play to start things off, Matrim, there's a
Argentina,
world we
vamos,
could
chicos,
end up
vamos,
with a
chicos,
lot
vamos,
more
chicos,
water
vamos,
later on.
vamos, vamos. Vamos, chicos.
Oh man, this is going to be crazy, and nobody really made a lot of commitment down into the Mill to Power, Mill to Minor area. It is going to be Great Britain. Michael looks like he's just trying to get inside track on position. Argentina is also trying to regroup. They just wanted to secure themselves a vehicle. Maybe try to get themselves back over into North George, but Freddie Curdy is going to be over there for the United States while Finland's taking these couple of pot shots. And go ahead and wreck a car or two on your path, and just to make it harder for everybody else.
Now, the funny thing is as well with a circle like this is, of course, Thailand has Milta. And the fact that we watched in those PGSs made in Thailand in that last PGS, they were amazing, do not get me wrong. But they did have some amazing circles as well, whilst also looking incredible when it came to the fragging power. So they're already going to start off powerful here in a spot like this, which does give me PGS 6 vibes, I'm not going to lie. But we'll see how that materializes.
Happy time. Does Kurt even know? He had to have heard the vehicle, but it looks like Argentina is already prepped for movement coming out from him. The rest of USA already inside of vehicles. They are coming to the north, so this is just Kurt trying to scout this out, make sure that he can secure pathing for the rest of his squad. He doesn't know exactly how they've managed to come over here, so he wants to secure a really some way for those guys to come across the bridge, get to the road. This has made Kurt extremely isolated, though, as the rest of USA is going to be coming into this pretty blind.
Vi a otro compañero argentino.
To North George, right? Like you've came in across the bridge, find a little bit more loot, try and scout out a little bit as well. But again, with a circle like this, you're coming up here. It's a little bit daunting since you didn't have full information as to what's going on, other than the fact that there were parachutes heading over this direction. So yes, Kurt is being cautious about things. And I think seeing a hefty amount of Panzerfaust in infantries at the moment really does speak volumes, right? You're like, okay, as I go from building to building, am I going to have to pull out the nuclear option?
So there's been a counter move into a counter move. A little bit of Argentina has gone north of Georgia Pole itself. You can see DraftKings kind of playing along that wall up there. Kick is wrapped all the way around, trying to see if he can get an angle. Has spotted out Argentina, is now feeding that information over the rest of the squad. This is just kind of a carryover from what we saw Argentina having to make their shift due to Finland. And it looks like the United States is just going to continue to try to parallel this movement and see if they can keep a contained angle onto Argentina. I don't think that Argentina is going to give them the opportunity because it looks like it's just time for them to come right into the circle.
Lo malo es que tienen que ir casi todos juntos.
Why would you want to really fight out here? Like, there is just not really much opportunity here. If you did end up fighting, yes, that's technically delaying you, even if you take one casualty. A blue chip res is also kind of delaying your campaign through into this game as well, so I'm happy that Argentina is disengaging from any potentials that's going to go here. And for US, also playing it slow.
US also had a little bit of a problem with Philippines that were pretty close to them, and I think that's one of the reasons why USA just wanted to kind of secure positioning for later right now, saying that, hey, Georgia Pole North is our secondary. Make sure you don't get too close on that.
Me está gustando la tabla.
Gone up next to Cerverni, separated out a bit. They might bump into Argentina again.
Yeah, they might. This is a usual play from Finland in terms of their long drop. They'll lose 2 near where Scav is and have 2 up in Cerverni, knowing that they've got so much room up there in terms of that actual drop. But you're right. If for some reason they do completely run into them, that would be a bit of a catastrophe early on. As Ukraine still now also wiggling around on that south side of the circle. Now again, we're going to be in an accelerated game state because of this circle, right? One thing that's interesting
just barely. Beamy didn't go for the full spray just because he got the bottom of the car, so that's going to give Code Marco some time.
Oh no.
But Selfkick does get spotted out. That's going to be our first blood down for PNC.
Beamy doesn't miss those often, so actually now Ketz is going to be able to roll past Schiller as well. Schiller going down. He was one of the big heavy fraggers for Turkey in the survival stage. So already big blows going their way. This whole metal side is now EMEA coded here.
This is just kind of nuts and rotates. Okay, this is going to be back over next to Georgia Pole South in that hillside, and now we're going to get a couple of squads stacked up over on top of each other. Most notably, it's going to be Germany running right into Denmark. We also have a cluster over in the northern part of the circle. Chris gets spotted out. That's one down already. Denmark in a dominant position here.
It's Meals on Wheels just being able to be delivered here to Denmark constantly. What is this, guys? We've got to shore up our defenses more here if you're Turkey as well as Germany. Losing out a single player already, and it's Chris of all people. So again, technically he's the guy that has got more experience, more pedigree, technically more veterancy than all of these other players on Germany. So not only did Turkey lose their, in inverted commas, best player, but so was Germany early on as well.
Dinamarca vaya a buscar el último punto que le queda.
Really fast. Turkey is just going to kind of hang out, let Denmark go up in front of them. The western section of the circle is entirely open. Everybody is playing around Lumberyard and into the eastern section around that, moving into like North Power along those lines. There's a lot of different control points to play from. So these late rotators could be pretty okay unless you're going to be a squad like Neutral. that's rotating into that northern area. That's where the Vietnam stack and Korea are right next to each other, kind of gatekeeping that.
And just before that action went down on those hills, as now we have Code Marco here trying to find some points for Turkey, but doesn't really connect with too many shots here for the M249. I wanted to mention that Great Britain has already kind of scouted out some compounds that were unbelievably important for them in PEC to be able to qualify through into the final for construction workers. So they've played circles like this before, they've played drops like this before, but now Finland sniffed out Argentina.
This is just a continual rotate. I mean, I don't know what's going on between Argentina and Finland, but this has just made it complex. Oh, down to 1 HP. Nade comes up, but doesn't get the knock. Finland is making a concerted effort to go after this, but Argentina's got enough time to kind of reset themselves. They are in the internal section of it, and Pippa is going to spot out one. Capitan coming down from the high ground. Can he get an angle on anybody from Finland playing the wall?
Need reinforcements on the way, but the problem is that they're across the other side of the road at the moment, and it's not easy to be able to dislodge people from one side of the road to the other. So Finland was divided, and now they've been punished for it. Oh my days, that's circle number 2. All right, well, we need to keep focusing on this fight, and we'll talk about the circle later. As Sata, what can you do? A little bit of smoke forwards. If you want to make a recovery happen on any kind of blue chip or a pickup here down the line, you've got to be more aggressive on this.
Vamos. Dale, capitán. ¿Lo viste, eh? Dale, capitán, eh. Ahí se tiró, capitán. No sé cómo se subió capitán a ese techo, pero bien, capitán, eh. Buena estrategia esa.
May have lost Matrim, not sure. But anyway, we'll continue on until he gets on back. As now Capitan still holding off on these roofs at the moment. Sata still sat on this wall. I think that both of these teams are actually causing each other quite a lot of inconvenience. The fact that we've had this circle go the way it has means that now this, I mean, anybody coming in on these edges is going to be mutually assured destruction. And Denmark has gone for an emergency pickup here. Maybe onto the cliff side. This could be a very strong move. With circle settings like they are, this can be a strong position to play this game from.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be some form of safety, and actually about this, the closest to center you can get inside the circle, because it's just going to be on the water. Problem is, we do have the red zone that's popped on top of it. Looks like Great Britain was also thinking about coming over here. They've been now stalled out. Argentina's still just trying to get Finland out of point, and Sata's just kind of stuck over here. There's nowhere for him to go, so the circle is now entirely clustered into the north, and everybody that was late rotating going to find some really weird paths into this.
Yeah, it's getting to the point up here where I'm just like, I don't like any of this. Like, okay, yeah, you might even get a full squad wipe, and I still don't like it, because the thing is, you're coming so late. But for that all said, neither team can really disengage properly now the way they want to. Did Finland send one completely gone just to say, okay, well, now we know we have to salvage?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw somebody moving to the north, but I couldn't quite make out if it was like an Argentina player or if it was a Finland player. But given the fact that there's only the 2 for Finland stacked right there, but I think it's an Argentina player because it's got that little bit more of a tealish color. I don't know. Maybe just trying to see if they can spot out what's going on with Sata on the one side of it. Correxy just trying to be the linchpin, hold back, and yeah, it does look like it was an Argentina player that moved up there, but I mean, I guess the way that the car is set for Sata kind of keeps him a little bit safe from that approach.
Yeah, Scav's also driving, so he's not with him as he's gone elsewhere. So Corexy does spot a potential rotate flank around here from Argentina. Even if they thought maybe that the Finnish player was going to be looking for maybe an off angle, that was like a potential interception coming on in. But this circle, once again, can continue to be wild. I can't believe technically Novo's still in. There's almost no way we go down there, considering that the circle still has to center up on playable area. And we do, of course, go to what is one of the more predictable places in a circle 3. But still, red zones will persist into the circle 2.
He managed to call back in their players. Nowhere to really go. They spot out Denmark, so it's going to be a shift down to Novo. Germany, after their bad rotate, they still have Novo, but they've got to go. A little bit of wall bouncing going on, but Sata is going to go down to the blue zone after taking a couple of shots. That leaves poor old Corexy all by his lonesome over here.
Yes, it does. You got to get out of dodge here at some point. I don't know if they have any more vehicles here, but look at this circle. Oh dear. Now again, normally if we're coming circle 4, we'd know where this is going, right? We'd think to ourselves, okay, Thailand's in an amazing position, and they kind of still will be, probably. But this could still be wild, as now Argentina, I think you've cleaned up what you can. I don't think you get rid of Corexi and Scav here on the other side. I think if your cars are positioned on the west side of these buildings, if you want to play out the rest of this game, I think you've got to leave personally, but they may just look for the full wipe.
I think that they want to. It's just that Finland's kind of on the path that they want to go, so I guess they can go for a much longer route down to the south and around. Philippines in a little bit of trouble, as it is going to be USA going on the hunt after them, right on the edge of the circle, just on the outside of it. Though the rest of the Philippines are kind of separated out over here, nowhere to go, and Aya going down is going to be, that's a problem.
Definitely was one of their hallmark players, but USA has been able to push in methodically to be able to shut him down. The rest of Philippines, as you say, completely disjointed from this fight. So that's good identification and cleanup there by USA. As you say, they're still going to need to get some moving going pretty darn soon. Okay, Argentina's getting aggressive on this. Trying to get rid of him. Does take down Scab. It's only Corexi left, but you can't underestimate one of Virtus Pro's killers.
I mean, Corexi just makes miracles happen, taking so much damage already. This is phase number 3, so this is starting to tick enough to be a big problem. Corexi, though, we know this guy can handle playing outside the blue. Can really find some ways to slow it down. But Argentina, I think, just realizing we have to commit to this. There's no other options. Capitan playing this much more aggressive. I think, is he placing the C4? Yeah. This is a way to solve the problem, to say the least.
Yeah, you're going to have to come out of that building one way or another. I don't think, I mean, of course, C4s were nerfed a little bit to the point where their explosion was a lot less. Oh, he's right next to him. Doesn't realize. Tries to move on out here. Tries to come forward, but no, not going to be the case.
Acaba de eliminar a Finlandia. Cúrense, chicos, porque no llegan,
Gotta get away from the C4 before it goes. Just barely. The timing on it caused problems. Now Germany having issues in their rotate across the bridge. Philippines, who's been contained by the USA, it's just been a carryover, as now it is going to be a Panzerfaust to knock everyone out, and Germany is eliminated.
Great stuff by Philippines, showing why they were able to qualify through so strongly. As its Chris, of course, was back up. But okay, here's our shift. Is it going to be bonkers? Already neutral, setting up an emergency pickup to try and get there. Oh my God! What a shift! For our first Circle 4 of PNC, Denmark is laughing on the cliffside.
Turkey's got themselves a boat and a rock. This is actually a pretty safe place to play for right now, because everybody else is going to be funneled in on that peninsula. Ukraine going to be defending it over into the northwest, and then over into the east, it's just going to be anybody's game as they're going to be fighting for it. Brazil, you can see China, no real good options over here. Great Britain trying to keep out Taiwan, who's trying to encroach. Korea on the other side of it. There's not a lot of compounds. This is just going to be hillsides and mostly controlled play. All on defense. How well can you hold it?
So crazy to think how this circle is going to play out now, as Michael does go down for Great Britain. The rest of Great Britain's going to have to get on away here from Thailand. They've got too much firepower. That said, though, Indonesia's also chipping in. Queen does take down Scappy as well. Not too bad to be able to save a little bit of Great Britain's bacon at the moment. Tigger, maybe a little bit of a res from Belmoth coming on out here. It's funny because, again, if this was any previous tournament, the compound that Thailand had would have been amazing. This time around, though, not the case. Neutral's gone to the cliffside as well. These cliffs can be extremely powerful here, Matrim. It bears repeating.
Yeah, this is the defensive position to play right now. You have so much vision on what's going to be going on around you. Neutral's already managed to get into a foothold, but look at how much smoke they had to use just to be able to get over here. Korea's trying to mirror that, coming in right back behind them, but they've got Turkey coming in, as well as Vietnam, and that's going to make it a lot more complicated for Korea just to even get a foothold in. To the north, we also do have a 2-2 split from Brazil that's paralleled right next to Ukraine that has stopped everybody into the north. There's no movement coming up from China, USA, Philippines, or Indonesia.
All these teams trying to kind of skirt on in is going to be very, very difficult indeed. Philippines does have BRDM available to them and coming up alongside USA as well, but I think Kickstart realizes the potential threat that's going to be going down, so jumps back into the BRDM, doesn't want to get that stolen away from him, but Kickstart gets that win anyway. Good stuff by USA to get through the ball rolling.
Oh, but the blue zone is going to be enough. He's going to go down in the BRDM. Kurt, are you just going to run in after it? Because that could be an opportunity to maybe squeeze through some of this, but there's going to be so many Panzerfausts in front of you. I think that we even see Shrimsy just trying to see how close he can navigate the circle. Ukraine's defense is just so strong. They're entrenched right along the peninsula coastline into the north. And now China's having to jump over at roughly the same time that Indonesia is trying to go for a move around. Turkey, he's going to go ahead and get flush out. But here's the rolling. Everybody on top of each other. And it is China just absolutely demolishing Indonesia. But the counter push, the defense holds strong.
Desperate times, desperate measures for a lot of teams. China down as well. Brazil, Tony was able to take down Setsuna on it from Indonesia. Everybody is trying for a mad dash, an absolute scramble, considering how terrible these circles are for these players. And now you can see Korea is going to be the one trying to make the move here on this eastern side as well, crashing onto the position of Vietnam, seeing what they can get done. They run over each other. It's all full panic here, Matrim.
There is no terrain to fight for. Instead, it's just about kills. You need to stack up your points, and you want to start the day strong. Turkey down low, near on nothing to work with. Vietnam is now eliminated. Korea down in the trenches, still has to deal with the position coming up from Thailand as well as Great Britain. Down to the south, it is still going to be Denmark as well as neutral, watching everything going on to the north, and Brazil and Ukraine just comfortably watching everything go on inside the circle.
It's just a full-on panic mode. Full-on panic. Well done, though, by Brazil to be able to take the 5 scalps that they've taken so far. The only problem is that across the way lurks the survival stage monsters in Ukraine, who have still been able to weather the storm over on that west side, seeing what they can get done themselves. They were not interested in crashing anywhere. They just want to also take cliff sides and play it in slowly from the west.
Hey, Brazil, Ukraine, realizing that if the circle shifts anywhere away from them, they're going to have to fight. On the edge is the only place that anybody can play this. The circle itself is going to be so open and barren in the center. Still having so much water in play means that it is just on the edge. That's all you can fight for. Denmark laughing, watching all of the fighting going on in front of them, knowing that they've got neutral on them. But Korea still has to figure out how they want to get into the circle, and they've got to go through either Great Britain or Thailand, or maybe push down to the south and deal with neutral. None of it feels good.
It's funny how it's all working out, because we have ourselves, Korea and Thailand, very desperately trying to find themselves a spot for this circle. Meanwhile, neutral and Denmark have just been laughing. Denmark is taking some shots towards Turkey, who did have two separated way far away on the south side in this water. So yeah, they're trying their best here at Turkey to get some salvage points here, but I don't think it's going to work out.
Well, every single time Denmark takes shots at Turkey, that gives neutral the ability to get in closer to them. Korea now making their push right on top of Great Britain. They've got to defend the rock, the high ground, and the control, but it is so messy down here. Songjong managed to find one. Fex managed to find one on the other side of it. So 2 up for Great Britain, but they're afraid of the backstab. They don't know if Thailand's going to be coming up back behind them, but it's Brazil taking shots at Thailand to kind of stall them out, making this a contained fight. Fex now starting to feel a bit more brave, running into the thick of all of it. Does manage to find out Songjong and gets the knock on him.
Yep, not bad at all. Heaven, though, will clean it all up in the end to be able to shut that down. But at the same time here now, Thailand senses the opportunity, senses the third-party weakness Tigger with the double and pushes them out straight away. Thailand bided their time and at just the right moment was able to strike.
Oh, Ukraine, come out alive. Brazil wanted to go for a bit of a push into Ukraine, and it is instantly punished. Tony now the last one up, looking into the eyes of all Ukraine, coming down right after. Gets a good angle onto one, but that's all he can get. Brazil now eliminated. The circle pops, and it goes to the south.
Yes, it does. Still very much favoring Denmark at the moment, as now more shots here from Belmont. Belmont going to be alongside Thailand, the last remaining hope for the East in this first game. Ukraine, neutral, Denmark. I mean, they were forged in these circles, my friend. I'll tell you that much. They've had to deal with some stuff in EMEA, and they knew exactly where to go, exactly how to play this out.
If anything, I call this a victory for neutral that they've managed to get so close to Denmark's positioning. They've just kind of crept forward, used every single secondary firefight as some way for them to find a way to try to get into position and take the fight to Denmark. Thailand's managed to find a foothold. It's not much, but it's a little bit of a ridgeline. I'm just curious on how Ukraine wants to play this. If they come in a little bit too heavy, Denmark will have to take shots at them to try to defend territory, and neutral could pounce yet again.
Well, it shows the power of the emergency pickups in our new circle settings, right? Because both Denmark and neutral went down there with emergency pickups, knowing that they couldn't thread the needle across a lot of those other teams, but they had to do something about it. Now, Ukraine did take a few shots here and there, but at the same time wasn't hit at all. They're being very sneaky about this, and it's causing problems. Car falls down. I think technically climbing back up from there is possible. You're wall walking and you do get back up. So not bad there, but you do lose a car for it.
A little bit of mountain goat physics coming in, and with the fact that they came in so quiet, Denmark kept their focus onto neutral, and that is a problem for neutral. They still have to get around this little bit of a cove,
¿En qué parte del
into
mapa
the
está
circle,
eso?
and it's going to be right in the defensive line that but Denmark set up, with Ukraine capable of doing a third party. Thailand has actually made a counter move right into the face of Ukraine's positioning, so this is almost like the two squads have decided that they're going to line up against each other on the north and the
está
south.
atacando Neutral, Neutral tiene el único equipo con sus 4 jugadores,
Seeing if they can dislodge a little bit more of what Denmark's actually cooking up. Aduzi does take down Mixon, and that is going to be a trigger the push here from them. They really divided and conquered very nicely there. It was a good smoke line to deny any lines of sight from Gustav and Keta.
Pressure still continuing to mount onto Denmark. They were the first ones in position. They felt like this was their territory, but it's slowly and steadily being taken away from them. Neutrals managed to creep up. They've got that position now inside the circle, and eyes onto good angles for the way that Denmark is trying to defend this up. Smoke's going to be very vital, though, to keep some space against Thailand, who's got the widest breadth of territory under control into the northeast, as they've got kind of a splattering of players all along that line, but that does leave them quite vulnerable. Thailand can kind of participate in everything going on, but if they draw too much aggro, it is going to be so hard to res anyone.
Tough stuff. Now, for Thailand on the other side of that, normally these kind of like very flat field next to these cliffs would be almost impossible to play. But the fact that they've been able to build themselves and create themselves some dips with explosives before allowed Thailand a little bit of a reprieve. This could be an insane nade.
How good is this angle going to be? This is going to be really hard to hit. It's going to be on a recessed position. Everybody now going to the lower section. Gustav reads it, knows where they're coming from. Good shots, gets the knock on to one, gets the second one. Gustav's defense is strong, but he doesn't have much more to work with. Just a few bullets in the bag.
Either they didn't know that he was exactly there, or Levante was expecting his partner to be up close with him a little bit further, because Levante was looking backwards, around the corner, around the water, whilst Lou was a little bit too far away from him. It's a double there for Gustav to get things rolling against Neutral. What a blunder.
And Ketter's had to stay so focused in protecting Gustav, that's allowed Ukraine to creep in right back behind them. Gustav manages to dodge out the nade, but it has gotten really spicy over here. Thailand just trying to keep an eye on what's going on, but it is all gone along this coastline for the peninsula itself. Ketter's got to focus in, defend up his teammates. He's a bit vulnerable, but draws the aggro, looks back down. Gustav goes for more.
No way. Is Gustav going to clean them all up? Is this actually real? Let's find out. At the same time, the problem is that Ukraine's still lurking in the background during all of this. Keta, what can he see?
Tiene 9
puntos, see a doozy here, lying down at the moment. He's slow rolling this game, knowing that there is the potential that another team on another side of the circle could go down before him, but it's all gone wrong now for Neutral after having such a good push up against Mixon. Will a doozy do anything? I think it's impossible from here, Matrim.
Well, I mean, Gustav still also has to get into the circle, so he can't stay here much longer, and he knows it. He's hoping the fact that maybe a doozy doesn't have like a blue zone backpack, maybe he'll go down fast, something else along those lines, because he still has to get into a point, and Ukraine is just taking all the control points away from him. There you go. Okay, he's going to be a doozy now down. Gustav's going to run down. He's got to replenish. He's got near on no ammo to work with, and Ukraine knows that could be their go button. They can move in, but it's too congested over here. They don't know. Where is he hiding in the rocks?
They're being super cautious as well, keeping an eye on where Thailand is, knowing that the potential push down the line could come across big open field like this, and they need those lines of sight. As soon as they do peek on over any kind of vehicle, any kind of trench line that they may have already created, constructed for themselves. Very concerned Avenger looking on. See if Denmark can salvage a bit more, but 12 points already in this game. I think that's a decent situation, considering the two teams they're going to have to go up against next.
The looming beast of Ukraine, though, these guys are just so magnificent whenever they play. Coming out the gate, if they start getting points and potentially a victory off the start, it's going to be pace setting, and everybody else just has to play catch up while they are going to be trying to farm for kills everywhere. You do not want to give Ukraine an early start to this one. Thailand knows it. Other side of the circle, though, there's not much else they can do.
Tranquilo.
Everyone's slow rolling it. Waiting for an opportunity to present itself right now. It's Keta and Gustav. Kiss does spot Denmark moving across the way. They have an uncharacteristic spray, not confirming the down here for Kiss. Normally he would get that, but Boostic almost never misses nades. Instantly takes down Gustav. And now it's all on Keta to be able to do something here for Denmark. Gustav is crawling. I think I don't know if they have enough time for this. I think they should constrict as Fairus hits Belmouth.
I mean, the shots coming up now from Thailand have been big enough distraction. Can we see Denmark manage to rally? They have managed to get into res position. They got this little bit of a dip that could be enough. All eyes are now starting to turn onto Ukraine as Thailand's drawn some of the aggro away on one side of it. Shots now starting to come out from Denmark. They wanted to get a knock. Don't quite get it, but Diffex drops the nade, flushes out Belmore. The kiss goes down.
I don't think you can let Ukraine win this because we saw what they did in the survival stage. And if they start off strong here in the grand final, I think that is scary for everybody else involved. Gustav now is trying his very best. Boostic takes down Keta once again. Gustav trying to get something going here against Fairist and the boys. Gustav does go down as Kiss has also been fully confirmed here from Fairist. This is, if you, he's tried to pop in midair. That was smart.
Creeps around the other side, might be trying to go for maybe some more ammo or maybe another last-minute res. Tigger does have control over the center of the circle. We are in phase number 8. This little bit of dip has been enough. Ukraine trying to go for a reset on the other side of it as well. So it is a solo up for Thailand right now. Denmark trying to get 2 players back up. They do now have it. And Ukraine on fire, in trouble. Has to be careful on how they walk into this because they are walking right into a crossfire and they know all eyes are on them. Both squads want to try to stop any form of momentum early.
I totally and completely agree. I think that Thailand and Denmark looks at Ukraine as an incredible threat. So can you shut them down? Of course, taking second place and getting the placement points for it would be big. If you can somehow shut down Ukraine after what we witnessed across those 2 days of survival stage. Keta, though, still looking the way. Keta's been knocked multiple times, got back up. Gustav knocked multiple times, got back up. The resilience of Denmark on full display here. As now, in the smokes, going to try and dig down, but the circle's going to be moving. The spot is on point now. These teams got...
Oh, that is massive. Tigger decides that, no, I'm just going to go for whatever points I can get. And that is going to be Boostic finally putting down Gustav, who was just pivotal in so much of the action over here. And it is just Tigger, the last one up, looking at 3 players for Ukraine. But they all have to walk right into his line of sight. Can he get the shots on top? No, it is going to be Ukraine off the start.
Ucrania se acaba de llevar el primer pollito de la gran final de la PNC 2026, chicos.
In the survival stage, and they start off with a win. It's not the same kind of win that they were putting up in the survival stage. Those were very kill heavy. But this one, they flipped the switch. They changed their play style. They went for the survival mode, and they made it work. Let's talk to Gibson and Mark about that game here whilst it all wraps up. Gibson,
Look, that ending was insane. First off, it gave me year 1 vibes. Like at one point, any of those 3 teams could win, but Ukraine 5 map wins this PNC so far. That's 5 out of 11 played. That one gets them an extra few $1,000s as well. Like there's a reason why most people have this team as their favorite, and they just showed up in game 1.
Mark.
You've got to take a little bit further back, that mid-game. Obviously, it was a crazy zone, right? I love it. I love the chaos that this kind of can unfold. But if you look at them, and actually I want to give Brazil a shout-out. They were the ones that came in that northwest corner. They tried to hold. They didn't want to get involved in the send there, the brawl that was happening down on the other side of the map. They wanted to stay really calm and collective. They stayed, they waited. They eventually, obviously, Ukraine took the opportunity to move out Brazil, and then they moved themselves down into a winning position.
You saw Hakatori on the stage just there. I don't want to mince words. They looked really confident. He looked really confident, and that is not good for everybody else. Of course, let's think about this game and how it all unfolded, right? We get our first Circle 4 of the grand final, and it's such a curveball match for these teams to deal with. So it was good to see those teams go to the cliffside to try and make that work. And of course, we ended up basically near there. But for all the other teams, they were absolutely languishing.
I mean, we got to see Turkey do a Navy move over there, just trying to hide up next to some rocks with some boats. And what, Circle 2, 3, something like that? That gives you an idea on how crazy it is. And the Denmark, with that big, smart move early, gets them into a great position. And I know statistically it's probably going to be somebody on Ukraine that gets man of the match. But in my heart, it's Gustav. Gustav was just the linchpin of all the movement that was going on that pinnace.
Gibson?
Yeah, I gotta agree 100%. Gustav, that play against neutral was nuts. Like, you could see how desperate they were to try get Gustav from that position. They wanted to get the reses off, and For Gustav, he knew using the perspective he was playing with, he could keep an eye out over the ridge line, and he knew they were going down to the beach to try to get the reses. So the patience he showed there was insane. But the big thing for me, Mark, is the fact that a lot of the teams that played survival stage have actually kicked off day one pretty strong.
Como escudo. Y aparte cuando explota deja un cráter en el piso y lo usas como trinchera.
Because the teams that are already in the grand final have those additional games that they can watch. But a grand final, very, very different. The zone, very, very different there, James. And arguably, I think the best team won in the end.
Y la primera partida estuvo intensa, estuvo peleada.
Considering what we've seen so far, scary
quiero ver la
stuff,
tabla como quedó. Creo que Argentina quedó sexto, séptimo por ahí.
A really good opportunity here to be able to make this work. They did lose out, I think, Beamy here to
los puntajes que teníamos, parece que Brasil quedó cuarto.
And that really scuppered a lot of their plans because for a long time in this game, I think that they felt like they knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, but somehow Neutral just kept getting closer and closer. The way that Neutral managed to navigate just jumping in and timing out any form of distraction that Denmark had to deal with time and time again was next level. Now, it was enough to kind of ruin any form of movement for Denmark, yeah, and made it a lot more complicated for them. But, I mean, what do you even do if you're Denmark in that situation? You're expecting that the circle is going to pop away from the coast at some point, and then you can make the move in. Instead, everybody is just focusing in on your position, and that's kind of hard to play on the peninsula.
I think that's sort of the problem, right, of this tournament is that technically, yeah, we're all kind of tuned to think it's going to pop away from the coast at some point, but it doesn't have to now. It doesn't have to now. So there's always going to be that in the back of people's minds whenever we have a circle 1, 2, or 3 with this much water in it, Mark. It's a terrifying prospect to have to deal with for these teams.
Yes, when we spoke to Team UK before, obviously they kicked things off, and after day number 1, one of the biggest takeaways they had was how crazy the zone was, and they just couldn't get in that early to mid-game. That zone shift was just too hectic. And I think a lot of these teams...
Tabla de posiciones, Argentina quedó octavo.
Actually, might need to stay by
Argentina quedó octavo, Ucrania primero, Dinamarca, Tailandia, Filipinas, Brasil quedó quinto.
And they look really strong in that game.
Estoy viendo la tabla.
I agree. Well, Ukraine, though, will take themselves 17 points from the west side here.
Argentina con 4 puntos se fue al puesto número 8. Tiene que remontar esta partida Argentina.
10 points, nothing to sniff at.
Tiene que remontar esta partida.
Second place in the end, and to be honest, they did well. Like, you saw the terrain that they had to play with at the end.
Estaba un punto de Brasil
I was surprised they even got into the top 2, but look, they third party a couple of fights at the right time. You know, that fight between UK and South Korea, they got in and picked up a few kills there. It's not as aggressive and gung-ho as you would kind of expect from them, but if you're going to get 10 points in the first game of the day, it's a really good platform to build your weekend from.
Yeah, especially considering how tough that game was always going to be with those circles. I will say as well, whilst we take a look at the numbers. Okay. Gustav smiling. No vampire maxing for this one, I suppose. Happy boy for sure. 790 damage go their way here. And again, you know, with the hold off against Neutral, that really kind of awarded him basically what may end up being the MVP spot here of Matchroom, right?
I would hope so. For man of the match, this guy, again, he was kind of involved in a bit of everything important in the later stages of it and survived. The way he managed to drop that nade to force everybody into the lower section and then immediately made the play onto it, you can see that Neutral had their backs to him, just weren't even expecting it. That's high-level intellectual play in a very pivotal moment.
Yeah, well done by Gustav, of course. Heaven, we didn't get to see a whole lot of career other than that big crash that did go on through. But here is Ukraine showing up strong. And again, it's Fairest, Mark. Fairest has just been light out here in 2026.
Told you, this is his year. As I said, we had this conversation multiple times, but these IGLs changing and being more aggressive. Fairest is leading that charge. 4 kills. Obviously, damage not as much as that we see from him. We normally go for 400 damage for 4 kills. He likes to keep it pretty even. So this time, maybe a couple of steals on the board for him, but you can't shy away. This guy is looking on point.
And of course, Boostic 755 damage. Honestly, Gibson, never mind his gunplay. Like, he might be one of the best naders in the business. He never misses.
He's getting good with them, not going to lie. And 4 times the damage and half the kills by what Fairest got. It's kind of been the story. The one thing that scares me about this Ukraine team, though, is like they make me feel old. Like, they're all so young and they've got such a future. But there's our man of the match, Gustav. Went to PAS, learned how to smile, learned how to throw great nades. Like, man, since he's moved to the Americas, he's just ramped up his game.
So you're saying he smiles now that he's American? I like it.
I like the spin on that. I like the spin that he's gone to America. No, we let him go there. Now he's improved the Americas region. That's why he's there. That's another way to look at that one, boys.
Correct. He's our spy, right? That's how that works. Yeah. Of course. Good stuff there by Gustav. I expect to see more of this from Denmark as well, right? I think as much as there are some great rosters across the board, especially those that were directly into the grand final match rim, I think Denmark's one of those names that will come up through from the survival stage and join that pack that's going to challenge for podium.
Yeah, sure. Ukraine got a lot of attention because they should. But Denmark really had a great kind of playthrough to get into this point, and a lot of it was based off of Gustav's play. The way that we can see this entirety of the squad play together is really great. I mean, this is, I'll be honest, you look at it, you see Beamy, you expect him to be able to always secure some points for the team, no matter what. We know even if he's the last player standing, we can find something. But he's also been kind of put into some hard positions that have cost him his life a bit early, and it's kind of come on to the other players to kind of step into the role.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I double checked with Martin as he's kind of my feet on the ground. And, you know, Beamy going down to the 2 from Turkey that were on that South Rock, right, when they were kind of like swimming around. Oftentimes, Mark, that would never be the thing in previous circles, right? Nobody would ever be there, so you wouldn't have to think about that angle. So all these players got to keep these kind of things in mind ticking away.
And actually, big shout as well to Denmark. They actually caught the rotation in from the team, obviously, on that south side. So they actually caught up one of the knocks as well. Dangerous, though, because they could never drop the ball. They had to constantly have a gun focused on how they went. If they dropped the ball, that team could have potentially played in. A really good play. I think Denmark are going to look strong. You say a podium, I'm definitely going to put there. I know we've only had one game so far, but what we've seen from them, the early rotation, the hold, and Gustav's play, people got to be putting them on the fantasy.
Yeah, you'd be expecting. Getting word that we do actually had a PC switch out, so that's why we're delayed currently to be able to get into the next game, just so everybody out there is up to speed with what's going on here for PNC 2026. So just waiting for this next game to kick off here, Gibson. Are you also concerned by watching the fact that Ukraine gets themselves a win to start things off? Because they are the kind of team that will roll with it.
I'm not concerned because I've got them as my favorite team on fantasy, so I'm kind of happy with that start. But I think for the rest of the lobby, I think there is a level of concern because they're winning crazy endings like that. Like, it's one thing winning games that you're supposed to. Like, the sign of a good team is you drop early, you get the circle, you win that game. They won a map where that ending was nuts. Anybody could have got it, so it is scary from that perspective. There is one fight I do want to talk about from early on, though, as well. Like, you think about Argentina, they had that fight by the Crossroads compound at the very north of the map alongside Finland for a long, long time. I know it was map 1, but Mark was actually screaming at Corexi to kill Sata. When Sata went down to the blue, Mark was like, you got to deny that point straight away. You cannot let other teams pick them up. So Corexi maybe not making the play that it was supposed to, but it was also curious that Argentina were willing to sacrifice their whole game with the circle that they had to get those 3-4 kill points, because at the end of the day, when you have a zone like that, maybe just getting kills early and going out early is your best chance to get some points.
Well, remember that Finland and Argentina did bump into each other kind of at the start and made this all awkward. And then this was like, about half a circle later that they then bumped into each other again. So it felt like Finland had a very big commitment into going after Argentina to kind of throw off their point system. I don't know exactly what their plan was or the rationales for why. But as we're talking about other firefights and other squads, I do also want to point out Brazil made it very late into that series, got a lot of kills. And Korea only managed to get 1 placement point, but walked away with 6 kills as well, as these were kind of the squads that were just on the outskirts of the circle and managing to do a lot of damage on everybody that was having to run right into the peninsula before we saw maybe Ukraine or somebody else catch them.
Look, Australia's made it to the grand final. Anyway.
Too soon.
Michael even heard that. Look at the reaction. He heard what you said.
But Mark, you wanted to make a point on a prior one?
Yeah, I just want to go back to that kind of Finland and Argentina fight. Like, for me, it just felt out of place, and both those teams obviously fully committed to it. And I get, obviously, once you're in it, it's very hard, as you guys made the call on the cast, that you can't really disengage. But surely, like, the first game, that's a risk, a real risk. And them sitting down at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's a different set of mind.
Yeah, I said it multiple times. I don't like it. Like, I think you can't get locked into those kinds of spots, especially with how, because I mean, look at how the later circles played out. you're delaying your game so much, and then did they barely even get there? I don't think they did. So it's like, you've got to do something. You've got to account for something. As you can see across all of these players as well, they are still just waiting to be able to get into the next game, just still biding their time here between all of this. A crazy split by Turkey here, Gibson, in this game to try and make it work. I think that they were caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place from the water and on that east side, so do what you can, but being separated like that, it's very tough to play.
How do you even play a circle like that, though? Like, when you think about where the other teams were, there's literally nothing they can do other than to try survive. So you got to give them full credit for that, but things kind of went wrong for them early too. You lost a player to Denmark in the very early stages of the game, so I think they'll be happy with the salvage. I think, what did they get? 2-3 points, so it's not the worst thing in the world for them.
Well, thank you for joining us here for the PNC podcast, whilst we still wait for all of the things to get right and good to go down on the ground, as we are just chilling here alongside you guys. We want the game to start as quickly as you guys do over at home as well. Didn't see too much from China in that game, but again, what the problem was on that northern side, Mark, is that we watched the chaos unfold, like, when that Circle 5 popped or something like that. There were so many teams, to the point that Gibson was making, of like, where do you go? So like 3 teams are crashing one Harry Potter tower, with 3 teams are crashing one hillside. It's just, you can't account for those games in these moments.
No, I think for the new teams that are hard, it's a hard lesson to learn, right? They were the first to actually hold on. These zones are not going away from the water. And so many teams are kind of sitting on that sort of top side. I really like the position from Team UK. They held the compound, and naturally, you guys again called it in the cast. That's a strong compound. We saw Thailand backfield out, and obviously then the chaos as the teams have to sort of shift in. So a bit of a chaotic game for game number 1, but we'll have to wait and see.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's look at and seeing if these players are going to be ready to go in just a few moments' time. Whoa, don't walk in front of the camera, mate.
Amigo, mira todos esos accesorios.
There's still lots more to come. Again, 14 games here. That's just the first one. And if that circle's any indicator, things could get very, very spicy from here on out, Matt.
Well, that's kind of the problem with it, right? If you're playing that circle in that game for your first one, what do you really take away from it? You have circle 1 and a couple of rotates, maybe jockeying for position on drop that you can go, okay, that didn't work as well, maybe we can reset that. But after that, it just kind of turns into chaos and everybody just trying to survive, steal whatever points you can get, crashing into each other. You can't walk away from a high-end technical aspect and say, okay, what did we do wrong? What did we do right? We just have to go, I hope that circle doesn't happen again. And if it does, maybe we get there faster. Maybe we wait later, try to get some kills. It's really hard and it's really rough on game 1 to get a game.
Well, of course, as I'm getting word that it's just a few minutes left before we get into the game. So why don't we listen in with Team Denmark and see how they've approached PNC.
Dinamarca.
We're going to have a sit-down talk time with Team Denmark. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Bella.
Hi. Hi, good to see you. Well, let's talk some business. What makes your team so strong here at PNC 2026?
It's all Beamy.
It's all Beamy?
It's all about him.
Yeah, you guys have used the phrase the star player.
If he doesn't perform, then it's just all on him.
Yeah, the pressure doesn't get to you?
Nah.
Nah. It's nice to see some new faces here at PNC. How has your experience been? Are you excited for PNC?
We're excited. Got Beamy. Of course we're excited. We're gonna win. So it's pretty free. We're winning this year.
Out of the many teams that we have here, do you have your eyes on any specific team?
Absolutely stomping on Norway.
Norway. Norway.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player on the team then?
It's gotta be James. Like, he's been on the scene for so long.
Nixon, if you weren't a PUBG player, what would you be? This is like a really random but personal question.
I'm actually already educated.
Okay.
I'm a carpenter.
Okay, love that.
So, yeah. But PUBG it is.
Beamy.
I mean, like if this didn't work, I would have probably just kept studying like electrical engineering that I was doing before.
Okay. What would be your goal for this PNC?
To make Martin smile.
To make Coach Avenger smile. That was fun. Thank you for joining me, Team Denmark. Okay, thank you. Kom nu. Kom nu.
Kom nu! Basically, let's go in Danish. I raid with too many Danish people, so I get them to teach me silly things like Den Stor Kanon, the big cannon. Very important, of course, to know in Danish. Basically, the AWM. Anyway, we got a few minutes before we get into the game. Matrim, if you weren't doing this, what would you be doing apart from watching anime?
Well, I mean, definitely watching anime. Well, I was a director of IT before this, so hopefully not that anymore, because the IT world burned me out pretty hard. And yeah. What you got, Mark?
I work in IT. I keep doing what I'm doing.
You're asking the wrong people. You know, it's funny, when I was 6 years old, they asked this question, and they were like, I want to be a policeman, I want to be a fireman. I said, I want to be a paleontologist. And my teacher turned around and said, where did you learn that word?
Somebody likes Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I really like dinosaurs. It was cool. And apparently they're aging there in the venue as well, waiting for this game to start off here as well. We can't ask Gibson it as well. Gibson also has a real job.
I'm not like you guys. I have to do the 9 to 5 grind. I'm not quite at that level yet, but someday, I might be able to say I talk about games for a living.
Well, I mean, you're here. We're doing it. It's real. It's live.
During what we got in that last interview, we had Corexy say that he just wants to make his coach smile. What is going on in that squad? Because, like, Martin laughs at everything. Like, you could essentially just, like, walk in and just be like, hi, and point at him, and he's just like, and laughs. So, is he that serious this time around?
Well, we've never seen it. Well, I've never seen him in coach mode, right? Like, not actually been there when he's been doing it. You boys have. Mark, have you seen? Is he super serious?
No, I've seen him got stopped by a security guard when he tried to run onto the stage, and he said, "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah,
and
he got turned around
the other way. So definitely a bit more serious. But no, he was still quite a happy chappy there, with a lot of jokes. So I didn't quite see the serious side. I don't know about you, Gibson, on the other side of the fence.
Look, whenever you look at your roster and you got players like Gustav and Beamy, you can't not smile. You know, you've got a cracking team, you've got a chance to win. Look, Martin's Martin. He's happy all the time. I think I don't like giving him credit, but I think he is doing a good job with the team.
Oh, no, God.
I know it felt wrong coming out of my mouth, but yeah, I think he's doing well over there. And
fire
to him. Like, I guess if he wins, you can always say PEC better than PAS. I don't know.
Emi a la izquierda, capitán. El Pipa.
Sorry, James. When you look at the survival stage for them, they made a clear call to go aggressive against neutral. They actually hunted that team down. Now, part of that, you have to give credit to Martin. Martin will be talking to the guys and saying, actually, guys, we're pretty safe now. And he'll be big brain and going, let's try and take out some big names. I'd like to see if Denmark take another couple of games today. Do we see that sort of level come out? Let's deny entry. Let's stop points being grown, because Martin's the driving force behind that.
Yeah, it's a very, let's call it a commentator call to make something like that happen, right? Because we always theorize about like those kinds of maneuvers and stuff like that. And players usually are just like, no, we respect the game and we're not, I don't know why I'm doing this in a Finnish accent. No, we're not going to do that. But, you know, that's what players normally will do, right? But, yeah, maybe there's some little things that can be turned there from the likes of Martin to make that happen. And maybe if they see some vulnerability here, maybe they have a bit more gusto about driving it against some of these teams. For the USA, a bit of a tough game, being caught on that east side of Milta. It was always going to be hard, right? Martin, considering that there was even the Philippines coming in behind them with BRDMs and stuff like that. And that's also going to be delaying your game plan for a long time in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily fault USA and their approach into the circle, because they were playing that area where they backfilled into Milton and everything.
Linda tensión, Linda
they managed to secure a couple of
ojo.
kills on it. But then whenever you just have so much of that cluster that goes on around the peninsula, the way the defensive lines are set, it's just about getting whatever kills you can and just trying to make sure that the people that are already going to be gatekeeping don't steal away those kills. It was a decent enough game. You can't, again, it's one of those that you can't take a lot from. It's like, okay, we went to a good spot, the circle just didn't go there, and everybody was already defended up. Don't let that happen again is about the most that you can really say. So you really just kind of have to figure out how you want to move forward off of it. Squads, though, that I will say that can take a lot out of it is going to be a squad like Ukraine. The way that they managed to defend that line, nobody was coming into the northwest of that circle. Everybody decided to shift over to the northeast. That is a great defensive tactic that you can definitely emulate somewhere else.
Did anybody catch on Fantasy what percentage pick rate Ukraine had? I might have to boot up the game and look at some point, but I can only imagine it's something like 80% mark, surely.
Yeah, it was up there. They weren't the top pick. So again, I suppose I was looking obviously with Thailand, and with the pick with Thailand, it was a massive cost to me.
Yes.
And that was a risk that I wanted to try and take, and I had to kind of figure out. And I think I said in our chat that actually was quite difficult. I found this time going into the finals because there's so many good teams here, and you have to balance out the money. So they're up there, but I don't think they're up as high as some of the Vietnam, China, and obviously in my case Thailand for the pick.
Of course, as we just wait a few more minutes here, hopefully before this game gets going, I can only apologize for the slight delay we had. We had to have a PC switch out that I was mentioning before. So we're just waiting for that to conclude, and then we'll be getting back into the games, hopefully. For now, you get to listen to us yap and talk about all these stuff going down. Maybe it was neutral, considering that they're still playing things out. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know which team it is. So we're kind of just flying by the seat of our pants here for the moment. One thing to talk about Gibson as well is, of course, the circle changes that are very prominent at 4 and 8, and did provide us with this wacky game to start things off. I think one thing that's interesting about it in general is that I suspect the players are terrified of it and might not like it, but for us as spectators, it's awesome to watch. Things get kooky.
Yeah, it's definitely can lead to more viewer circles than player circles, but it's just the whole thing about the change is even the timings, right? Like we spoke about it a little bit on the survival stage, but the fact that the phase 1 closes a minute and 30 seconds earlier, it feels like everything's ramped up. It makes the games feel so much more snappy, and I think the teams that suffer most are probably the ones that like to drop around the edges of the map. Like if you're a center circle team, you drop early, you loot early, you move. You don't drop there to play there, you drop there to loot and move quick. Whereas now if you drop late off the plane, you're on the periphery of the map. Your timings for how long you have to loot has been significantly shrunk.
Vámonos chicos, Argentina ahí.
Yeah, and it causes the Finland and Argentina fight to be even more severe than it previously was, right? Like the fact that you're going to be so far away, so delayed here, Matrim. And I'm hoping that if this kind of thing happens again in some of these games, people just wise up and say, okay, this might just not be worth it at all.
I mean, Argentina is one of the few squads that has a lot that they can take away from it, because that early game was nuts from them, from where they had to kind of deal with what was going on with Finland on drop. Then I think that they also were the squad that shifted over to deal with like North Georgia Pole, where that was going to be USA at, and then they had to retreat back. So a lot of things that they can take away and kind of look at to try to figure out going forward. But I think that you're right. There was so many little catalyst moments that led to squads to lead into, I don't want to say overcommitments, because it was just, what else can you really do? You know the fact that you're going to die. That's why we saw that Harry Potter just have a stack of cars just lined up against each other. I think it was China and Indonesia that just had mutually assured destruction, going for whatever they can find, because you know you're going to die if you drive into that. So instead, maybe try to get a foothold outside. Maybe you could take a fight with somebody else. 4 points, 1 point, 2 points. It's all better than just dying with nothing.
Oh, hay uno que está llevando todo Granada y no
lleva. Whilst we get ready to go here for all of these teams as well. One of the considerations in contesting that was going on was we even get a little sneaky playing path look in here, as all these teams are looking at exactly how all these teams are going to be dropping. Neutral making it through onto Power Grid, not too much of a surprise. There was a musing by Denmark that, of course, is in San Martin, that we could target them and open up even more room for ourselves, Gibson, on something like a Miramar, which would have been exciting to see. But for the most part, it doesn't look like there's too many conflicts on the drops here for Miramar.
Look, a lot of the teams are just going to go for what the majority of the roster are used to dropping when they go to PGSs. So you'll see a lot of teams dropping in the same spots. Funny enough, on Wednesday, we actually saw Denmark dropping Power Grid, which forced Neutral off of it. So keep an eye on maybe that happening this weekend. But look, most of these players, they play internationally, they play at PGSs. They're going to drop where the teams are most comfortable doing it. There was some hints of hot drops, but you and we've all been in the business so long. You see the map and think, oh, there's a hot drop here. How often do you actually see it happen whenever the game starts, though?
Yeah, well, especially when we cut down on the amount of games that happen. Sometimes, you know, like with PGSs, a lot of these players have been conditioned to, it's a 5-game series, guys. Good luck. Like, to be able to get through into grand finals, and even some of those grand finals have been best of 10s, never mind best of 15s. We cut them down from best of 18s. So yes, things get even more and more severe as time goes on. Ooh, apples. Is that a spoiler? Is that going to be added to the game for edibles? I know you can throw them on Sandhawk, but I'd like them as maybe maybe a healing item, Mark. That'd be nice.
It depends on what apple, though. There'd be a big divide, I feel like, green versus
Pink
red.
lady.
Which way you go? Okay, we go. We're even going down branding as well. I didn't want to go there.
Yeah, pink lady.
It'd be an interesting ads. Back to, obviously, we talk about the zones and obviously the drops. And the management, especially with a best of 15 for me. I think we look at some of these big names and the big IGLs because they can manage that. And we look at actually a team neutral that had a good start today. I've already said that actually they're completely different than the survival stage. So then we look at this as a best of 15. Do we see some more crazy shifts? Or do the teams like that actually go, actually, do you know what? We do need a couple of points, as Matt was saying. Like, let's have 1-2 points here because we want to keep that point average up. Let's ensure we stay positive and don't go out with nothing against our name.
Well, they're circling around this as if they might be going into a game. So who knows? Who knows? But this looks like a transition that Korea will be like, you know what, the game's ready. Do you think so, Matrim, or am I clutching at straws?
Give us that side angle. Oh no, I was so expecting the side. Like, you know what I'm talking about? They keep showing us like the PNC streamer going across that. We've been talking a lot about what's going on in the game. I want to jump back in a different section of the conversation, talk Apple again for one moment. How do you know, Brand, like, the make of apples off the start? Because like I can't follow that. You were like immediately like it's this. I don't know. I just see
the shape, the
green
size.
and red.
There's loads of breakdowns. Jeez.
Green and red. What? Gala? I'd love a pink lady to be in the game for sure. Anyway, let's get things going to it. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be game number 2. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be Gibson and Mark bringing you all of the action.
Thanks, and it is time to jump into Miramar for the first time this weekend. Ukraine kicking things off in game number 1 with a victory, kind of picking things up where they left off, Mark, over the course of the survival stage. But this time,
primer día de la gran
Miramar,
final, chicos. Miramar.
it'll calm down just a little bit based on what we'd seen on Erangel before.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think the momentum's now been set. The zones are going to be crazy.
All in.
All in.
It's the Filipinas se acaba de tirar. Izquierda Turquía.
It's a west down towards a southeast. That's favour. I say some of the hot drops we say, or the normal drops of those teams you alluded before. A couple have to go for that extension. Early, they go towards that northwest.
Argentina sigue en el avión. Argentina voy a los Leones, seguro.
The last map we did of that crazy ending on the cliffs. Once upon a time, I was watching a PUBG broadcast, and one of the casters said, "It's Miramar. Water never impacts games on Miramar." And we finished down in the bottom right of the map, and I think the circle was nearly all water. So I ain't going to go and say that. Strange things have happened, but one thing is for sure, we are going to see a lot of action here on Miramar today.
Yeah, we are. Let's go back to that point now about Ukraine and the momentum. This team obviously is looking pretty strong, so they will favour this style of map. It's actually Taker they struggled with.
Fue Impala Argentina, ojo. Fue para Impala, puedo buscar auto.
They do go for their normal drop spot.
Ojo, se puede cruzar con el de Corea.
The temptation of a South Korea drop into the same area, not quite there, but it have moved a bit to the north.
Yeah, circle does go down to that southern side as well. Southeastern, Los Leones circle. Interesting to point out, USA so far, Mark, have gone, despite it being majority Falcons with Gunner and then obviously with Gunner and Kick and Shrimsy, they're going for the liquid drops. So they've gone for the Los Leones this time around. I think they've got to take advantage of this, right? Los Leones takes up about 10-15% of the circle. Loot and either get to the edge of Los Leones or play the hills above it. Don't get caught up in that city for too long.
No, they've got to be disciplined. They have to be disciplined. There's the temptation of loot in there that you just continue. One more build and one more look. I need one more thing to grab. And once we go back and look at Ukraine, there's the divide and conquer. They will split out with their line drawing to keep containing everybody else. And obviously the early reaction from them.
No pasaron la línea amarilla.
Back at game number 1.
Yeah, obviously there was some great moments. I think Brazil were very unlucky here, Mark. They did a great job at fighting off multiple teams, but then you had Philippines inside the blue in phase 5, shooting them from one angle. You had nades coming in from Ukraine on the other. Like, this was a death sentence for Brazil. There was no way they were going to get out of this alive. And even in a circle like that at the time, Ukraine had so much free space to the south that they had no fears about being backfilled in this fight either.
For me, I felt like they were happy to live next to each other for a while. And for Ukraine, it was a different decision. When that fighting kicked off in that southeast, they knew that Brazil would have an eye line to that and they will be tempted in to try and get a third party, look to try and get a couple of points on the board. And Ukraine took the opportunity to kind of apply pressure. And it felt like Brazil, unexpected, especially that level of pressure came in pretty fast. You mentioned as well, Boostic with his grenades. That nade damage was insane. Actually, it really did open up the opportunity for these guys to work their way to a victory.
Es una locura.
They got lucky too, didn't they? Because on that rotate back to the cliff, the UAS went off the side. And they were very lucky to be able to climb back up that hillside and get the win at the very end. But look, this is the highlight of the win. I think the big thing is, had Thailand not been involved, I thought that Gustav had made an incredible move to get up to that crate. But once Thailand got the knock on the other side, it kind of just sprung death to the Danes.
Really difficult as well for him to apply this. This is a W key down and send spread out. He can't get all of us. I think it's the expertise of Price. Ferris though does close things out. It's a good game. That's game number 1. They're on the move already. Team Ukraine. They come out their rotation, already moving away in and around that sort of northeast area of Los Leones. Good to see Philippines also move down, and Great Britain doing the same. United States, as you mentioned, Gibson, they are taking to the high ground, so they haven't been caught, but they are in a little bit of a 2-2 split, and now they're neighbouring the Philippines.
Yeah, and you've got China coming this way. Ukraine, I think, have taken the hills just north of Los Leones, which is a great spot to play. But Iya, who's somebody that I think James highlighted earlier today as a player he was really excited to see in the server.
Creo que va a arrancar el primer PvP del...
He knows exactly where the American is, and I don't think Shrimsy has any clue. So we could potentially see the first point of this map going to the Philippines.
And the Philippines, they were out in that southeast corner by the coastal side. They've actually made a call to collapse now, and they are flying away towards Shrimsy. Same as UK, as United Kingdom will be coming in from the south side. But yeah, from Shrimsy's stance, he doesn't quite know that he actually has people neighbouring his compound.
Yeah, Korea as well. Obviously, the heavy fan favorites here today. You know, you heard I think all of us in the broadcast heard.
Acabo de sacar la nueva skin.
Korea, you could hear the crowd starting to cheer. So
para la SKS.
What they're going to do, and let's have a look.
Perdón, para la Mini 14.
Like, look at those stats.
Una locura.
Phase 1, second, MVP, not bad from him.
Yeah, consistent player as well. You remember this team has had a 50% change out as well, so really interested to see what they can bring. I thought they were caught out a little bit from the zone in the last one, but they applied great pressure towards Team UK, but it was always going to be Team Thailand leaving the safety of their compound, waiting for that fight between South Korea and for United Kingdom to fight before they could sweep in and claim the remaining points. But a good start actually for game 1.
Yeah, Korea as well. They're just on the edge of Los Leones over on the northeastern side. They're just going to scout around those fields, and yeah, just like we expected, it looks like Shrimsy is going to get taken out. The rest of the Philippines closing this position. I see Michael just peeking up as well, as Alex seems to be looking for Shrimsy inside.
¿No lo vio?
He's on the other side of that ridge. And
¿Qué pasó?
the curious thing for me, Kurt had nothing to do with it, right? You look at the map, he is bailed, he's gone to join the rest of the team. They ain't going back for Shrimsy.
No, that's actually a call coming from the squad. Unable to get there. That's our first kill on the board, though. Philippines will take out Team USA. UK is there. They're on a split, though, and they are looking on for the building. Right in the cover. Give Alex
quedó Bugatti. No, quedó Bugatti.
I think he's trying to block the door a little bit, but I'm not quite sure. It's maybe like watching my gameplay sometimes as Scav. It was one South American team last time that caused them problems. This time,
Brasil se acaba de encontrar
toward Brazil. Tony
con Finlandia.
The first volley of shots does a ton of damage on the Scav, but he manages to get inside of Sparking, misses the shots.
Yeah, he didn't expect that complete run across. He sort of dubbed him and went back towards the right. Shots were going at the top. Correct, he's getting a pedicure, but he lays low just in time. Grenades will come through. They're trying to isolate. Now they get, unfortunately, for Tony gets IX'd down, and for Finland's aggressive stance, it gets turned around.
Yeah, Tony
claro, hay uno arriba caliándole todo.
Takes a ton of damage. It forces him into shots on the other side, and Corexi is just going to try to get on the move. Good shots from Scav, though.
Tiene que curarse por viene zona.
But Corexi is caught out
by Tony. De Finlandia.
He's been caught out. He does get knocked out. Tony does find the opportunity, but for Finland, they are, again, back to themselves, back close. But for Team Brazil, they've got a complete grip on this fight. Either side.
Tiene uno de Brasil que le está apoyando.
And it's Tony once more.
Yeah, this kid dominated last year in the
PUBG Players
Tour when he was playing on Team Mira, and he's kicked things off.
Trata de rematar, remató.
Sata will take down Sparking, and another Brazil player falls. This time it's BL
Sata.
as he tried to join in the fight, and suddenly it's become a 2 versus 2. Sata will sit behind the metal barricades, but this fight could go either way, Mark.
Yeah, Sata gets the opportunity now. He does get the med back on, can hear the footsteps on
que
the
se
other
cure.
side. Manu goes out, tries to go for the defenses, has the higher cover though. Stops for Tony, but Tony jumps and scores, and he gets a
Brasil acaba de eliminar a
Tony backs up a 4-pack,
Finlandia, chicos.
Yeah, Gibson, you don't know what you're talking about. You were questioning why Santastica wasn't.
Brasil acaba de eliminar a Finlandia.
That is the big thing for me now, though, Mark, is they are a country mile away from the circle, but that'll give them time.
Estamos en el puesto límite,
Get everybody back
Estamos en el puesto límite, hay que levantar esos puntajes, chicos. Hay que aprovechar, hay que aprovechar.
Didn't flex on the introduction. Might be able to flex now, though, as he hears the bike going away. Here's the car. Moves towards the adjacent side, though. Has he been spotted? Well, it can be heard. The shots come out, but doesn't get the connection that he wants.
Yeah, Levante, and at times this year, he's been the one player that's kind of got any joy for Vitality and for Neutral as well. He's been the player that's carried a bunch of the burden. As we go to Puerto Paraiso, Mark, with that circle shift, and suddenly Brazil have even further to go. What about, like, if you're Team UK, you've got to secure a good spot now because you've got the advantage over the rest of this lobby.
They got prime pick now, and I think they're going down towards that south tech, that compound on the south side of that road. I'll be worried about if they go for a split, but for them, they do have the opportunity. The rest of these teams, yet again, game after game, they have to rotate in, and we are going to see a wave of these teams, the colours working their way in towards the north side of the map.
Yeah, and I think Germany are in a good spot, right? They can rotate it to the extreme south. Like, they know that the UK drop in resorts, so they're not going to be too far away. I think Thailand, realizing that's going to be the low traffic area as well, are also trying to make their way down with that 2-2 split. But up towards the north, Denmark and Argentina, both having similar thoughts as drive-by action. Mixon's going to take down Pipa.
In mobility there, Mixon does get him. Shots do come in from Gustav as well. They pick up the quick kill. Will fall. Argentina have the compound now. I think that's where Denmark
acaba de eliminar
rotation.
A un jugador de Argentina.
A
ver si lo pueden revivir. Brasil está reviviendo a sus compañeros en zona.
Yeah, and the Philippines have a curious split. It looks like
Filipinas está apoyando a Ucrania.
In theory, a bit more separated.
Al ganador de la primera partida.
Ukraine the high ground now on this hill just on the eastern side of Los
Leones.
That's going to be a problem, I think, for the Philippines later if they look to consolidate their spot, because Ukraine are going to have great lines of sight onto it. But for now, I think all these teams are relatively happy with the positions that they've found.
Yeah, Denmark's still applying pressure. They're going to work their way now in towards the Team UK. They have gone for a split. Gustav, though, pulls up. Vardo on the other side. He jumps up, and Vard will put Gustav down, but he's by himself here. Gibson takes a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, drops back into cover, and the fact that he's so far away from the rest of the team as well means he is going to fall back. If anything, what that knock has done has bought him time for his retreat. He pops the first aid for now, but looking at the map, he can actually play this position for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Delwyn towards that east, actually setting up the mortar fire here. South Korea will put in just on the top of Vietnam. They are split slightly, but they are the only team really in the southeast corner. Mortar fire will launch, but doesn't quite get the connection. And we see the recoil coming back in the distance.
Yeah, that'll be Brazil rejoining the fight as he masks your MVP of PNC
Corea.
2020.
Lo acaba de bajar, lo remata. Lo rescató justo. Lo rescató justo antes de que lo remate. Qué buen compañero.
Hero rescuing though. He knew the objective, and that was to get his boy back up. DraftKings though.
Argentina está reviviendo a su compañero.
As we now wait for the zone. 6-5. Hopefully, these teams will be waiting for a shift back towards that northwest corner.
Argentina está reviviendo a su compañero. Está peleando Argentina contra Filipinas. Y está reviviendo a su compañero.
As well, having just stacked up in the two stacks, now they find themselves in a position where they can play for the late game unless somebody decides to crash. But yeah, this is their home. This is where they're going to play. As we watch Pipa. I'm surprised, Mark, that Argentina actually got that blue chip back.
Yeah, same. But again, it's the same with Team USA. I think they would be looking to come down that road, but the Philippines not moved just yet, so they have to move their way around. Brazil doing the same.
Acaban de revivir a otra de Brasil.
And actually allows them to leapfrog ahead of a lot of the other teams because the rest of them are still working their way in from the blue.
Latan se puso al corriente con sus 4 jugadores cada uno entre Brasil y Argentina.
There's Germany helped themselves into the circles. Ia might be about to drop another knock onto another big team as Neutral pushing in, but I think they know. I think Neutral know. They're prepping the nades. They're tossing it in. Ia could be in trouble here.
Yeah, but don't know exactly where he is. I think he does. He steps up though. Doesn't quite get the connection. The Panzer comes through. Levante is there. But Jordan goes for the exchange. Doozy on the other side gets Cowboy as they look to try and claim the high ground. So Neutral fighting on multiple fronts.
Yeah, Cowboy riding in that steel horse, but it didn't quite work the way for him as he ends up falling, getting taken down by a Doozy. As really, where was this
con Filipinas, con Estados Unidos y Ucrania está apoyando también a Neutral. Tres equipos, Alemania, Tailandia y Reino Unido también, los tres, se cruzaron los tres. Quieren comprar el territorio de zona. Tailandia tiene tanqueta. Tailandia tiene un blindado.
Back to your point though with the Philippines, I'm still surprised they're so split after the initial engagement with USA. They remained split across this sort of north side of the map, and they still stay there.
Well, look at Alec. Alec's all by himself, Mark. He's on the northern side, outside the circle. I just don't see how he can safely get back with neutral, Ukraine, and everybody looking there.
Tailandia tiene blindado.
It's not a bad way. If they know there's a team in that dip, they don't need to apply pressure and sort of flex that BRDM out. They're going to launch the mortar fire ahead. Neutral pull up though. China will not try.
Ucrania acaba de cruzarse cara a cara con Neutral,
Money will go free. Post box it into the window.
Ojo acá Neutral,
Oh my God, that guy.
Ojo acá Neutral, Guarda Ucrania.
Incredible from Hakatori. Ukraine take a big bit of damage from that nade on the other
Tienen uno
side.
Neutral.
He will get another kill confirmed on the board as Levante has also been knocked here.
Le queda un solo jugador en Neutral,
This is just 3 of them.
Yeah, I think it was stolen very, very end there, was it? Ukraine. They are holding. They're holding the outside. They wanted that northwest shift. They wanted it going back towards that high ground, but it wasn't going to be the case.
Argentina copó toda la parte de arriba.
As USA, you can see
Ojo.
them sneak in. Great Britain, though, had made a push down. The zone shifts yet again. One more east rotation we go. And
Argentina me parece que tiene la altura.
Yeah, but look where Brazil have got themselves as well, Mark. After that early fight way up to the north, they've found themselves in Puerto Paraiso with tons of space as the BZ barrage just comes in. China being forced back by Team UK. Zhao Wu.
Y lo que tenés que hacer es pushar por el costado.
On the
¡Upa!
other side will take down Queen from Indonesia. Jexke is down as well. And Germany putting in a ton of work. A Setsuna swings across and Germany are eliminated.
Indonesia acaba de eliminar a Alemania.
Real brawl, though. Street battle out by the petrol station. For the United Kingdom, they've lost Vex. They are trying to apply pressure. Great double blue zone, but China unable to get unhinged from that position. They have backed away slightly. They are still have to hold as the smoke wall now comes out. T-Bone leading the charge. Yahoo just in front.
Yeah, remember, Team UK, former PNC champions. Here's the knee. It does a ton of damage, and T-Bone wipes them out. Team UK now.
Bien, Reino Unido acaba de eliminar a China.
As China are going to fall. And UK, now they need to focus on getting in the zone.
They do. Ukraine losing some bodies. Purdy Curdy causing an issue. Team USA, now that's a solo player, but Purdy, with a point at the board, puts him onto 2. Looking to try and deny anything that they
Estados
can.
Unidos.
More points. He's cooking meds here.
No puede salir de la tormenta.
Gibson is phase 4.
Sabe que tiene Ucrania de frente.
This is his grave. This is where he is eventually going to go down as we see Algen bots looking
Filipinas se
to
está
make a move.
encontrando con Turquía.
2 of them decided to ride on the bike, which is not the
Tiene a
safest
Turquía y a
thing
Corea de un lado y del otro.
but this isn't even the circle. This is just them trying to get close.
Turquía sabe que llegaron, llegó gente.
Are waiting.
Yeah, Turkey in a great position. They would have had that bike rolling down. Komarko now sees
Filipina quiere agarrar el auto
right there. I think he's
para
trying to
irse.
judge up. There's one obviously in out.
Quiere el auto
towards
para
his
irse.
north side. Komarko in a key position. And yeah, shots are coming
Quieren
back.
sacar al compañero que
got
quedó
full read on the team.
atrapado.
Now for Turkey to try and hold.
Yeah, Algen bots looking to get
Filipina
an angle on
trata
the
de
other side.
presionar un poquito
Philippines
más.
are in a lot of trouble here as CJ eventually works his way back around to
Filipina
join the
acaba de
team
tener
of
altura.
Vard. He gets an off angle. He's still being a problem for Denmark as
Ataca Reino Unido también.
UK and the Danes have been going at it for at least
Filipina se
70
lleva el
minutes.
auto.
It's the only way they sort of for Team Great
Rescata al
Britain to
compañero.
work their way in, and that was going to be on that side there. Unfortunately for Denmark, he got caught out by himself. Purdy does go down, so USA will fall. 13th place for them, a couple of points. Hold him in 9th at the moment.
Another player, CJ,
Y yo diría que sí, una mochila inhibidora viene bien, viene mejor que una mochila del 3. Argentina pasó al puesto 12. Está jodido ahí,
This could be it. Alec just picking
Muchachos van a tener que empezar a levantar.
want these points, Mark.
Yeah, Turkey, we know they're an aggressive team, right? So they want to charge forward, get the points. Jammer pack now goes down.
Atacan a Filipina con bombazo.
Damage a little bit done. Blue zone's going to be
Turquía
causing CJ.
empieza a pushar con bombazos. Argentina tiene zona.
Northeast corner Brazil with the early deaths, the victory.
Argentina tiene zona y Brasil
And they have to tie it up pretty quick.
Yeah, and you can see that sparking
va a tener que empezar a puchar Argentina para abajo porque si no se queda sin cobertura.
and Vard both dealt with, leaving a T-bone still up and left to the side as we eventually do
Filipina,
lose Philippines. 11 teams
Filipina
left
fuera.
alive inside of phase 5 and T-bone
Filipina
has got
fuera.
a little something to play as the blue zone
Argentina sumó un
starts to creep
punto.
in as well.
Yeah, look at Denmark's really
Argentina sumó un punto.
They're down to a solo player.
Tiene que sumar, tiene que empezar a sumar kills.
Side of him, so hopefully he has dug in. Neutral though is working their way around also into that fight. It's Petunians though coming in from the blue. Back to Vietnam though. Takia going down towards the blue. Tanvu looking to try and pick up any points he can, any steals he can take away from the PUBG gods.
Yeah, Turkey though, you wonder what their play is going to be.
Vietnam
I think they're going to try and
ataca
follow that dirt path and get into the circle
Tailandia.
between Vietnam and Korea. Thailand sending it inside of Puerto Princesa.
Vietnam ataca a Tailandia.
Tries to hold them out. Vietnam holding that
Ucrania
western
trata de
side of the
escapar del
circle.
fuego cruzado
Here's Ukraine
que le
going
tira
directly into the smoke where
Reino
Setson's
Unido.
standing, and he
Se
might
cruzó
just
con
take
uno de
everybody with him.
Indonesia.
Yeah, he's got a grenade.
Ucrania se cruzó con uno de Indonesia.
Now the grenades will come back. Actually, a short distance though will come through. Akatori will fall down. T-Bone looking to try and make the move on this as well. Ferris though is out in the blue. T-Bone is juggling.
Ucrania quedó en el fuego cruzado entre Reino Unido e Indonesia.
And you can see the damage that they're taking inside that blue as well. Phase 5 really starting to hurt. And that nade's going to cause a world of trouble. And down goes
Afuera,
Ferris. Ukraine ain't going to
Ucrania.
get the win this time. Somebody else might take away top spot. And maybe it could be Denmark. They're pushing up to Vietnam.
Fuera Ucrania.
He's got the better of T-Bone as well. He's still out in the blue and he gets another knock opening and point.
No, afuera Dinamarca.
Team Denmark.
Turquía y Vietnam acaban de eliminar a Dinamarca. Turquía también afuera. Opa, opa. Opa. Asia contra. Opa, opa, opa. Un Asia contra Sudamérica.
They didn't collapse all. I suppose they want to keep one on the outside, try and
Ojo.
catch these teams, especially from Thailand, if they come underneath the compound from the road.
Ojo.
But they are
Que
praying.
trata de sobrevivir en la tormenta. ¿Cómo pega la tormenta, amigo?
Blue Zone Battalion is looking for another kill if he can get it. He has to juggle a med, and he does.
Hay que meter puntos. Tiene que meter puntos.
Yeah, a couple more points on the board for them, but maybe if he can outlive someone else, they might just find a few more. But
Argentina acaba de meter otro punto.
Really close to
A
Korea now,
Vietnam ya no le
as these two
quedan.
teams really want to put each other to the sort of member. Korea thought that they were going to win last year, but Vietnam had completely different opinions as they get ready for that next circle shift.
Está buscando curas.
So really, management of these meds is insane. He's going to go try and pick up some more. Zone shift though back towards that kind of Brazil, South Korea split now, so it'll be good for them. Be interested to see how they hold that individual player. Thailand looking to come underneath sort of team
Argentina está
Brazil.
tomando zona.
I can only look on.
¿Qué hacen, muchachos? Capitán está pushando. Capitán quiere sacar kill. Sabe que viene gente de fuera de zona. Pushea. Está pushando. Capitán, bien, bien, bien, bien. Bien, bien, capitán, Vamos. Están cruzando entre ellos. Se cruzó Corea contra Vietnam. Rescataron al compañero que acaba de matar capitán.
Yeah, but the guys will know, surely South Korea
Amigo,
know that's been
lo
punished.
que hizo Capitán, sabe que viene gente por la zona y Capitán quiere presionar tratando de recuperar algunos puntos. Quiere tratar de recuperar algunos puntos, Está a 6 puntos de Brasil. Ojo, está a 6 puntos de Brasil. Argentina tiene que meter un par de kills.
Locking down the northern section of the circle. I love this aggression from Argentina.
Vamos, Argentina, vamos, vamos.
This time, Mark, I think they were just 10k too expensive, which is why I went for Germany, I think, instead. But I've got big expectations of Argentina.
Argentina tiene la altura.
Their position, their aggressive stance for this game number 2 is good. Indonesia trying to cause some damage, trying to G up the rest of their lobby to get rid of that BRDM.
Indonesia se encuentra totalmente rodeado por los chicos de Tailandia. Vietnam tiene que pushar. Vietnam tiene que pushar porque queda apretado. Era imposible salir de ahí. Tailandia acaba de sacar a Indonesia. Argentina 8 puntos. Seguimos a 6 puntos. Brasil se puso segundo.
finds Tanvu and it's straight to Kraken. He's caused a major problem.
Tiene que aprovechar Argentina.
Trying to get the claim, but unable.
Tiene que aprovechar Argentina.
Yeah, big from Brazil, helping out Korea big time there, and Tanvu is down.
Está aprovechando Argentina.
The MVP of 2025, the last player standing. Argentina have sent
Aprovecha
it down
Argentina.
as well. They're starting to put pressure on. Emmy will send off some shots, and you've left
Corea sabe que está muy presionado, está en medio del fuego cruzado.
Vietnam get the reses, and Vietnam might be about to get everyone back on their feet.
It's going to be close, though. It's going to be really close. Remember, they've been down before. They've stacked up. One good grenade, one good molly, though. They're looking pretty close, but it's gone just on the other side of their ridge. For Vietnam, they're escaping. Are they escaping the clutches? It's a Panzer. Does he pull the trigger? He doesn't. He disengages and goes back the other way.
Vietnam, 9 lives for this roster as they're
No,
back
van a
up to
revivir
3
compañero,
once
revivir
more.
a
Korea's
compañero.
still not done with it yet. Another ball.
No!
That one's better. Heather finally hits the Panzer, and it's back down to Himas once
lo
more.
mató con el
P9 get the
Panzer.
ready, but they just don't know where he's standing. Himas, he gets one. He's going to get a kill confirmed, and he's still kicking with the P90.
He is kicking strongly. He's got the ammo to continue. He goes,
No,
yeah, you say
no
9
way.
lives. I say 10. He's going to potentially go for it. It comes through and it comes
No.
through himself.
Asia.
Look at the P90.
Asia
and for
contra
South Korea,
Latinoamérica.
they get away
Vamos.
just about.
Look at Thailand, by the way.
Argentina solamente tiene un solo jugador que lo están reviviendo. ¿Lo van a revivir? Sí.
Will fall to 3 to 4v3 v3 v2. It's basically
Vamos,
just
vamos.
Asia against the Americas at this point.
Vamos,
And
chicos,
South America, look to win. Remember, Mark,
Vamos,
9
chicos,
chicken dinners in PNC history between the Brazilians and the Argentinians as the kiss of death has been given by BL.
BL
Vamos.
looking for that in second. Goes down to individuals. Gabi has to lay low. The grenade, not just one, but 2. It bounces, but they bounce downhill. The second one looks pretty
Vamos,
good,
chicos,
but it's going to be short.
Only 19 damage found by BL. Another nade tossed up, though. This one, will it hit Pater? This one, no, it takes the same bounce as the previous one. So Thailand will get back up to a 2, but the Argentinians and
Tailandia acaba de recuperar el compañero. Tailandia acaba de recuperar el último compañero que le quedaba.
Who is going to get the win?
Surprisingly, take an extra couple of steps, roll the dice, throw that last grenade, but doesn't know how close he was. For Thailand, they are down to 2. It's a dangerous 2. Teammates at heart and champions. The PGS, can they get a conversion here?
Vamos, chicos,
The big thing for me is that Lynx, right? That Lynx can be a real difference maker for
Tienen que sacar a
Thailand
Vietnam
if you
del
get an
medio.
opening kill onto one of these players.
Tienen que sacar a Vietnam a Tailandia del medio porque si no
They got to go down into the bowl, and we know Brazil
Argentina
have
queda muy
angles
mal en el fuego
onto that
cruzado.
Korea rotate. So the question is, how do they play it? Is the push to Argentina the best one for them?
He's got 5. You mean no? I think he's looking at the first one as a bit of a guideline. The other guys have moved up a bit higher. It's going to work its way down. I don't know if it's going to hit. It is a short, but he's expecting people to just come away from that. It's not been the case, but he has zeroed it in.
Brazil, though, they've got so much terrain. They have so much terrain, Mark, and I think that this could be a problem for Pipa now as Yumin will send that mortar up to the sky. Pipa gets inside, though.
He knows. He knows that second one is going to be coming in pretty close, and that could have been destructive for him. Kiss running out of terrains. The Lynx has an impact, but the Lynx has to fire for the Kraken now. He's giving everything he can to put Kiss down.
Oh, he can't
Corea
hit
está
the
tirando
backpack. It's what he
mortero.
sees as Guman will put another mortar strike up into the sky towards Pipa, who will need to start moving very, very soon, Mark. Phase 8, Argentina, the high ground, Brazil, the low ground, and then down towards the southwest, we have Korea, who've got the longest distance to go.
Take the advantage. He's got someone to play now. Pipa can leave, and he's got a little trench provided by South Korea. Everyone outside your state of zone, everyone needs to move in, but all with different styles of game plan. Argentina have the higher ground if they can stop South Korea wrapping their way. The low ground held by Brazil, but they are fully exposed when they leave the compound, so it's going to come down to timing.
Brasil está comprometido también,
They're digging the
Tailandia.
trenches, they're digging in for a late game.
Just digging, just keep digging. Get yourself something to play inside the circle. Kraken looking up once more, but Sparky's going to be the first one to find the knock. But straight on cue, Thailand's going to trade one back as Kraken will fall. 5 shots with the Lynx, but Kiss misses too. Scappy will fall on the other side from Capitan as everybody's going at it.
Bien, Capitán.
Yeah, it's a round robin we go. Kisto, he's going out with a bang. It's the blue that will claim Thailand. They fall in 4th. Now we activate.
Argentina
now the
presiona
move
Brasil.
goes to Brazil.
Argentina
Caught the
presiona
charge
Brasil.
on forward. And for Capitan, he's
Argentina está
also going to
presionando a
force the
Brasil.
Kraken will
Bien,
fall
capitán,
down as well.
Vamos, chicos, vamos, chicos.
3 now. Korea still with 3 players up, but they're going to start making their send as Capitan spots out one, but he can't find the knock with the 4x spray on the AUG. Maybe the blue zones though, Mark. Maybe these could be better than these. Bang on.
It is absolutely bang on. They've zeroed it in. Now the other side, it's a South American press sandwich though. South Korea in the middle. Capitan has the high ground. Shoots the money out of the air just in front of him. Gumin still holds on.
Yeah, but Sparking steals that kill away. He drops the nade up from Brazil as DraftKings has got a bit of terrain to play. Another nade from Sparking as he looks to find one more, sending it towards Argentina. Heaven taking a ton of damage, but it's Emmy on the flank.
Viene me.
It's Emmy on the flank, and Argentina though keeping the bodies up, keeping the terrain. Capitan down to 1 HP. Sparking, he plays Peekaboo in South Korea. Whoa, they will fall into third. It's a 3 versus 2. It's a head-to-head.
Vamos, chicos,
and it's a South American
Vamos, chicos, tienen altura.
Yeah, this is big now for Argentina. They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers, but BL has got a Panzer. One good shot from that could cause so many problems from Argentina. The blue zone forcing them back, but the center point not really controlled by anybody other than Brazil here, Mark, because Argentina have got the worst bit of terrain.
Now you got to remember how they got in. They've got the potential to use the utility. That Panzer is in weight. One good shot comes through, but it whistles over their head. Well, he makes the move around, uses the smoke, but he's got a scar in hand. But he has now the position to take the victory if he can stop this push.
Oh, Capitan, he gets the cross, and Capitan's going to deal some damage over to Sparking. BL on the other side of the smoke. He steps over, he finds one. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but Argentina have secured center circle. BL will get that knock, as we said, but there's no real utility left for Brazil, Mark. All that Argentina have as well is the cover. They've just got the deployable cover.
Yeah, but the deployable cover is good. They're bottled up. They're going to stack the guns. They stack both guns one way. DraftKings finds one. Quick confirmation done. Sparking! Sparking wins the game! Oh my God! What a play, Gibson! Team Brazil clutched in the moments that they looked to fall.
La acaba de llevarse Brasil a la partida, amigo. Estaba ganada. No, amigo. No, amigo.
Just edging out Argentina in the all-time chicken dinners at PNC.
Yeah, good to see Sparking back on the international stage.
No, amigo, lo que se llevó Brasil.
He is one of the best. Brilliant stuff from them. And of course, they were in the grand final straight away. No survival stage for them. Look how happy they are with that victory, Matrim.
Oh, dude, I love every aspect of what we see going on in that. This was so cleanly played from the duo into the 3. They made sure to keep eyes onto the center point, used a little bit of a terrain, counter-smoked around everything. The Panzerfaust
es lo malo de tirar todas las granadas de entrada. Brasil le acaba de ganar la partida Argentina, chicos.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sparking being able to make it work towards the very end. Really nice stuff. Unfortunately for Argentina being caught in a position where they're all on one angle. But it wasn't just Brazil at the end of the game. It was Brazil at the start of the game as well. Tony with the 4-piece mark. We said he's on the up and up.
Yeah, look, talk about putting your name on the map, right? Beginning of the game number 2, and you just put a whole team down. As Gibson said, he questioned the roster count. He questioned whether they picked the right 4. And Tony said, no, Gibson, I'm here to stay.
Indonesia y Alemania.
Team Finland.
Definitely. There's a few more moments as well. Indonesia taking down Germany. Germany had a really rough time of it to start things off in these first 2 games here, Gibson.
Yeah, it's not gone great for them. I actually put them in my fantasy because I thought, they might get some of that magic from a few years back with Kohl back coaching, but not going well for Germany. And the Finns, well, maybe the Finns should just start avoiding South American teams because it's not really gone very well for them in the first 2 maps, has it, Matt?
I don't know what Finland's got against South America, but it's not necessarily working out the best, as all the way into later stages, it is going to be Argentina and Brazil. Thailand, though, also starting to come alive, finding pretty decent kill counts, good scoring moving into the entirety of this. Also Korea, finding a lot of successes making it in later stages. So consistency starting to come out from a lot of our squads that we were expecting it to, but I did not expect it to come down to two South American teams here.
Esa jugada que hizo ahí. Pasa que Argentina no tenía cobertura. Argentina no tenía cobertura y tenían que estar todos juntos. Argentina no tenía cobertura. Tenía un triángulo de cobertura de emergencia y Argentina no tuvo escapatoria. Brasil no tenía la altura, pero sí tenía la ventaja de que lo cubría la pendiente. Y Brasil le acaba de ganar una partida que Argentina venía dominando.
To say the least. A tough circle and a tough game in general for everybody else, though, Gibson, right? Coming down to Puerto Paraiso, admittedly, Brazil was there pretty early to be able to secure that spot. So good that they were able to convert, but for a lot of teams coming towards the very end of that, not easy to get into Puerto Paraiso proper.
It really wasn't, and a lot of teams were trying to come in from the southwestern side as well, which is where all the traffic is. Like, you got to give Brazil credit again. With the flight path, they went north, got the res back, and went all the way down the eastern coast into Puerto Paraiso. They got rewarded. I thought Thailand was going to cause them some trouble at the end with the BRDM, with the links, but Brazil just held strong.
Yeah, very nice to see, especially, Mark, considering as much as Brazil, yes, was one of our 8 teams coming into Grand Final directly, I think a lot of people also looked elsewhere for those big names to be able to be at number 1, number 2, etc., things like that. But it's 20 points going their way here, Mark.
No está tan mal. Acabamos de meter segundo en los puntos, así que más o menos nos vamos a acercar a un cuarto puesto.
They're good for a good couple of games, aren't they? They're good for a couple of wins, or maybe one or two. Are they going to win it? I think this performance, the decision making, they had a fight at the very beginning.
Puntos de la partida son estos, chicos.
And I think the recall chips really gave them the opening into the late game, but they maximized 10 kills, 10 points for the win. It's a nice 20 points.
Yeah, Argentina with 10. Vietnam showing on up here with 10. They're always good for it. They're good for the kills here, Matrim, and I'm expecting a lot more than just the 10 points from them in the next couple of games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's mostly off of kills, and that's going to be how they're going to be aiming for it.
Brasil acaba de pasar a Ucrania.
Last game didn't go the best for them.
Argentina se mete en el quinto puesto. Argentina defiende los 5 primeros puestos.
But now Brazil in first
desde las 3 primeras partidas de supervivencia. Argentina está dominando el cuarto, quinto puesto.
Feeling like Ukraine's coming in with some dominance, but boys from
Vamos,
Brazil
chicos, que esto todavía recién va. Recién
Gosh,
acaba de comenzar, Vamos.
That'd be exciting.
Yeah.
We have not seen technically
no me deja escribir, no sé por qué, no me deja poner algo.
Since the very early days of PNC.
No me deja poner algo, no me deja escribir, no me deja hacer nada.
Asia's way as a whole, and I mean, you know, can you the 2019 result, is it really even the West as a whole? Who knows? But well, let's take a look at the numbers that have come on in here. As Sparky will take himself 5 kills, Capitan as well, 755 damage. South America's here, Mark, showing up for the Americas.
Yeah, it's an all-rounder, right? And obviously they found themselves, and Gibson said on the cast about how aggressive. We saw Team Argentina obviously play that north side. They didn't have to. They could have stayed where they were. And obviously it does clash. Big shot for them. Massive damage dealt.
I like that Sparking has like orientated himself to tell everybody below him to shush. So you can put him above any leaderboard you want, as long as he's up at the top. He's looking good for it. Looking good for it indeed. Here's the numbers coming in from Brazil as a whole as well. Tony with the 464 damage. Biel as well. And I think Biel, Gibson, we've watched him throughout a lot of tournaments, even international performances, especially like the EWC performances that we've been able to see him put up as well. Really excited to always watch him play.
Biel's been a player that I've had my eye on for a few years. Like when I started casting in the Americas, I was doing the scrims, and he was playing for kind of bottom half of the table South American teams back when the Americas were split, but he always stood out to me as somebody who could really kick things off. He then went to Rock, and we kind of saw the real jump up from Biel last year. I still think this kid's got a lot to show.
Yep, looking good alongside Zagrakan as well. Mark?
Yeah, no, I've got nothing really to add from that. We didn't even know where the man of the match is going from that one. But yeah, Biel's obviously worked his way through this circuit, should we say. And I think when we've seen sort of this South American formation, these star players has really leveled up the rest of that region. And we're now starting to see other names coming through. So it'll be really interesting to see, I suppose, where these sort of South American teams end up.
Yeah. And for people like Sparking, right? Like if he's got aspirations of going towards PGC, it's gonna rely on like a performance in PAS match for him. Like obviously with the PGSs coming up, I don't think they actually did qualify for those things, so it's a toughie.
Look, we're not going to talk about the fact that how hard it is for Sparking to find a home to be consistent on, because it's something that annoys the living hell out of me. This is such a great player that we can see a superstardom capability come out for, but it always feels like, for whatever reason, whenever he's on a roster, it just can't find a way to mesh into it properly. I don't know if it's just the fact that he wants to play it more aggressive or what's going on, but whenever you pair him up with somebody like BL is a great damage engine. He's very, very consistent, and that can really unlock players like Sparking that want to play in that more aggressive stance, that want to do the opposite of what the expectations always are and make a big play.
Yeah, I want to just add on Sparking too, as well as being as like the big deal, the big star in Brazil, he actually really cares about the region. So I've had a chance to talk to like him and some players. He actually bought graphics cards and computers for some of the other younger Brazilian players so they could grow. Like look at Kawazin, like he came into the scene last year. I believe that Sparking actually bought him a graphics card so he could compete inside PUBG. So he's just a good guy all around.
That's awesome to hear. Just to get your region growing and being able to move on even further. Because hey, you know what? Sometimes you've got to have the very, very best if you want to perform at the best. That's for sure. You want to work with the very best tools. So we're just moments away actually from the halftime show. I'm getting notified here for PUBG Nations Cup. So 2 games down, 3 more to go here for day number 1. Did you expect Brazil to be at number 1, Mark?
No, I definitely think they were going to get a win from a day. Would it have been this early? No. I think, again, it comes back to that point that actually they maximised that sort of crash against Finland really early. And because they lost 2 players, the emergency pickup played them into the town. And from there, that gave them a bit of a home for the rest of the team to kind of move in. If it wasn't for that, would Brazil get the win? No, I think they would have got caught up with a lot of the chaos that happened in that northwest corner.
Qué partida, chicos, la verdad, qué partida.
Maximise the points you can get.
All right, let's check in with the halftime show here at the PUBG
Sentía una adrenalina como que si yo
yo
estuviera jugando, chicos. Total, total. Se puso todo oscuro. Algo va a pasar. Algo va a pasar. Algo va a pasar. Algo va a pasar. Ojo, ojo, ojo. I like project, ojo. Sí.
Say, repeat again, I'll partake. I don't argue, sitting down with a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. I make a nauseous and all of this on my homemade for auction. One of them breaking next when I get the double take. When I take takes straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never kiss us at the pace. 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the shining flash? We got this on a pretty, pretty face. Got us on the go crazy man. Got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that you hear me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
열심히 뛰어봤나 나는 놈이 꾸며 발치 앞에서 해줄게 ins. 말을 못해 다 쓰러져 더미노 보내 난 fair game. Yes I'm a 신사 비상 pack it up 진상. 기상 추리로 비상 산책을 듯이 느려 티타민 판이 속 보내 내가 한 피사.
Locked and loaded like my gun toted. Take me to the battle, my team ignored it. Skies pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all game with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere goes drama, all the boys that get the trauma. Diamonds been syrup to pop, pretty face and let it through you. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now I gotta keep going, they'll never walk
Gotta
on.
miss the aim, got a pretty face. I don't bargain, I don't partake with a fake. I don't bargain, I don't like that, you heard me say. I don't bargain, repeat again, I don't partake. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense, that's common. The beef got cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up every diamond. I know the I don't bargain. You can price me and look it up on garbage. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 오버드론의 양이 남네. Got a mix of name, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a mix of name, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
저희 자리로 돌아가실게요.
인사드리겠습니다. 둘, 셋.
안녕하세요, 우리 프로젝트입니다.
PUBG 네이션스컵 2026인 서울에 오신 배틀그라운드 팬 여러분 정말 반갑습니다. 여러분 재밌게 보고 계신가요? 저희도 무대 올라오기 전에 경기를 잠깐 봤었는데요. 왜 이렇게 많은 분들이 몰입하는지 이제 좀 알 것 같습니다.
바ttleground 팬들의 뜨거운 열기를 느껴줘서 너무 좋아요. 감사합니다.
그리고 특히 대한민국 국가대표팀을 응원하기 위해 모여주신 여기 팬분들 진심으로 너무 감사드리고 선수들이 끝까지 최선을 다해서 경기를 펼칠 수 있도록 뜨거운 응원 부탁드립니다. 대한민국 대표팀 화이팅!
그리고 저희가 PUBG 9주년 이벤트에서도 여러분들과 함께 했었는데요.
오늘은 저희가 여러분들에게 또 다른 무대를 보여드리기 위해서 특별한 매시업 무대를 준비했어요. 열심히 준비했으니까 꼭 끝까지 함께 즐겨주셔야 돼요. 아시겠죠? 그러면 여러분, 저희 다음 매시업 곡 뭔지 혹시 맞힐 수 있는 분 계실까요?
뭘까요?
여러분들이 제일 좋아하시는 곡일 수도 있는데.
어떤가요? 페이머스?
유명한 노래? 유명한 노래?
위키드?
키드? One more time?
One more time.
한 번 더?
어떤 노래 두 개를 매시업 했을까요?
그러면 여러분, 저희 다음 무대에서 어떤 노래 두 곡을 매시업 했는지 바로
Atención, che.
만나보세요.
기대해 주세요.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
들어가두며 we break it. 완료 비그린 grown ups knew that somehow we fake it. No white color 근데 좀 처음에 put names in their places. 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 but we ain't even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even famous.
Money don't make friends, don't look at my fam. Pull up in my M's, then I make the money dance. Funny how it goes, but this is how it ends. This is how I live by the name Tarzan. I ain't even famous. 다들 날 보면 all they say less. And my kid in my whip is the latest. 내가 진주라니 my blow by name is the greatest. I'm famous.
원하부터 들어봐. I'll be getting what I need. Those things I've got. Things going through my head. While you're looking when I dance. Take a quick pic for your friend. 내 이름 알아둬. 같은 날 난 이건
bad places 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 보니 내게만 달러 깜빡이고 달러처럼 위에 걸어 감출 수 없어 나자는 best Not even famous but they wanna be as 같은 공기지만 우린 더 다른 way
¿Qué tengo ese baile?
똑같은 거를 도와라 do it better 말이 뭐야 I'm a trendsetter oh there shown 끝없는 자는 네 말이
wanna walk the door to I begin I wanna need those things I've got. Think it's going to my head. Now you're looking when I dance. Take a quick pic for your friend. 내 이름 알아둬.
분명 나쁜 아이 아니어도 그래 가두면 we break it 무슨 줄 모르고 덤벼도 없이 I just face it No white collar 근데 얜 좀 쳐 When I put men's in their places 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 but we ain't even famous
Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you claim that we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more.
We ain't even famous
Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you claim that we on
Otro
the
tenemos ese
floor.
baile, ¿eh?
Don't you try me, I want some more.
Yeah. Let's go.
I like the way you look at me. Look at me. Say,
¿Cómo perdimos esa batalla, no?
I wanna see your eyes on me. Eyes on me.
We are ADP. Yeah. Say I want it like this. 너무 show my wrist. I got them all looking my way. 언제나 take the risk. You know I'll never miss. 날 향한 시선이 쏟대.
Show me you want it like that. I never want that. You for real. I'll show you I got it like that. 날 바라볼 때 집중해 넌 뚫어져.
Everybody, let's go.
I like the way you look at me. Look at me.
We are
ADP. I wanna see your eyes on me. Eyes on me.
We are ADP.
No, you ain't gotta lie. You like that ain't no right. Can't pick your favorite side. You like all directions, but are you about that action?
여러분들 재밌게 즐기고 계시죠? 아니 오늘 너무 다들 반응도 좋으시고 너무 잘 즐겨주시는 것 같아서 마음이 너무 좋은 것 같아요. 우리 남은곡도 같이 재밌게 즐겨주실 수 있죠?
Are you ready?
Traducción, ¿eh? Me parece que está diciendo que si quieren que cante otro tema.
Take your shot. Take your shot. Photo shoot. Say photo shoot. Hey, to snap it, flick it. Hey, to snap it, flick it.
Say it.
Snap it, flick it.
Hey,
Yeah, snap it, flick it. DJ, drop it. Baby, I'm the trillers. 보란 듯 가리배 밖에 나보다 average. Fashion game, I'm madness. Gotta do some damage. 네가 말하는 게 나지. You gon' need some cameras. Snap it, flick it, cause we work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it.
You're really talking to me like that. Better know that I hit that. 다 지겨워 말뿐인 chit chat. 다시 refresh, need a reset. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Yeah, give me my respect. 아무도 못해 my vibe except that plane. One day you gon' get that shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take your shot. Photo shoot.
To snap it, flick it. Cause we
Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it like a demon. Keep your compliment. My trip's
shoot. To snap it, flick it, cause we
Yeah, we do this all day. We go, we don't play. 나 원하지 먹고 신경도 난 내게 길게. See me Medusa. 날 부수는 freezer. 그날 pop out and show up. They're really not ready to stay when we pull up.
허세나 떨어진다 아이싱 거래 여기 통다 서로 착한 정치경 백기파이나 불레판에 불질러 버려 그래 목숨 걸어 떨고 싶어도 못 떨어.
Pussy threats, on the pussy breaking sweats. Shit, I stand up, choose to give a stand. That's how you drop like a leg. You're into the call. Lights, camera, action. Take your shot. Photo shoot.
Photo shoot, photo shoot. Take your shot, take your shot. Photo shoot, photo shoot. Hey.
Snap it, flick it.
Arroja. Se van a, en los comentarios se van al otro lado.
즐거우신가요? 이렇게 많은 배틀그라운드 팬분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 저희도 너무너무 지금 행복합니다.
그럼 뭐 저희도 이제 마지막 곡을 앞두고 있어요.
Se quedó dormido el traductor, chico.
여러분들이 아실지 모르겠는데 One More Time이라는 곡인데 혹시 아세요? 살짝 무리한 부탁일 수도 있는데 다들 핸드폰
Creo que quieren cantar el último tema y ya se van.
핸드폰 이렇게 라이트 한 번만 해줄 수 있나요? 좋아요, 좋아요. 아이 최고인데요?
여기서 봤을 때 반짝반짝 너무 예뻐요.
그럼 바로 가볼까요? Let's go.
No es otaku,
다시 너지 않을 이 순간
Rojas. Los comentarios están a pleno. Comentarios están a pleno, a pleno.
여기로 모여 내 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Take up guitar, rising, hit it up, cappuccino soon. Everybody, all day, better make some room.
여기로 모여 내 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
One more time, wanna get lost in the night. 들어준 song, let it light. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. One last time, finally here, I'm alive. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now.
So I found you looking for man in your life. You told me love's a drug. I'm picking you up, we about to get drunk. Let me cater to you tonight. See you in my frame, this car ain't cater to you cause the light is right. I'm in that next song, young bossy burst. 끝나기 전에 we're dancing in the light. Swinging left to right, 우린 앞을 맞추지. She call me Poppy, yeah, I like it. 할래 너와 나쁘지. We're too legit. 보고 배워 우리 둘이 fit. kind of fit. 어디까지 뒤집매친
Put your hands up, party. Head to deck like the moon. Body, body, all day, better make some room.
여기로 모여 내 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Look at the rising, heat it up, cappuccino soon. Everybody, all day, better make some room.
여기로 모여 내 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Let's go. One more time, wanna get lost in the night. 들어준 song, let it light. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. One last time, finally here, I'm alive. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. Oh, you play it, baby, play it one more time, just stay it.
Ah, primer día de la final de la PNC 2026 vino recargada. Vino muy cargada. Qué hermosa estatua. Vos quedate ahí que de acá te quiero ver.
Back to the action here for PNC 2026. 3 more games here today. Tego, Rondo, and Erangel coming up in just a few moments. All the players have been delighted by the entertainment that they've gone down, but it's time to get back to business here, Mark, as all of these players want to get back on the board again.
Están volviendo todos los jugadores.
It's hydration break time. We're back in. The guys have a chance to reset. Okay, we had 2 maps. The first one was very crazy when it came down to zone, but actually 2 good games for some of these teams.
Cómo se nos escapó esa partida.
Have a chat with the coaches, try and figure out what they want to bring to the table.
Cómo se nos escapó esa partida, chicos.
Oh, Kickstar was loving it. You could see him there as well. Now he's back on board here for the Americas match for him, because the Americas, I mean, they've been caught in some spots here and there, but I too believe, Matrim, that the firepower of America can fight back.
It should be able to. Like, Mark mentioned the fact that the first game was a little bit weird. I even say the second game. It's really hard to really navigate those circles given how clustered they were and so coastal. It's going to be all about how fast you can modify off of that. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of always centered circles, but it's really hard whenever you're coming in right off the get-go to figure out, get your feet underneath of you about how rotations, drops, and everything like that are going to go. If everybody is having to just run down to the southeast game after game so quickly, it's just created kind of a Mad Max style of rotate where everybody's just on top of each other multiple times in a row here.
Le ponen un detector de metal para ver si trajeron algo de afuera.
Situations it has been Ukraine and Brazil so far. Like even in game 1, it was
Brazil como una seguridad por el tema de las trampas.
Ukraine and eventually went down to them at the end. But
chequean todo.
Getting back to the USA points, they've gone for liquid drops, and I know that you can't really go for the Falcons ones when you consider the other teams are inside this lobby. But I really think that USA need to get something going. Like, they're losing players like Shrimsy in positions that you shouldn't. Like, think about that last one where EA, you gave them a lot of a shout out in our pre-game talks, but EA stepped up big for them and got that opening kill.
Yep, no, I can't deny it. Cannot deny it, considering that there is technically more power on this board than I thought there was going to be, right? Like, if you've got Indonesia, Philippines, and all these teams kind of looking good as well in this final. These aren't teams and regions that normally are looking on the international stage. So we'll see if they can continue that, bringing that firepower against some of the more familiar names that we're used to. As currently Brazil in number 1. What a great performance by them so far. 10 kills in the previous one, 5 in the one before, but with a 6th place. They're able to continue that on. That is strong. One thing that has been lurking in the background though, Mark, with just 2 games down, admittedly it's a very small sample size, is Thailand, right? This team that we were scared of coming in, considering their PGS performance. They've been able to win a PGC, a 2nd with 4 kills, a 4th with 3 kills. I think for Thailand, it's just a matter of time before a win comes and big kill counts as well.
Yeah, look, they are a big name here, and obviously expectations are always going to be high. The question always comes down to, and this is the gamble, it's why again I picked them up. They're a 2-2, so you have to look at FS. Obviously, yes, they won PGC, but you look at Thailand. I'd say Made in Thailand had stronger performance. So would you say 50% of that roster is going to be outperforming the other? Potentially. But I actually like how they've been playing. Even game number 1, they backfilled that Team UK compound and they waited for the UK versus South Korea fight to kick off. Then they sort of played in. The zone was quite chaotic and obviously it was quite hard for them to get into. Same again this last one. They're playing towards the zone. It just feels like, for me, James, they haven't adapted to the zone shifts, especially when we see the update that's happened to the game.
It's a tough one, right? Because, I mean, even if you can adapt to them, they're gonna be more varied, guaranteed, regardless of how it does come along. Especially like we
Vamos,
haven't
chicos,
seen it materialize just yet, Matchroom, and eventually we'll get onto Rondo, or maybe we'll see one happen.
Vamos,
but there
chicos,
is gonna be eventually a circle that's insane on Rondo, and somehow people are gonna have to solve that puzzle.
Vamos, chicos, vamos, vamos,
yeah, and I
vamos.
can't wait for it.
Vamos.
I like curveball circles in a
Vamos.
fashion, but whenever they are constant, it makes it a lot harder for teams to really figure out how to make them work. You're kind of playing
Vamos,
a little bit of a
Argentina.
numbers game off of where you're assuming people are going to be gatekeeping out and how they're going to be playing forward. And a squad that I feel is kind of suffering inside the midst of all of that is China. China, I came in with a lot higher expectations than what's been going on. We know that this is a squad that can frag their way into it, but whenever you have Ukraine coming in with so much momentum, so much also fire on their side of it, it's made a lot of squads be hesitant to come in on edge approaches that they would normally take them with a lot more gusto. And I think that that's had a trickle-down effect into multiple early circles where people are playing way safer than we normally see.
Yeah, for them, again, my issue will always be, right, 2 games is just not too much for us to really draw on. 13th place and 14th place for China. Like, maybe things just didn't go their way in those. That said, though, you were 4ths of 17 Gaming, who is a current PGS, or one of our PGS champions, alongside Spaceman, who haphazardly did take an MVP spot on a PGS as well. So technically that is an amazing roster, to say the least. Beyond that as well, you got South Korea, 4th place at the moment, 7th place with 6 kills, 3rd place with 3
Tercera
kills.
partida,
I can't
chicos.
begrudge too many teams
Estoy
for
viendo,
having
tercera
a harder
partida.
time with that first game, considering the circle that was like. But anyway, that's by the by. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break apparently here for PNC, and when we return, we'll be getting into game number 3
Tercera
here
partida,
for the festivities
Taego.
for our 15-game series.
Fueled by the same passion as esports
Tercera
athletes,
partida, Taego.
Zowie continuously develops tailored products,
Cuarta
empowering
ronda.
gamers to bring their best out.
Quinta, Erangel.
Today we are launching the all-new
¿Cómo se nos escapó esa
XL2566X
partida?
Plus, which uses the newly developed fast
Yo,
TN
Brasil.
panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better.
Nos acabó una partida Argentina-Brasil. 3 de Argentina y 2 de Brasil. Pepeando en mano a mano. Abaten a uno de Argentina. Abaten a uno de Argentina. Y se terminó llevando la victoria de Brasil. No, como sufría. Y como que estaba yo en la partida. Una locura.
Okay. So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Vamos a hacer un break, chicos.
9년이라는 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어 가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
Sabía que había ropa de PUBG, pero tampoco sabía que había buena ropa de PUBG.
PUBG her şey. Bunda çoğu yaşadığım ilk şeyin ilkini PUBG sayesinde yaşadım.
Turquía.
Merhaba, ben Bünyamin, kod Marco Yalçınkaya.
Makes the switch back over, connects with amazing.
6 yıldır benim için değişmeyen tek şey kazan varsın. Ben her zaman çok hırslıydım. Yani bir şey ne olursa olsun yaptığım şey, onu yapıyorsam o işte en iyi olmak istedim her zaman. Mardin'de doğdum, Mardin'de yaşadım. Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Mardin'in Kızıltepe ilçesinde doğdum, büyüdüm, orada yaşadım. Çocukken biraz daha çekingendim. Yani küçükken de çok bilgisayarla işi dışıydım ama çocukken dış dünyayı unutmuştum. Daha çok bilgisayarla ilgilendiğim için biraz günümün tümünde PUBG oynuyordum. Yani çok mutlu hissediyordum kendimi. Ya PUBG'de hani herhangi bir şeye bağlı kalmıyorsun. Çok fazla farklı senaryo var. Hayatta kalmaya çalışabilirsin. İstediğin gibi savaşabilirsin. Çok fazla farklı senaryo olması, oyunda yapabilecek bir sürü şey vardı. O da beni çok hoşuma gidiyordu yani. Benim ailem hiç e-spordan anlamıyordu ilk başlarda. İkisi öğretmen. Başlarda bu nasıl mümkün dediler. Yani
Se van a comer el monitor eso, boludo.
Ne etmeye çalıştım, olmadı. Beni okula gönderiyorlardı. Ben okuldan kaçıyordum. İnternet kafeye gidiyordum. Baktılar ben...
No llego al monitor yo.
Dediler ki şansını deneyelim. Tamam dediler, sana bir
Ahí sí lo toco. Ahí no.
şansı güzel değerlendirdim.
No, esto es en el monitor muy cerca.
Analizler, antrenmanlar yaparak çalıştık.
Çok iyi hissettim. Çünkü oyun oynamayı zaten çok seviyorum. Bir de ben oyun oynuyorum diye bana para veriyorlar. Dünyadaki en güzel his olabilir ya. Yani ilk defa PGS'e davet aldığım zaman, ilk defa yurt dışına çıkacağımı öğrendiğim zaman iyi ki olmuşum dedim orada. O günden beri de diyorum.
1v1 fight Code Marco against one player on the other side and they get it! DA Code Marco, welcome!
Hayatımda ilk defa uluslararası bir turnuvaya gelmiştim ve onda da 6. oldum. Onlar da şok oldu. Çok şaşırmışlardı. Geldiğimde hepsi bana sarıldı, tebrik etti. Çok benimle gurur duyduklarını söylediler. Ailemin o sevdikleri beni de çok mutlu etmişti. Ağlamışlardı yani. İşte kulüplerden daha büyük maaşlar almaya başladım. Kendime araba aldım. Kendime yatırım yaptım. Aslında çok ferahladım PGS'ten sonra. Sadece bunu korumak istedim yani. Onun bir stresi vardı. Bunu her zaman, çünkü bir kere o duyguyu tattım. Artık bu duyguyu her zaman tatmak istiyordum. Ondan sonra Türkiye'den çok fazla zaten talep vardı. Bir de biz BBL tercih ettik. BBL'e geçişimiz bu şekilde oldu.
Evet, biraz fazla oyalandılar.
Yani beklenti çok yüksekti. Çünkü çok iyi bir turnuvadan sonra geldik. Kulübün de, fanların da beklentisi bize çok yüksekti.
El traductor se quedó dormido, pero yo creo que está diciendo que cómo llegó a
En çok zorlayan
las grandes ligas.
DA'ya geçtiğimde aslında çok kötü bir yıl geçirmiştik ve
En 7 minutos arranca la próxima partida.
eski takım arkadaşlarım.
Cuenta regresiva, 7 minutos 45 segundos.
Hiçbir şey eski gibi olmamıştı, kötü gitmişti. O zaman çok zorlanmıştım, kendime yedirememiştim tabii. Ya ben çok hızlı duygu değişimi olan bir insanım. Hani bir anda çok sinirlenebilirim, çok anlık karar veren bir insanım. Aslında işte kötü bir dönemden geçerken de işte sürekli anlık karar değişikliklerim oluyordu. Bazen oyundan soğuyordum, bazen ne yapacağımı bilemiyordum.
Ama çıkarttı.
Çok sabırlıyım eskiye nazaran. Çok daha disiplinliyim. Yani bir de eskiden çok daha sıcakkanlıydım. Şimdi biraz daha soğukkanlıyım. Bana tecrübe kazandırdı. Her tecrübe beni bir adım daha ileri taşıdı. Yani birçok açıdan birçok arkadaşım buradan tanıdım. Yani hayatımda ilk defa parayı buradan kazandım. İlk defa yurt dışına PUBG sayesinde çıktım. Yeni kültürler gördüm. PUBG sayesinde İngilizcemi çok geliştirdim. Yani hayatımın birçok yerinde bana büyük etkisi oldu bu oyun. Evet, PUBG benim hayatımda çok büyük bir dönüm noktası. Bu sefer Türkiye çok daha farklı geliyor. Bu sene bizden korkun. 6 yıldır siz olmasanız ben de olmazdım. Beni desteklediğiniz için, bana moral, ben düştüğümde beni kaldırdığınız için ve hep yanımda olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ediyorum hepinize.
A new way to play Rondo. Smoke that interacts with the map. And some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up,
There's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately. With the first zone,
Si van a tener mascota, chicos, no tengan un gato.
64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about, but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced
5 minutos 30 segundos, chicos, para nuestra próxima partida en Taego. Así que vamos.
Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit, and healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced Rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person.
Vamos chicos, próxima partida. Próxima partida. Taego, chicos, Taego. Vamos.
Here we go, back in like we never left. Match number 3, playing path, pretty much middle down over into the east, ending up around Wolsong. So again, should be interesting to watch on these drops, as this is going to be the first time that this lobby has all managed to get together onto this map, and we might have a couple of dust-ups for vehicles.
Vamos.
Okay. Mentally reset, right? It's been a bit.
It's getting warm here as well in Poland. It's going to be warm on the battlegrounds as well. No doubt, no doubt. We are ready to rock and roll, though.
Vamos, chicos, vamos.
But salvation, Matrim. We're back.
Vamos, Argentina, eh?
Oh, we are now here, and all these guys are pretty much famous. Not almost famous, but see how this is going to go. Lots of tail end drops coming out around Wolsong and kind of Godok area, but that's no surprise.
Finlandia y Estados Unidos se están cruzando.
Korea kind of on top of Great Britain on their kind of flyout, though.
Yeah. Great Britain had a bit of a hard time in the survival stage over going to Heimo, as they found themselves being chased down by Finland in one or two of those scenarios. But of course, Finland's not up here at all. Great Britain's just looking for vehicles. But Finland starts things off against the United States straight away. Kickstart down. If they could somehow confirm that kill, that would be huge. And they do from Satta.
Ooh, I mean, there is still enough time to potentially go and pick up the chip, maybe get a res, so not all is lost for USA on an early out, but a very aggressive early Finland, yet again trying to make something happen, is also continuing in trend. We have another Southeastern Circle.
Yeah, this was one of the hot drops that we kind of anticipated from Tego, right? As much as, well, basically we just didn't have a lead into this game, so we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. Oh, but that being said, Germany feels more pain once again, as pain is going to be hurting. Oh, no.
Just runs in for territory control, and this is a lot of jockeying for position. Even Argentina getting involved in it all, as now it is going to be Tigger trying to make his way down the side. Runs out of ammo. DraftKings couldn't quite do it.
This straight away yells to me. The players have come back not exactly warm, right? Like, we are seeing some like weird little like moves here and there, really causing some little casualties to start things off here for Tego. So break might have got to them just a little bit for the moment, but everyone needs to recompose themselves. Get back. There's a lot of money on the line. There's
Brasil quedó primero en la tabla. Brasil quedó primero con 27 puntos.
Well, I think that all
Ucrania con 20 puntos, Tailandia con 18, Corea con 15 y Argentina con 14 puntos.
Just then that it is going to be a regame, so maybe that's why some moments here have gone a little bit awry. So I guess kind of our inkling and suspicion might have been on point here. We can actually maybe bring Gibson and Mark back in to talk if this is going to be a regame, the word that we just got.
Just drive at each other as fast as possible. Get your kills, warm back up. Let's do it.
There was some of that. Let's get Mark back in and Gibson as well. Mark, that's a little unfortunate there, but I mean, one thing's for sure, right? That Finland and United States situation in Yeongchong could quite easily materialize in proper games coming up.
I was about to say, like, that, yes, obviously had a disconnect
between USA,
but for Finland, they can't avoid having an early fight. They really want to engage. Well, I said to Gibson, but they've gone through the South American teams and they weren't successful, so they're now picking on the North American teams? Why?
They just, they said they're just going through all the PAS regions, but the best thing about it is yesterday they were asked, like, how do they feel about going into today? Not good. They didn't want to play anyone in the lobby.
Look good. But I think Gustav looks spent right now.
Yeah, they do not look best pleased.
But the big thing for me is what? We've just taken a point off Finland. It was their third of the day and we've just removed it.
True. Yes, they'd only had a few points in the previous games here. As we wait and hopefully get into our game once again quite quickly. The crowd just chilling, gonna be chilling here for the moment. I see a lot of hand fans. I can only imagine it's very hot in Korea and very hot for the players as they're trying to keep themselves composed.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast whenever we get to like this types of land. It's going to be really big. There's a lot of moving parts that are going on with it. So sometimes you just end up with a couple of technical issues, and given the fact that it seems like it's a little bit warm out there right now, everybody knows the PCs don't inherently like that, so probably just trying to make sure that everything's getting as situated the best they can. Most of these kind of issues tend to get worked out pretty quick on day one, so I'm hoping that we're getting to the tail end of it. We'll have to see how long it takes to get all this reconfigured, but there is a lot of pressure that's starting to mount on the players because the longer this kind of sits, the more you start kind of getting in your own head.
I'm going to be honest though as well, if you look at like some of their mouse movement just then, as well as how locked in still Thailand was, I don't think every team's got the memo just yet here, Mark. So we saw some sprays quite clearly there from Brazil, even though
pasó?
a
¿Se
few of their
cayeron los
members were
servidores?
being taught to be. Yeah, Thailand still
15
looked
minutos
locked in.
tenemos que esperar.
No, they eager to go and definitely a call out
¿Cómo?
from Karma compared to
Acá estoy chequeando que tenemos que esperar 15 minutos para la partida. La tercera partida de Evo. ¿Qué pasó?
About the break because some of these teams weren't ready.
Se acaban de caer los servidores.
Up for whatever reason, and actually having another break here potentially could affect mental, and they've got to manage that because they've got 15 games. We've played 2. We've still got to close out another 3 today, and it's about keeping that point average. I worry if Denmark is been disrupted by this break, then actually the output for the rest of day number 1 might not go their way.
Yeah, the breaks are tough here for these players. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to go to another 15-minute break, I am being informed here, to solve some of the technical issues that they have on site as well. So bear with us, guys. Go and grab yourself a snack. Go make yourself a drink.
¿Qué pasó
We'll
con
be
la
back for
partida?
PNC as quickly as possible here for 2026.
Refining details to ensure players can
15
perform
minutos
their
tenemos que
best
esperar.
consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds.
No estoy entendiendo nada.
Giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you want.
No estoy entendiendo nada, chicos.
That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play. For
Y van a tener que reiniciar el router, me parece, ¿eh?
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
15 minutos más tenemos que esperar. No. No puede ser, ¿eh? Acá están diciendo que entren de vuelta los cantantes que estaban ahí recién de Hal Die, algo así.
(9년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2016은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2016에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2016에서
만나보세요.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Bueno chicos, algo está pasando. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Por qué otra vez el contador volvió a 15 minutos? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
Here we go. Watch me glow. Are you ready for more? Hey. Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? No entiendo. Voy a buscar qué está pasando, ¿eh? No. Primero. Ahí acá estoy viendo. Acabo de ver a un jugador que estaba calentando, no sé qué pasó. No sé qué pasó. ¿Qué pasó, chicos? Estoy viendo el momento. Estoy viendo. Esperen. Tengo algo. Esperen. Tengo algo del momento justo que se cae la partida. Tengo algo. Tengo algo, chicos. Ojo. Ojo, tengo algo. Tengo algo. Estoy chequeando bien. Estoy chequeando. Estoy chequeando. Estoy chequeando. Estoy chequeando. Estoy chequeando. Se acaba de caer la partida, chicos. Tengo el momento justo cuando se cae la partida. Estoy chequeando acá, estoy chequeando. Tengo el momento justo cuando se acaba de caer la partida. Tengo el momento justo cuando se acaba de caer la partida, chicos, El momento justo cuando se acaba de caer la partida. Y fue así. Ahí se cayó la partida. Se cayó la partida. Se cayeron los servidores o se le cayó la partida a alguien. No sabemos a quién. Algo pasó. Algo pasó. Algo pasó. Se cayeron los servidores. Algo pasó. Ahí estamos viendo de fondo. Se reiniciaron algunas PCs. Tiraron los servidores. Algo pasó. No sabemos qué. Voy a tratar de sacar la webcam para que vean los movimientos de atrás. Algo pasó, chicos. Ahí están viendo el momento. Miren. Voy a retroceder un cachito más. Acá está. Algo pasó. Algo pasó. Ahí. Ese es el momento. Ese es el momento que se crasharon las computadoras. No sé si se crasharon las computadoras toda completa. O sea, a todos. O solamente al jugador este de Estados Unidos. No sabemos bien qué pasó. Estamos... Ahí se ve el momento cuando se van los jugadores de Estados Unidos. Están tratando de chequear lo que pasó. Ahí está el personal de chequeo. Algo pasó, chicos. Tenemos el fondo de pantalla de los chicos. Algo pasó. ¿Se habrán quedado corto de memoria RAM, muchachos, y crashó? Algo pasó con los chicos de Estados Unidos. Ahí vemos que están volviendo. Vemos que están volviendo. Ahí están iniciando el juego. Esto es inédito, chicos, ¿eh? Esto solamente lo estoy viendo yo. No sabemos qué pasó. Se conectó con su equipo. Acaban de... No sé si le crasharon la PC al jugador de Estados Unidos o tuvo un problema ya técnico de la misma PC. Esto es inédito, chicos, ¿eh? Esto es inédito. Hay que invitarlo al clan, ¿eh? Hay que invitarlo al clan de Assassin. No puedo decir la palabra, pero hay que invitarlo al clan de Assassin. Es inédito esto, chicos, ¿eh? No. Estoy tratando de chequear qué más pasó acá. Ahí estoy viendo que solucionaron el problema. Están viendo los servidores. Estoy viendo los jugadores. No están todos los jugadores completos. Falta el Team 10 de Alemania. Se crashó el servidor, chicos. Se crashó el servidor o tiraron el servidor. Falta el Team 13. Estoy viendo que falta el Team 13. Estoy viendo que falta el Team 13 de Tailandia. Quedan los dos jugadores todavía de... ¿Qué pasó, chicos? ¿Se crashó el servidor? Tenemos lista de jugadores, chicos, ¿eh? Tenemos lista de jugadores. Esta es la lista de los jugadores. Esta es la lista de jugadores. Falta un jugador de Dinamarca. Un jugador de Neutral. Un jugador de Estados Unidos. Y un jugador de Alemania. Y ya estaríamos con eso. Ya estarían volviendo los chicos. Estarían volviendo. Estarían volviendo. Mi contador me dice que queda un minuto. Mi contador dice que queda un minuto para el match 3 en Taego. Mi contador dice... Ya tapar esto. Mi contador dice que queda un minuto para el match 3 en Taego. ...40 segundos, chicos. 40 segundos para el match 3 en la gran final de la PNC 2026 de PUBG Battleground. 30 segundos, chicos, para el match 3. $10 segundos, chicos, para el match 3. En Taego. Cuenta regresiva. 5, 4, 3, 2. ¿Volverán a reiniciar? Parece que está todo ok. Estoy viendo que está todo ok. Está todo ok. Estamos viendo a los chicos de Argentina. Estamos viendo a los chicos de Argentina. Estamos viendo a los chicos de Argentina. Bien, Pipa. Vamos. Bien. Volvemos. Volvemos. Bien. Volvimos.
Maybe we've solved everything so far. The Vietnamese are in high spirits here to get into the game potentially, as I am joined by Gibson, Mark, and Matrim.
Volvimos, chicos,
volvimos. For the ride together. Are you enjoying the ride, Matrim? Join on the ride.
Yeah, having so much fun.
Yeah.
But no, as long as we can get back to the action here in a second, I think that everybody's going to be excited. We're just 2 games in, so I know that a lot.
Volvimos, chicos, volvimos.
Just get in game, man. We're so close. Looks like everybody's starting to feel a little bit cooler, more comfortable.
Volvimos.
Maybe we could be ready to go.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, right? We were enjoying ourselves. I was painting whilst this was going on, Mark. It's been a good old time. It's been good.
What about your happy place? You'll just go
Volvimos.
and paint the ginormous statue because we might have finished. You would have had real nice detail. If you had to pick a colour to paint it, what would it have been, James?
Oh, I'd have to go full balls to the wall. A lot of pink on there. Like painting pink. That's a lot of fun.
Volvimos, chicos.
The helmet, I think. The level 3 helmet would definitely be pink. I would go
Volvimos.
with that.
Crasharon los servidores de PUBG. Crasharon los servidores de PUBG. No sé si fue global.
The number 1 mod.
O fue en el torneo. O le crasharon. Le crasharon las computadoras de los chicos de Estados Unidos.
Well, everyone loves this team as well, right, Gibson? Your favorite team, your favorite squad to talk about, United Kingdom.
Oh, really? You gonna go with that? Look,
yes.
I'll be honest. I love.
Pongan el aire acondicionado a los pibes.
Michael got me lost in a Korean alleyway, which was great fun.
Dice que el lado le pateó el enchufe.
Let's see them do well. They do the star on their jersey for a reason, right?
Acaban de patear el enchufe, chicos.
Yes, they do. And in fact, as soon as they came the year after, they actually did very well.
Pero bien, contenido inédito, chicos, de cuando creció.
Kind of crazy. Since then, though, Mark, it's not gone as well. It's fair to say.
No, we can't rest that laurel for too long. I think this might be the year that we have to give it up. Maybe one more year, but we have to give up. But it is the dream team back. They didn't perform well on day number 1 in survival. They came back day number 2. They've had a good start here, but they've struggled to keep bodies up. So they're going down to 3, if not down to a 2 quite early. So have to be careful. They need to work on that survivability.
Yeah, for sure. One team that really doesn't need to work on the survivability, though, of course, is Ukraine, who looks insane in survival, has started themselves off with a win. Admittedly, the second game didn't quite go their way, but I see a countdown timer. Is it time to Taego, finally? I think so. Oh, okay, second time's a charm here, Matrim. What do you think?
Está lindo según querés.
Let's go, Taego.
Bien. Vamos. Match 3, chicos. Taego. Vamos. Reanudan la partida. Vamos después del crasheo. Match 3, chicos. Vamos. Vamos, Argentina.
Yeah, let's do this. I think that it's
Vamos,
not
chicos,
too dissimilar a playing path to what we saw in the prior one, right, before the remake. That said, though, Yongchong could quite easily be hot again here for Americas, so they've got to be very careful about that, going up against Finland if they want to go this way again. And I think Finland, having taken that first scalp in what was the initial game of Taego, might give them some confidence about the push.
I do love the fact that
Argentina sigue en el avión con Brasil y Alemania. maña.
Try to take some control. They know that they've got their work cut out ahead of them. Cowboy going to be the guy that's running right into the mix of Finland as the drop is going to come out exactly as you called it. Are we going to be able to see
Estados Unidos cae con...
them out? No, Finland's making a commitment. They're sticking to it.
Opa, ¿se van a volver a cruzar? Sí, sí, sí, se van a volver a cruzar. Quieren retomar la partida que pasó. Vamos. Argentina quinto puesto con 14 puntos, Vamos.
A little bit separated is USA realizing that they weren't being super aggressive on those parachutes. That means USA might be able to get a bit more loot on board before the fight actually breaks out.
Yeah, but it also put USA behind in pacing. They went to right on the edge to kind of go for this. Circle does pop, and it's going to be on the island.
Ya arrancó el PvP,
Couple of shots now come out from Finland. It's going to be Asada yet
Finlandia
again.
versus Estados Unidos.
Damage done. Not bad at all there with the iron sights on that AK. So let's see if the USA can reinforce and get things going. One thing that's great though about this hot drop is that technically speaking, normally you would have a hot drop. Okay, smokes and straight away to the rest of the team. Try and cross that road. That's really well done there by USA. Normally you would have it happen and then they'd be delayed and then they would have a hard time getting to the next circle. The circle's right on their doorstep here, Matrim. So they can play this out for a while.
Yeah, and that was a lot of smokes expended early. That was a very quick looting of smokes just to try to get in there. Finland does have a little bit of a little sneaky play that they can bring out by Skav kind of rotating over and getting into a more directional with it. But Kickstart also doing a flank move.
Sata está esperando el momento justo.
Kurt is going to be the guy that's getting most of the focus from Finland.
Vamos.
Yeah, the potential flank around. I say that the benefit of this is that it's right on the doorstep of the circle, but there is a world where oftentimes you get third-party problems occurring if it drags on too long, right? Like a team will move ahead of you in the circle and just wait for the eventual outcome of that fight and come and clean up what's going on. So definitely don't want to be taking casualties.
Están los muchachos de...
He's going to have some friends. He knows it, though. I think he heard everything going on over here. This is just him and Sololzi.
Los muchachos de Vietnam también.
Into the loot.
Entraron los muchachos de Vietnam. Con Reino Unido.
It's going to be more of a flank around, maybe coming up from Vietnam, as poor old T-Bone might find way more problems.
Vietnam y Reino Unido están ahí. A punto de su
These kinds
PvP.
of eventualities, though, always a very good tool to have. You can maybe get yourself out of dodge with it, and he realizes as well that there's danger afoot for him, so he's reloading up, getting it good to go. You'd have expected Sololzi from his peak to maybe have seen that Panzer reload as he transitioned between those buildings, but it's a little bit off kilter. Does see him a bit. Goes for the spray. That's really good shot, Sololzi. Great stuff with the K2.
Oh, and Great Britain started to make a commitment in. Vard's going to get some vision. Does get a counter knock on Sololzi. Behind has already managed to drop off on a point. Fex going more aggressive on positioning. This is becoming a much more committed fight than I think that maybe Vietnam was expecting.
It's been a rough start for Vietnam. 11 points on the board. It's
Tiene la kill segura.
at the same time, losing people here early would
Uno
be
contra
extremely
uno.
detrimental. Nades being charged up.
Un abatido de Reino Unido y otro abatido de...
That is a brilliant nade there. Confirming T-Bone.
Tienen que ir a revivir al compañero de Vietnam,
Delwin's on the outside of this for Vietnam. Doesn't look like he's quite spotted out everything going on with
Sabe que el compañero está abatido.
Instead, he's going to go for more
Tiene que
counterflank
aprovechar.
into the north. Vard's
Tomar
going to parallel
posiciones.
that makes it much more contained into the compound itself. Great Britain realizing that they really don't need to get anything else out of this now that T-Bone is gone. They're just going to go ahead and cut north, try to parallel along, but I don't think that Delwin can contain them, so that could be the end of the fight.
And as an update, America and Finland both completely disengaged from Yongchong.
That's discretion, the better part of valor there, as it looks like we are going to have neutral come up back behind them. Germany doing some looting over into shipyard
El
right
drop,
now. Our tail
lo
end
que
teams make
tiene
their way into the circle.
la MG3,
Argentina, Thailand,
cargador
as well as
ampliado,
Ukraine.
chaleco al 3, Filipinas llegó.
MG3, like that for Philippines.
Se
Again, I
farmea.
was really impressed at the firepower that they exhibited in the survival stage.
Esa arma la probé.
The bullet hose, the
Es una
MG3
locura.
on board.
Es
Honestly, I'd put it on
una
air personally,
locura.
and even though Alex has had
Más
some
si la
moments,
usas cuerpo a
but you know
tierra,
what? If it works, it works. It's on
es
your
una
team.
locura. Ataca Reino Unido. Vietnam.
Looks like that's going to be about all you get.
Lo
Remember,
rodean.
this is going to be inside the circle. So a little bit of kind of bounce back between on positioning, as I feel like UK is just trying to figure out
Rodean.
exactly where they want to set up in defense, and Vietnam
Busca
is
una buena posición de cobertura.
bold in how they're scouting around this.
Trata de ver que alrededor no haya nadie para poder posicionarse.
Is Delwin seeing what he can get, or just trying to make sure he can track where the movement's coming?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure about it. I think that maybe it's just to get out of dodge angle now. and see where they can actually move. Because the thing is as well, coming in on the west side of a circle like this, it's not actually the most amazing way to make it work. Obviously, this northwest island is dominated by that mountainside, and a lot of teams can coexist.
Tratan de posicionarse. Tailandia,
yeah, I'd much rather be in the mountains than in these west positions.
Yeah, you nailed it. The south is so much more open until you get up around Woolsong and where those mountains are at. I really do like the fact that Great Britain is still also trying to make a commitment along the road so that we can keep some control over any rotations, because a lot of teams will try to avoid the hillsides, expecting a couple of players to kind of be hunkered down into point. You have Germany that's kind of wrapping in over into the northeast. They could maybe bump into neutral depending on how aggressive they want to get in, and given the fact that they do have Turkey that's coming up back behind Germany right now, might not have too many options on when they get a stop.
Wondering why for Thailand, actually 18 points on the board so far. They're also going for that wide west.
El único que tiene
I think that they
un jugador menos es Reino Unido,
que
se acaba de cruzar con.
Just make sure that you're safe and sound. And I mean, what we've seen from Thailand, especially made in Thailand during those PGSs, they were, yes, they did get some decent circles, but they were able to play edge so well as well. And you can only imagine Scappy's really taken the reins alongside Kiss here to be able to make this work.
All they need to do is just get into a point where they can start to become turrets, and that squad will.
El único que tiene un jugador menos es Reino Unido.
They're coming into this one a bit late. It
Porque
feels
se
like
cruzó
everybody else is rotating a bit faster than Thailand.
Con los chicos de Vietnam.
Them the odd team out coming in and expecting just to be able to shoot down everybody, but it's so much harder when there's 2 to 3 teams on a defensive angle.
Yeah, and there is a few still defending here. Pains, who was one of the first casualties in Artego before we had the remake. He's on board now, so can take some shots at some of these teams. Turkey,
Vamos, casi.
Driving on by, so no casualties on their side either. The thing is that for Germany, this is, you know, kind of home turf, especially for Ascend, for It's Chris, and Pains, who was previously on Ascend a time ago as well. So they know how they should be playing out these areas in the army base, as well as into those mountains. So maybe Germany can make something happen in this game, because the last two were not kind to them.
Well, they don't have anybody coming up tail end behind them right now, so it's
Reino
really
Unido
just about
sabe que tiene gente ahí,
their way along neutral or Turkey, or just navigate those dips that you're talking about, because army base has so many opportunities.
Reino Unido sabe que tiene gente.
You can try to. You don't even really need a vehicle. You can, yeah, it'd be nice, but given the circle, you want to just try to make sure that you maintain them. A lot of people are already in cars expecting this to go weird. It just goes a bit more centered up, so now Thailand's going to start making a bit more of a move, while Brazil is going to be coming in back behind it all. The firm collapse down into the southeast and into the northeast, though, is where the potential for a little bit of drama could be.
I'm interested how China's going to play this out, because a few of their players are in cars, and I think Lil Ghost is going to take the emergency pickup that he has set up. So maybe he can be eyes in the sky, allowing the information forward.
Aprovechó Finlandia.
Straight away on this north side,
aprovechó Finlandia la pasada en neutral.
But I don't think they're going to get Levante up. Maybe they can get in there, get the blue chip and out, but
tienen que tirarle un humo al compañero porque quedan afuera.
They're still mulling around. They're still waiting around here.
I mean, Levante can pump up some.
Finlandia quiere ir por ese punto.
Batulin's is so far away from it, he's going to have to pretty much just reverse his way in. He can get there, but Scout's just going to be coming after it too late. Now Batulin's, you made a commitment in. Maybe
va a ir a buscar su chip. Va a ir a buscar su chip. Va a ir a buscar su chip.
Yeah, it looks that way. Not bad at all, especially just having the smoke down to be able to make that happen and then get out there.
Tiene su chip para ir a revivirlo.
Where are you actually going to res is the question. Do you go all the way back to army base, or do you try for something a bit more central? Because those are also going to be kind of camped at the moment. Here's China. Little Ghost coming in from the emergency pickup that we saw before here. Michael does take him down, but actually stolen away by Schiller here. So Turkey exerting themselves on some of this third party.
This is just right on the outskirts of Godok, moving into the northwest, right along that road that Great Britain was trying to take control of. They've got China on one side of them with those couple of shots. Turkey is also going to be moving into a much more encroaching angle. Korea's on the other side of it as well. You can see USA already.
Vamos, chicos, Argentina, vamos. Acaban de cruzar con Estados Unidos.
Germany, so a lot of small independent fights that are going to be
Turquía se acaba de cruzar con China.
They have not. They're trying their best on that south side here. Code Marco trying to take down Zhao Wu, but unsuccessful. as he switches over to his mini. But the problem with a lot of this hillside is not only, yes, can a lot of teams co-inhabit this area, but also there's so much foliage cover from these trees. So if somebody gets out of range of you, technically they're in line of sight in terms of actual just shots going their way, but you can't quite see them because of all of those leaves.
Rolls right by Philippines, but Alec is going to go down. It's going to be areas that manages to get him. All right, Germany, this is a lot
no lo salvó ni el casco al tren, ni el chaleco al tren, ni el casco al tren, muchacho. Tiene que aprovechar a salvar al compañero. Filipinas tiene que aprovechar a salvar al compañero antes de que se lo rematen.
Active Germany in these stages, and they needed it. This is 3 points right now, and it has been a hard day for them so far.
Yep, a few shots coming his way though, as Justice is trying to dig on down and burrow themselves in on the north side of this circle. Yeah, a little bit precarious though, right? You've got a downed player right next to you whilst you're doing that.
Tiene que tratar de salvar al compañero.
No doubt will bleed out, and that's an MG3 in the hands of Germany if they want it. And meanwhile, our circle does shift once again, straight to the middle. Turkey going to be laughing, so is Korea as well. You can even hear the crowd very happy about Korea getting that.
Por las estadísticas de IA,
Still just continuing to worry about China's position as they
acaba de marcar los cuatro mejores.
Moving into the hills where you have some more safety. But you still have the fields that are just to the south of you where Godok can really just tear into you if you get too close. A couple of squads that are going to have to be making a little bit more of dangerous moves. We still have USA on the outside of the circle with Argentina just to the south of them. Brazil's making the commitment into Godok. Then over into the northwest, we still have Bolsong, where that is where we saw
está reviviendo a su compañero, Ojo. Neutral acaba de revivir a su compañero.
A bit concerned because there's emergency pickups that are kind of like planned here by some teams, but it's getting to the point where it might be too late to make it happen, unless you're going to take some casualties in midair. So we'll see if anything kind of works out while this is going on, as Neutral really does have themselves an opportunity to get the player back up. It looks like that res is going down. Nice. Birdie, the oldest player. I feel like that's always the case.
It will stay that way. Kurt is immortal. He will always be killing.
Unless, of course, this was PGS where Akuma did fill in, and because Tian wasn't there for 17 Gaming, in which case he was absolutely the oldest player, because I think he's like 40-some.
Eyes onto the circle as we're starting to lose a lot of that mountainside.
Chicos de Neutral siguen ahí. Están esperando al compañero. Filipinas tiene 2 jugadores menos.
But the more ravine section that a lot of these teams were hoping that they would be able to play from, starting to get cut out.
Estados Unidos tiene un jugador menos y China tiene 2 jugadores menos.
You can hold down and you can defend, but you just feel
Argentina está completo por ahora. Ya tiene un kill.
Right in front of us here as it is Neutral
Argentina tiene una kill.
where they've got Vietnam on one side, Finland
mantiene sus 15 puntos. Acaba de pasar a Dinamarca.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and you'd hope that
está a 2 puntos de pasar a Corea.
For Levante, if they can get him down and to him as well. As now Delwyn's going to spot a doozy, but no, not going to take him out at all. Delwyn down and gone. I wonder if they do have a porter available to them. Here comes Vietnam once again, though. Tanvu on his left-hand side. That's a perfect pre-nade almost on that corner, as Tanvu does bounce back against it. Doozy's been chomping at the bit to become a fragger.
Yeah, I mean, that's a much better nade coming out from a Doozy than what we saw in the qualifying rounds, to say the least. They're very well timed. Rest of Vietnam now coming into support, and that's going to make it even harder for a Doozy. He's got to try to get out of this point. It did open up enough movement, though, from Vietnam to allow Neutral to find a way to get into the circle. Killer nade comes out from Tanvu, and a Doozy's
Qué
down.
bombazo, amigo.
Very nicely cooked there by Tanvu to get rid of a doozy. He really, whilst also retreating, kept eyes on him. It links into the
Argentina está cerca de Brasil. Le están disparando a Argentina los de Brasil.
And has to get out of it because it destroyed it. Not too often we get to see it there. But that Lynx decimated the
se salvó.
Oh, get ready. We've got another center up circle, so that means this firefight's got to continue.
Se acaba de salvar,
You can get Neutral. How are you going to want to play around it? Remember, Tanvu is still looming in the distance.
Está volviendo el compañero que revivieron de Neutral,
But Finland gets vision on it, wants to go for the shots. It is going to be Tanvu that finally flushes it out. But
Brasil
Sparky finding something on the other side of all of this.
Creo que va a dejar afuera a Dinamarca.
Levante instantly down to scout.
Argentina también está puchando.
As well there. Not bad by Finland to be able to clean that up whilst they're taking that fight against Vietnam.
Argentina está ahí.
Brazil and Argentina very close by.
Argentina va a aprovechar la oportunidad para sacar a Brasil del medio.
get them out of here. Because the thing is that this is on the edge of the circle as well. These teams are going to start having to move from Godok, as you were mentioning, and find themselves purchase on what could be a little bit further into the circle. Technically, you can play the fields north of it. It's not too bad, but you can't have teams behind you when you're playing those fields.
Yeah,
una hazaña buenísima.
Going on right now, Argentina chomping at the bit. Actually, already has a player trying to gatekeep out any movement from Brazil or Denmark on the other side of it. So it's just kind of become a pressure cooker over here. As there's not too many other options to play from. Even
entró, casi.
Vision on what could be going on. Brazil's realized that they put themselves in a pretty precarious position. Has to pick which side do they want to go.
Tira una beseta, tira otra beseta, van a tener que replegar.
In front of them on their path to the circle.
Still more nades into a very confined area that aren't quite catching what they need to. As Biel still waiting here for Argentina to make a move. He sees the back of the guns, so doesn't want to strike just yet. And there we go. Good stuff by Biel. Biding his time, waiting for that perfect opportunity as he does peek on out there. That now tips off Argentina to the fact that this is a vulnerable angle. So they kind of reinforce that spot, trying to find themselves. Your toesies, you got to cover yourself, mate.
You can even see that Denmark's trying to get a bit more aggressive on the other side of Brazil, but Brazil's doing a good job of just bouncing between the different targets, reading it all. Argentina can't find an easy pass into what's going to be going on.
Argentina y Brasil
doing a great job on defense.
Peleando el puesto. Argentina y Brasil peleando el puesto.
One inside the circle and the other one kind of keeping an eye on
Tienen que revivir a ese compañero, vamos.
There is another fight that's starting to brew up in the
north. Bien.
As well as Indonesia with
Bien, acaban de revivir al compañero.
All stacked up on top of each other. It looks like Ukraine
Brasil todavía tiene un jugador menos.
And tons more in front of them.
Yeah, okay.
Ucrania está atacando a Vietnam.
Not too much surprise at all.
Ucrania acaba de dejar afuera a Vietnam.
To be able to third party what could be a lot of kills going their way.
Perdona.
That potentially is one,
Indonesia.
There's a lot of damage coming from the other side as well as Pains was doing tons of damage to them, and at the same time
Alemania se metió en la pelea.
Against its Chris.
Alemania se metió en la pelea de Ucrania y Vietnam y Indonesia. Indonesia acaba de ser eliminado, la acaba de sacar Ucrania.
Is on a tear. Fair is playing very far back. Could be bumping into Batulins in just one moment. Germany, the new task in front of Ukraine is it looks like they have goals, and that goal is to kill everybody that's going to be around them. Poor old Philippines still has a solo up.
Argentina acaba de quedar afuera del match 3. Se puso cuarto con 18 puntos. No le faltaba nada.
Yeah, sweep
Brasil tiene 30 puntos.
Is very much the MO of Ukraine at the moment. Scappy goes around the corner here to be able to clean up the rest of Denmark, and that's them gone. As it looks like Thailand now, third place, 22 points, 4 kills on the board here for this game. China prime in those mortars. Okay, what are we going to be firing at? Is it the entirety of Turkey? Oh, does take down Code Marco here with yet another mortar shot. Can we get a little bit more? You've got to be careful, Turkey. You're on the receiving end of too many mortars in these tournaments.
Germany makes a run for a shack. The United States going to spot that out. Philippines has a player back behind it. Germany has to be careful because they have Medbay, going to be very close to him. Ukraine just on the hunt for the solo, and CJ going to be right on top of him. Turkey has to counter move. Shilla's gone down, and that's going to open up a big door for movement for Ukraine, and they've got a read on it.
I got to be a little bit critical of Turkey's divide this whole game. They were dead center of this circle across a very wide 1-1-1-1 split across the 4 players. So it's not worked out though, right? They've just been divided and conquered very, very quickly, and they're really bearing front of that now as the Philippines here just take down Akatori. CJ, not bad, but Ferris will reply in kind with the M249. Kickstart with a double against Germany, though, as
Estados Unidos se está pushando a Alemania.
Carve out a nice spot here with another nade going forward.
No! Casi.
Philippines on a lot of pain right now as he's almost dead, narrowly staying alive. Got to keep an eye. This is a pretty contained firefight. It's going to be on the upper sections of the hillside, so everybody else is going to be playing in the lower section. Maybe Turkey could get involved. Korea as well. Korea keeps hearing the firefight and the shots coming out.
Ucrania está reviviendo a todos los compañeros. Tiene 2 compañeros abatidos Ucrania. Tiene que aprovechar.
But they are going to be moving into a little bit more of a valley where maybe Great Britain, Turkey, or China.
Filipinas está con el último jugador. Está pushando a Estados Unidos por atrás. Pucha a Estados Unidos.
Here's the Grozer in hand. Goes for the C-swap. It's going to be in. Oh, Kickstart saves the situation. But I will say, I think Shrimsy might have just turned around on that from that fantastic C-swap.
Filipinas fuera.
Good stuff
Estados Unidos lo acaba de dejar afuera.
That's the moment. Those little things like that are why we talk so much about Shrimsy and how consistent he is. The instant reaction to keep himself
Neutral tiene que caer ahora para que no pase Argentina. Corea tiene que caer también. Y Argentina puede mantener el cuarto puesto.
Oh, you said Great Britain. I'm woken up. I've woken up. All right. Okay. To be fair, they've only got 7 points so far. Oh, no. Wait. No. Leave him alone. I will feel for Batulins, though, because I think his head's next on the chopping block. Although that said, I have seen Batulins survive in those bushes for a long time in the past.
That's what I was going to say. Batulins is like a full infiltrator right now.
Ucrania no está viendo al jugador de neutral. Está aguantando los puntos. Está aguantando los puntos. Neutral, el último jugador que queda. Ucrania no se da cuenta de que tiene un jugador adelante.
That is a lot of squiggles from where these teams have been able to move so far here, as China and Turkey just technically still find themselves in the middle of this. I don't. It doesn't bode well for both of those teams, though, in the center. I think an edge team is going to win this out as long as they're able to carve their own spot and come in at least as 3.
I mean, it's China and Turkey that have already just taken a little bit of casualties, so I kind of agree. It's pretty dangerous points to be playing from, but respect China. They had to just kind of send it to get into a point, and they've done a good job on surviving.
Es la única manera porque son 4.
Position to play from, specifically when you've got Thailand that's going to be playing just
south.
Thailand has moved more south on this one, so that's.
Perdón, son 3. A Brasil le queda 1. Tailandia le quedan 3. Lo único que le queda a los 4 jugadores completos es a Corea.
They've got 2 players right up next to him, and Kurt's got to try to hold him back.
Ojo ahí, a Corea tiene que bajarlo ahora porque nos pasa a Argentina.
Game from Korea, which has just been full space control. And it might actually work out. Seongjanг, of course, coming into the roster as well from
Faltan
DK.
3 kills.
Did very well over in PWS.
2 kills, perdón.
In a similar vein, but now
Corea para pasar a Argentina.
Yeah, Nade was initially charged, but then actually switches over straight to the gun, realizing the aggression's coming. Diffex has been taken down, though, by Michael, but he does take down Fex. 1 for 1 at the moment. Hakatori and Faris looking to clean the rest up.
Fairist with near on no life, just committing in, doesn't care, knows the fact that they need to get this knock and they need to get control of area. Does finally take down the United Kingdom. Fairist the last one up with just a smidgen of life.
Yeah, Kiss is looking for the kind of nail in the coffin here for Ukraine. As always, you cannot let this guy go by, even if there's just a little bit, but that's perfect. Whoa! Whoa! Wait a minute!
Aguantaron.
The perfect timing to deny the
Aguantaron el bombazo.
Korea realized what was going on.
Aguantaron el bombazo. Afuera Ucrania. Afuera Ucrania. Neutral lo acaba. Estados Unidos presiona al último jugador de. No, son 3 jugadores de Alemania. Un jugador de Alemania se había quedado retrasado. Estados Unidos pushea.
They look a little bit more revitalized compared to what we saw in the previous, as now they've dug themselves in. Gosh, where are the? I'll take a screenshot. Show me where the Germany players are. You just couldn't see them. They're all burrowed in.
Everybody's digging right now. Respect also
Turquía está acorralado también.
As a solo so long outside of the circle, so.
Turquía está acorralado.
A little bit of placement points. Thailand now getting a bit more active. They know where China's at. Kiss is playing that side angle, feeding it over, and it looks like where we've got crates galore up into the northwest is where Thailand might be trying to make an approach from.
I like the west approach. I think that, you look at Ukraine as well, they were gunning for this west approach on a circle like this, and when you've got these like high level teams all gunning for the same entry point, you know that it could work out quite considerably as long as they're able to win those edge fights. Now, USA is trying their best. As I said, right, I've now passed them the screenshot. Find the German players, well, they do find one, but it's actually Turkey that finds him with that blue zone nade. So getting that confirmed.
USA has got to be trying to figure out what's going on with Turkey. They know that
están todos aguantando puntos, chicos, Están todos aguantando puntos. En el sexto puesto de la Mac 3, el kill de rank. Séptimo puesto, capitán, Opa.
Aries just put himself a kill leader for this game as well, so not bad there at all.
Aries acaba de matar a 2.
Germany, but now they still know that technically Metabay is across the way. There's no more util on Metabay's side, and he's careful about actually peeking on over to try and make something work here against them. Still, Aries looking for an opportunity. Likes to flicker on around here, but he is taken down.
Tailandia
by Schiller.
presiona.
Also, Kiss
Tailandia
is still
se hace
looking at this from the
sentir.
other side of the circle.
Chile trying to make something happen, and it is going to be a two-front war. Is on one side, it's going to be Germany, Thailand on the other. That is going to be Germany firmly eliminated, but Tigger is right up in the face of Turkey. Lots of independent firefights going on as Korea's trying to take control over the circle.
Yeah, and the crowd knows it as well. They've unleashed at just the right time here. They were biding their time on that east side of the circle, but this is an opportunity for South Korea to
Turquía está aguantando, Tailandia también está aguantando. Turquía fuera, China fuera.
Now Thailand on the opposite side of this circle.
Quedó en Asia.
All teams you have to go up against South
Tailandia y Corea.
It's difficult. Scappy with a good spray.
I mean, it's circle control right now for Korea. They even have great rock croppings that they can play along. That means that you've just got to firefight your way through it. In Thailand, we were talking about it. If they can just get into these later stages, this is where they will thrive the most. They're going to have to fight their way in, and it is going to be hard. Over onto the eastern side, it's going to be Heather getting some vision. Down to the southwest, Human. The other two inside the circle playing for center control.
Lo que tienen los jugadores, el armamento que tienen los jugadores.
But the South Korean fans are going to be staying for this one. If Korea is able to get a victory in game number 3 of the day,
como 10 latas de humo.
Still though, you're going up against
lata de humo.
huge names on the other side here. The Made in Thailand boys alongside Tigger here from Full Sense try and do something. A lot of smoke's going down. How much util has Thailand saved? Kiss has a few nades in hand. More smokes in hand as well. Gotta be very careful about the usage here. Oh, Panzerfaust on the side of Korea.
That was great toss on the nades to force him off the rock. That's going to buy more space in the circle to play from.
Corea.
Counter reads that moves back in.
That could be good.
Wants to play
Ataca
on
Corea.
Angle. Nades go a little bit too far. Scappy just barely survives.
So close. They know that
Tiene que
he's in
salir
there.
ahí. No.
Can they get rid of him? Yes, they can. That's 2 down. I'm sorry, Kiss. You might be able to make magic in the past happen, but a 4 against you here for South Korea. I think the home crowd's going to be very happy charging up one of these nades here to try and deal with it, but it's not going to be enough. He denies himself knowing
Corea
that
se
South
lleva
Korea is a
el
threat.
match
And they
3.
take a win in game number 3
Corea
on
se
table.
lleva
Let's
el
get
match
Gibson and Mark
3
Atkins talk about this
de la
one,
PNC
because Mark,
2026.
South Korea really did play that patiently on the east side.
Yeah, so they had the zone went back their way. Obviously, they came from the town. They played patient from that kind of early to mid-game anyway. They took the fights they needed to, and a win here's the confident fan favourites, home turf. That might be dangerous for this team.
Gibson?
You go, well, you can't see it right now, but I got my Jeremy Clarkson smug face on right now because that was my fantasy team beating Mark's fantasy team in that fight at the end game. So, nice to see. But honestly, a few teams at the wrong side of the leaderboard, like Germany making some big moves, Turkey, better performance from them. That long break looks like some of the players were ready coming back from it.
Yeah, definitely. The boys here able to fly their flag high on home soil. Good for them. Good for them to get things rolling. Of course, as all of these players fighting against maybe some fatigue here to get day number 1 rolling, but we call it as it is, right? Like these things happen in esports, and South Korea is going to be able to weather the storm before this one. Let's take a look back at those highlights and see how it all went down.
Mejores jugadas.
Did come back alive, Matchroom, right? Like we saw Finland and Germany going head-to-head. Germany, this is a very important game for them because they looked in a bad spot in the first 2.
Well, even their approach onto the circle just felt so hazardous, but they managed to fight their way through, survive long enough into it. Thailand, also a squad we had a lot higher of expectations for, finding some work inside of it. Ukraine going down early, mostly due to CJ kind of doing weird stuff, stalling out things. A lot of very odd little firefights going on, but I do have to comment, this is a South Korean squad that's playing more for meta and movement than big flashy names. This is exactly the type of game and approach that they wanted. And this might have been something to kind of help them get their feet under how they are wanting to play and navigate the rest of these games.
Mark?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. It's controlled. It felt controlled from them. The only thing I'd take away was that Ukraine, they ended up night at 9 kills. Insane. Like, if you want to stop them climbing the leaderboard, if you want to give that level of control and play, you've got to deny these guys getting kills because they might not be getting a win here, but they're bagging huge amounts of points.
Yeah, I mean, there was a kind of almost a slow bleed out in moments there for Ukraine on that west side, right? You know, you lose one and then eventually you're going to have to go up against a few teams third-partying you, Thailand being the one to be able to put the nail in the coffin there towards the end, Gibson. There won't always be the all-stars to be able to take out Ukraine, right? So everybody's got to step up.
Look, I think there was a bit of an alliance, as you said, 4 or 5 teams it took to take them down in the end, and even at that, it wasn't easy. So they're still looking really strong going into the weekend, but the big glow up has to be Korea, right? They started off really slow. They got the win at the end. Thailand, funny enough, I said I expected them to be hyper aggressive, but they've been playing really slow. It's like they've been in every single Final Four. They've not been putting up huge kill numbers. It's kind of very different than what I expected for them, but it's going well. Like, you can't argue with it when they're in the top 2 going into map 4 today.
It does still feel like, aside from, like some delays here and there, these teams are still kind of finding their footing about how they want to approach this lobby in particular, Matrim, because, you're watching, some very cautious movement, and also, honestly, some just crashes into one another out of nowhere. We're watching as, like, the kill feed lights up in Circle 5, and there's no way the observers can catch it all, because it's just going balls to the wall.
Well, a big part of PUBG is understanding how the teams move next to you, kind of what the meta, like everybody knows how Twisted moves. You kind of have an idea on how anyone's legend's going to move. But whenever you break all of those players apart, kind of mix them in, you don't know what flavor of each team you're going to get, right? Whenever you look at USA, is it going to be more of the Liquid side, or is it going to be more of the Falcon side? Or it could just change gears in the middle of a match. This leads to everybody having a little bit of hesitation until they get an idea on how each team wants to play, and then specifically on how each team's going to move, because that's the factor that is throwing everybody off.
It's not the biggest win for Korea, is 16 points, but they find themselves in joint first place with 3 teams effectively. So that is Korea, Thailand, and Brazil at 31 points apiece. Of course, technically placement was the tiebreaker, etc. And then technically it's the last game's performance, so technically they're in number 1. But you get my meaning with just 3 games down. As Ukraine 29 points here. After that, I will say Turkey once again here, Mark, right? Like, find themselves a central spot. Do you also agree, as we take a look at the man of the match, which will be Schiller, do you think that they were separated for too long, or is it just hard terrain to play? What do you think?
Chance for them to get back, but they are separated, but they're confident to play separated as well. So they're causing, as I said in the pre-show, Phil Bongo, that actually they can be a bit of a disruptor. The dark horses, I think they were announced in on, and I think we're seeing that. We saw it in the last map. They're causing problems for teams, and they weren't going though on that third party. They're always in this sort of off angle that someone wasn't ready, and they're consistently being there. I like what we're seeing from them. As I said, I struggle with them when I was looking at my fantasy. Do I keep them in? They've done well. Do I not? Are they going to be able to hold their own in this level?
Corea se acaba de llevar el match 3, chicos.
Yeah, they're doing all right. They're doing all right. I had
Corea se acaba de llevar el match 3
within me when I was looking through it, right? Because yes, an amazing day number 1 on the survival stage. Day 2 was a bit wishy-washy, not like what I would really like to see as a follow-up for that day number 1. But anyway, we look across.
The price, they're so good for their price. That was the thing that got me. They were so cheap. I was like, nah, I've got to get it for this.
Yeah, but do you know who else was good for the price that was kind of similar? Brazil, right? Like,
I got them both.
There was yeah, well, okay, fair play then. All right, I'll shut up.
There's a reason that my roster might have had an extra $180,000 sitting around. It just felt like the right way to go.
Yeah, that was an amazing smackdown. Thank you very much, Matthew. He's like, sit down, Kalari. Bang.
Go back to talking about the United Kingdom.
Yeah, who's on my fantasy roster, and maybe they're not doing so well, Gibson. Yeah.
Oh, well, look, I was doing okay. It's just Germany's letting me down. I've got, obviously, Ukraine, because everybody does. Like, I don't sound like a big brain saying that. But I went for Brazil, too, and it came down to looking back historically. Like, them and Argentina, I think, combined have the most wins.
Ooh, el pochito.
Look at a chicken. That these teams, of course, are both couldn't get. That really threw me off, by the way, just that chicken sleep. But I'm impressed. Even Brazil, right? They won that fight with Argentina, and Sparking managed. I know that you're in a bad spot, but he got an extra point out of that game by just surviving inside the blue. So when you're having a bad game, it's about maximizing your points still. And I think Brazil did a good job of that time around.
Yeah, I agree. Turkey here is just there waiting for the next game, game number 4. I think the gloves are off now. Like, yeah, exactly. The balaclavas are on, the gloves are off. Wait, fancy. His team. Ukraine.
He went UK.
Brazil.
Korea.
That's pretty good.
He's got my team. He's got my team, except I went for Germany instead of UK.
So it's not all about you. Yeah, clearly the gloves are off. Everyone's gone loony now and loopy. So it's going to be an interesting way to end out day number 1, that's for sure.
Only 2 more games to go.
Yeah. That is true. How deep are we into the broadcast now?
Do you think, James, do you think Turkey will hold on to the positioning, or do you think these teams will start to learn the changes of the map and the zone shifts and how fast these early games have been? Can they thrive in the chaos, or are they going to fade away?
Thanks for asking me a question. I like that. That's fun. No, I don't believe so. Even though, of course, I do empathize with EMEA as a whole. I'm just still not fully convinced by consistency from Turkey yet, right? Like, and that comes from like the PGS performances and even regionally as well. They've clearly been able to gel very nicely so far here at PNC. But I think as the days go on, I think some of these insane rosters will eventually coagulate and push a team like this down. Do you agree here, Gibson? No?
I don't know. It's PNC is just different though, right? Like you look at when UK got a first and a second back-to-back years, the players weren't necessarily dominating the global stage at that time. And you know, even last year, there's people disappointed maybe with how some of the performances from the players outside of PNC from Vietnam were. So I'm not quite sure. Like I shared my concerns about Turkey with you, but even if you look at it, they're still having good days. It's not as if day one they were way up here and day two they were there. Their day two was still pretty high as far as the floor is concerned.
Yeah.
So it's not bad. It's not been bad for them at all. And I think they could be on a lot more people's fantasy teams tomorrow.
I like it. I like it. I want disagreement with each other on these desks. All right. So more of that, please, boys. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a short break and take a look in with Neutral, who's going to play some charades, I imagine, with Bella.
Pizza.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down game time with Bella, and today is Team Neutral. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Today we will be playing a game of charades. So you have to pick one teammate to be the charader. Who do you want to pick?
A doozy.
A doozy?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, currently, the one with the most answers is Team USA.
Oh.
They hold the record of 8. Can you win Team USA?
No.
No? Okay, let's find out. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Parfüm. Vodka. Beer.
Oh, Batu's killing it.
Cowboy. Skip.
Skip? Okay. They keep challenging you.
Chicken. Pizza. Sausage.
Okay. You kind of look like one.
Dancer. Rapper. Singer.
Skip.
Skip.
Surfer.
I think that's a pretty good description. Oh, let's see how many you got correct. I think you actually did pretty good. You're good at this.
He is.
6. Oh no, it's because we skipped a couple.
I skipped both, like 2.
Aw, well, you now hold the second place. So, all right, well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Bye.
안녕하세요. Goodbye.
Everyone, welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets. Made sure that we went to the right country.
All right, well, it's time to get to game number 4. It will be Rondo on the way. Gibson and Mark, take it away.
Thanks, James, for that.
Vamos, chicos, Rondón. Más 4, vamos.
We are ready to go to Rondo to really get towards that second half of day number 1 here at PNC. And just say you and I, things are looking pretty good at the minute.
Rondón, chicos, más 4.
They are. I've been missing. I want to see the end of that VT production. Anyway, we're paused that for a moment.
So we had to cut it.
Yeah. Plane set sail. Here we go. It is going to be obviously our map number 4 for day number 1.
Argentina se acaba de tirar.
Out towards the west central, very much on the south side of this flight path, though. And these teams, there actually might be a couple of clashes.
Yeah, there might just be, and I think one that we're really interested to see is what happens in and around Test Track. Remember yesterday, we had, or sorry, 2 days ago, we had that fight where Neutral were under pressure. You saw pressure coming in from Denmark.
Corea va para el estadio.
Be curious to see what actually happens over by test track, but for the moment, let's look at Korea. They won the last map, Mark. They did a great job. I think the numbers just told for them in the end, though.
Look, that's a confidence boost, right? You can get a win like that on home soil, and it did feel controlled. As the guy said, it felt controlled as they sort of worked their way up. As a result, they close out the game and they close out in style. So the only thing for me, the only takeaway is to try and stop Ukraine getting so many kills. There's his own Gibson.
Argentina está cerca de Filipinas, tiene que aprovechar ese punto.
Your fantasy pick is right in the middle.
Yeah, they're not going too well at the minute, but hey, they got a nice wipe against
Alemania
USA
tiene muy buena zona, pero esa zona le puede jugar en contra.
We don't have the land ratio anymore, so this circle could progressively keep going towards the west and get worse and worse and worse as the time progresses.
Por parte mejor caer en buena zona, pero
But worse for the players. You remember, what's good for the viewers is not always what's good for the players. But
I missed that.
I want to talk about China, right? We saw them on the screen for a second. They were really expensive in fantasy. I think they were like the third or fourth most expensive team. They're not going well. 8 points across 3 maps, Mark, and it doesn't even seem like they've been in many gunfights.
No. But you got to remember who's on that team, right? It's an all-star 17 with Spaceman and 4am on there as well. So, yes, they're not firing on cylinders, but I still think the teams that haven't played the survival stage, they are clearly still not used to the way the zone shifts.
La partida del match 3, chicos.
You have to send it towards the zone. Unfortunately, you do fall.
La mejor jugada de Corea.
You know what's really funny to me? We always joke about the fact that Liquid have like zone Teflon, like the zone just does not go anywhere near them. They've decided to go for the Liquid drops here, Team USA, and wouldn't you know, over by Meiran, which I suppose isn't exactly stadium, they're still as far away from the circle as any other team in the lobby.
I still think USA are playing well.
Corea se mete en la pelea con Brasil y
the ability to kind of just seat swap and
fue
then
decisivo ahí.
get number points obviously for the team. I think as well. I think again it's a team for me that will come to form the more games that we play. And it's that 50-50 split. 50% of the team plays a certain way. 50% obviously play a complete different way.
Podría aprovechar la oportunidad entre Brasil y Argentina. Sacaron a Brasil, sacaron a Argentina y después sacaron a Brasil.
It won't be long before we see him in the kill feed.
There's a reason why Liquid picked him up, and I think he's a phenomenal player. I think he's kind of the next one up in the Americas, and I think we're yet to see the best of him. And I think that we will see it before the weekend is over as we just take a look at this barrage of nades that finished out that final map. And look, to be honest, with the rocks, I don't really think there was any way Thailand could win this one, Mark, from that position.
No. And obviously Korea had the BRDM, they had the control, and obviously when the zone shifted back on phase 8, they had that circle dot, so it was just a matter of time. So yeah, we've got a chance to have a look back at that game. Yeah, a little bit, again, I don't want to pick on your team, but for Team Germany, that is a home circle for them. Like, they drop on the army base, they know how to play the hills really well. I felt, yes, they picked up some kills, but I would have thought they might have got a little bit later into that game, maybe into the first, second, as we do see them like that sort of style of game.
Well, they've got another opportunity to run it back. Remember, they dropped in Zhaotin, and that's exactly where the circle went. I think the big problem for them is the fact that they wanted to go further west, but the UK have
Argentina tiene los mismos puntos que Turquía.
In a circle like this, Mark, playing right on the western
Argentina tiene los mismos puntos que Turquía. Tailandia tiene los mismos puntos que Corea. Igual que Brasil. Brasil queda en el tercer puesto. Creo que por diferencia de kill.
They are very aware that very much from
por diferencia de kill, Corea se pone primero y agarra el podio.
Try to rotate round is going to cause some issues for them. Let's have a look at Kisto, the 2026 record champion, MVP and champion, as they are the only team so far to go back-to-back on PGS. And then this is why this team excites me. This is why I risked it when it came down to fantasy, because you look at this, and again, like USA, it's a split roster, right? But he's an all-star, Gibson.
Kiss tiene el récord de Tailandia.
Going for Thailand, the team with players who've dominated the international scene this year. So
I'm the only one. Well, you guys
y es el MVP.
It's a bold strat. I couldn't afford them. They were too expensive. I went for the most expensive team, but I just think it was a risk, you know. So we watch
it's Thailand, a risk in my back pocket, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but I think for Thailand, they're another one of those regions where it's just so hard to pick the best four because there's so many talented players in that region. And they could be maybe in trouble right now as Kiss is going to start slowing down. CJ on the other side of the hill, he's a bad idea in mind for Kiss right now.
Why is he slowing down? He's storing the vehicle.
Algo pasó.
No, there's someone here. Must have heard the car, maybe. Or
Algo
I suppose he's just waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. And he's waiting. He'll have to wait for
Filipinos
too long.
acaba de
CJ
atacar a...
comes up and exposes his position. He's now got to try and pop a smoke because Thailand, they want to try and find the angle from him. He spins around. He gets him as well. Tico will fall.
Oh my God, great shots. I was about to say all you had to do, CJ, was shoot the damn car, but eventually he got it done. DraftKing with a bridge cap. Pipa will get one. Pipa gets a second.
No.
And the third one falls. Melanie goes down at the hands of Capitan. That is a much better trap set in Argentina, picking up a bunch of points.
Oh, that's horrible for Turkey.
Vamos ahí, muchacho,
That's the final. Sheila's the only one remaining, and he's already gone. He's rotating. They had options.
Opa, pasamos a Turquía, nos pusimos quinto. Vamos, que se puso emocionante esto. Vamos, vamos, Argentina. Vamos. Filipinas acaba de dejar a un jugador menos de Tailandia.
If you're Philippines, get rid of those blue chips, or at least guard them for a little while, because Thailand will want to try get them back a little while later with the blue zone starting to close, and Alec is just hunting. He wants it, and there might even be a crash course with Finland here.
Well, we know Finland likes to normally take a few fights early. You know, Turkey's not going to be able to come back from this one. There's the blue chips, as you can see in the bottom right.
Sabe que hay un jugador más dando vuelta.
The screen is now going to be descended, so they have to come back, and Turkey, only as a solo now, complete reset for that team.
Yeah, and they're looking at Thailand as well. Just the two players, Scappy and Kiss. They'll need to
Acabo de ver que destruyeron dos chips adentro de un auto.
Sparking hits a headshot, but it ain't enough to get the job done. C-swap. Sparking's forced into cover. Vietnam might take this fight unless Sparking can get a knock.
Yeah, he gets an opening. He doesn't quite get the opening. It comes from the other side. BL, not just one, but gets the second down as well. So they find some early points.
Brasil se acaba de salvar de una pullada de Vietnam.
Needs to try and isolate him, and he gets the opportunity now to get a medal. You can't knock that car off the road.
Anyway, BL with the M249's thinking, I have enough rounds to cause a problem for this BRDM. So he keeps spraying it down, jumping out his Delwyn wins it, but Kraken had the cover.
Oh my God, talk about Kraken helping out there. There was a world that he got the knock, got back in and disappeared, potentially. Brazil, BRDM is now gone. Gets the opportunity now to get the res on. And now
Argentina está bordeando la zona. Mirando dónde cerró, amigo.
One more time, Gibson.
Oh my word, it's exactly what I thought it might do.
Tres cuartos de zona, porque el otro cuarto de zona es zona riesgosa. O sea, te acercás a esa zona y morís.
Aries forgot to stop the Pico by Sparking. He does get the opportunity, gets the call. Aries goes down. Brazil has the higher ground. For Germany, they did part leave the town, but unfortunately for them, they got divided in two. So justice remains in Jiaoting. It's Chris further afield and Payne's even further towards the west.
Yeah, and Chris is going to drive directly in towards the rotate of South Korea as well. So he might be best to just turn tail and rejoin Payne's over at the other side of the map as we keep an eye on these rotates that are happening right now. And Argentina, Mark, they've got themselves
Dinamarca va por atrás de Argentina. Tiene que replegar ese ataque antes de que se le acerque Filipinas. Y Finlandia tiene que replegar ese ataque. No lo puede dejar que pase. Dinamarca le quedan los 4 jugadores también, El único que tiene un solo jugador es Vietnam, Turquía y nadie más. 2 jugadores tiene Tailandia. Ucrania le queda le mataron un jugador. Y Alemania también. Después todos están full completos. Full team.
This is the problem with coming in a circle like this. There's not a lot of compounds
that
you can actually land in
Filipinas
to try get some loot. So
ve que tiene jugadores ahí abajo. Jugadores de Argentina ahí abajo.
I think that's all he can play at the moment. Keep going south. He's seen the Argentina cars coming underneath him as well. So you know roughly where they are. Sheila's obviously found somewhere to hide. Well, the rest of these teams now. It's nice to see Finland haven't got involved in an early hot drop fight and engaging as they find themselves now in zone.
Yeah, but they're still going, where are the South American teams? Where can I find a LATAM or America's team that I can go head-to-head with at this point? And look, they're sitting on 3 points. It's not been a good start for them at all, but I suppose if they want any consolation, Mark, it was the same on day 1 of survival stage. They were virtually non-existent, and then finally started to improve as the days went on.
We have to wait and see. rest will fall down towards zone. Struggling now trying to get in. The rest of these teams are now stacking up on that sort of western line. So we see Denmark now rolling in. Argentina already here. So they're going to come over the hill.
Ahora sí.
Force them to divert, but for Argentina,
era lo que decía.
Them to try and take pressure.
Argentina tiene que replegar ese ataque. Argentina tiene que replegar el ataque.
The line that Argentina find themselves on is actually not the worst place in the world. The problem they have is just Pipa's or Emmy spots better. A little bit further north.
Están retrocediendo los chicos de Dinamarca.
Up to where Emmy's playing and really play for the late game. And here we go, Mark. How bad is it gonna be?
West. No, I'll take that. It's still going west. It goes north. Holds on to a lot of unplayable
cuarto de zona en zona peligrosa.
United Kingdom, they're okay. Korea have to turn back around. Germany do time back up, and neutral find themselves also in a good spot.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Korea were about to go head first in towards Germany, but they turned back and they elect to play the
Argentina quiere jugar en zona. Argentina quiere jugar en zona. Está buscando cobertura.
It is such a good circle. They've got so much control. Everything is happening. The big issue they might have.
Sabe Dinamarca que se cruza para el otro lado.
Look at that compound to be very envious of it.
Yeah, I agree. But I think China's compound will be exposed first. More teams working their way in. Ukraine, just to keep you guys up to date, they are working their way on the southwest.
Argentina está complicado.
But they've not had the meds. They've actually lost two of their
Argentina está complicado, tiene que replegar. Turquía. Turquía acaba de atacar a Dinamarca en la pasada.
Doesn't get the knock. Doesn't get the opening with a 5-5.
Yeah, Sheila, of course, just been phenomenal over the course of this PNC.
El último jugador de Turquía.
Are insane, and he'll just dip back in, and I think Denmark.
Sí,
they know exactly where he is. They know it's a solo. Sheila's going to toss the nade one direction, take the fight. The other gets the oh, that was almost so good. Had the nade been a bit better. But Turkey, they're eliminated, and Denmark will
aprovecha China. Aprovecha China.
He actually popped out the hole to take
es una gran ventaja para Argentina.
Denmark didn't know he was there. Maybe played by, but yeah, potentially if they went past it, I think they would have spotted up. It's really hard to spot those trenches, especially when you're rotating past.
Tailandia queda en el fuego cruzado.
Sparking as well with an interesting loadout. He's got the M16, the discount DMR. I used to always call it as his second weapon in reserve, and the ammo counts for Brazil not looking great either, Mark. Like,
agarró la tormenta magnética a Tailandia, le frenó el auto. Filipinas acaba de abatir a uno de Ucrania. Queda un solo jugador de Ucrania. Turquía es el primer equipo que quedó fuera del match.
Relying on that sort of blue chip to be recalled and come back. So are playing for the late game, but come back.
Queda fuera del match 4. Ucrania está reviviendo a los otros compañeros y Tailandia está reviviendo a los compañeros también. Ojo. Argentina sigue. Argentina sigue quinto. Turquía quedó fuera y eso le beneficia a Argentina. Dinamarca tiene que quedar afuera. Filipinas lo va a dejar afuera a Dinamarca. Filipinas va a dejar afuera a Dinamarca.
They've got the recall coming down above them as well, so you can get information from a UAV. But Denmark taking their shots first. Gustav Ketzer.
Dinamarca le sale por atrás.
Yeah, blue zone need there as well. Hold back the push, but it's just a 2 versus 2 for now. As CJ will step inside the smoke, looks down towards the black hole, and he takes a big spray from Gustav, who's just got Algin bots left to deal with. Now Algin looks like he's got the nade at the ready to throw on down as he smokes off one direction, but here comes
Se metió Finlandia en la pelea. Argentina va a aprovechar. Argentina va a aprovecharla. Los puntos. Sí. Argentina aprovecha.
Yeah, but Finland are coming this way. Ukraine aren't too far away either. It's just chaos as Emmy sprays down towards
Argentina. Tiene buena cobertura ahora.
We'll find the kill on the Tigers. So Thailand getting torn apart now. Pipa is going to shoot down the fence. Nose range. One more shot should do it.
Come on, Diffix, you're coming behind. Germany's coming
Se le mete a Alemania también en la pelea. Entre Ucrania, Tailandia.
He's on the other side of this hill. It has a little bit of a climb to happen. And for Argentina, though, they are applying pressure. Fex does find the final player, though. Belmouth will fall from Thailand. And here we go. Argentina crashed the compound, boosted, kill and confirm.
That's brilliant. That leaves Diffix now.
Se escapó el último jugador de Ucrania, Div. Se escapó.
And the thing is, Argentina should know this. So if I was them,
Argentina está remontando la partida, chicos,
Well, Germany have just all
Argentina está remontando la partida, tiene 6 kills. 100 puestos, 5. Tiene que matar al de Ucrania para estar ahí. Tailandia quedó afuera. Eso le favorece a Argentina por los puntos. Brasil quedó primero con 5 kills, acaba de pasar a Corea. Corea se acaba de llevar la partida pasada con una victoria. Y ahora quedó en segundo puesto por Brasil.
And do you know what, Mark? They've actually got themselves a sneaky good spot.
Yeah. A lot of the other teams obviously have to work in. Neutral now crashing the compound where Team United Kingdom are, so they've got to try and manage this, and this is what worries me. They sometimes get left and they get exposed.
Neutral está buscando zona. Neutral encontró zona.
Unfortunately for Michael, he's been left to his own devices. But he has a
está rodeado.
If he can get an opening knock, he might be able to get a point and trade out.
Yeah, and Michael sprays with the 4x on the M4, but he's not able to really do any damage of note as Brazil starts to sneak up onto the hill of this compound as well. So keep an eye on what's happening here. But the first knock, Mark, is a doozy with a
Le disparan los de China a Reino Unido.
Disengage if third party comes in from the west, so they've got to be cautious. Namelade comes over.
Brasil se está metiendo en la pelea también.
Is Levante tends to miss too many of them. They are waiting because they know time is ticking. South Korea
Brasil necesita sacar la diferencia de puntos para mantener el puesto.
Yeah, it needs to confirm that one out, making things even harder for Team UK now, as it looks like Neutral have completely usurped them in this compound, forcing the other 3 players to go further south. Now, this is either going to be a big win for China or a big win for Neutral or Team UK based on the shift, and it actually plays out nicely for China.
Argentina tiene zona. Argentina tiene zona, está defendiendo.
I think the next opening, if you're South Korea, do you go for the crash? And we see the difference here. Team Neutral now looking back towards that north because they know there is a danger that South Korea might take a bit of a stopgap before having to apply into pressure into the combat.
Fue casi full costeo.
The question for me now, though, is where do the USA go? Because their access points have become really limited. Like, you have the opportunity to crash onto this long compound that China are playing. Everywhere else around the north is just open ground. Like, the only other option that I can see them take, Mark, is if they decide to wrap all the way around the edge and push onto the hill that Finland are playing. But they've got to make a decision at some point on this move.
This is timing. We see Purdy goes in towards the smoke. He has a couple of bits of jump scout as well. And I think they've clocked. There are numbers stacked on this side of the compound. So not as interesting crash. Difficult for them. So they're looking. They're seeing the options now. And you can see that rotation path. That there is to use their hill to stop China getting opening shots into them.
I like that move. I think the hill towards the south, even though it's higher... You know,
Corea.
Fights is a better move, but here comes Korea.
Corea se quiere meter en la pelea. Aprovechó Neutral.
We'll find that one, and maybe that might be the signal for
no se deja intimidar Neutral.
Yeah, it looks like Brazil's looking to try and climb the compound. UK have to try and hold their focus on the other side here.
Se metió en la pelea Brasil. Se metió en la pelea Brasil también.
He's one of 2, but he's got his wingman of blue.
Se metió en la pelea Brasil también.
Yeah, that nade does a bit more damage, but for South Korea, this is not looking good. Gumin will dip into that dip for now, hide behind the Pika bus, but Batulins is going to try airburst that nade. It goes up over the high ground. That's a great BZ. That's landed right in the dip.
Esa beseta.
It comes off the backboard. Yumin has to kind of escape. Blue takes some
A
damage.
Corea le queda un solo jugador, quedó entre medio de Neutral, que tiene 2 jugadores abatidos y 2 jugadores vivos.
Oh my God, how has he got away with that?
I don't know. It's just magic.
Neutral le quedan 2 jugadores abatidos.
UK coming under pressure from Brazil, by the way.
A Neutral le quedan 2 jugadores abatidos. A Corea le queda uno.
Last 2 neutral players standing. Human using the audio sprays over towards
Vaya a agarrar las cosas de los compañeros.
A bit of damage, Mark, but not quite enough. And look at the US, they actually pushed towards
la granada que puso Brasil. La granada que le puso Brasil a Estados Unidos. Brasil acaba de eliminar a Estados Unidos. Neutral sacó a Indonesia también.
As well, so Brazil need the ammunition. Human still alive, but it's phase 5 blue, and he's only got 1 first.
Corea está aguantando con lo que puede. Corea está aguantando con lo que puede, está sacando las cosas a los compañeros. Argentino está en zona. Argentina tiene que sacar a Ucrania del camino y a Alemania. Está yendo a campo de tiro Finlandia. Finlandia está yendo a campo de tiro Argentina. Neutral acaba de pasar a Dinamarca y está pisándole los talones a Argentina. Tiene que hacer algo. Tiene que hacer algo rápido porque está Dinamarca de Argentina.
Yeah, just wait and pick up the pieces. But the problem is, the longer they wait, Mark, the more of a problem Team UK be for them, because UK have a better path to the circle.
Neutral acaba de eliminar a Corea. Está a 3 puntos. Neutral está a 3 puntos de Argentina de pasarlo. Tiene 7 kills. Neutral tiene 7 kills, Argentina tiene 6. Tiene que hacer algo Argentina ahora.
Yeah, and watch for Hemas as well. He's still alive right on the edge between the Brazilians, and he could cause a huge problem for them. And I think that he's going to wait until we get into the placement point window, right? If he can wait, gets 8th or 7th, that's when he'll activate on Brazil. That's when he'll become the real problem. But UK trying to lock out neutral now and, you know, really move up from 14th place.
Brasil acaba de sacar a China. Perdona, Vietnam.
They survive out towards the placement points now. And now here comes Team Neutral. They've had to make the run round. Lou finds T-Bone. And Vex now has to try and hold up. But Vard's not too
uno por uno. Uno por uno.
Yeah, Vex is holding the angle on the
Uno por uno. No lo quieren dejar pasar a neutrales. No lo quieren dejar pasar. Reino Unido no lo quiere dejar pasar. No lo quieren dejar pasar, Neutral está acorralado. Neutral está acorralado. Neutral está tirando con todo. Neutral está reviviendo al compañero. Neutral se está curando y tiene que revivir al compañero. Se metió Brasil en la pelea. Se metió Brasil en la pelea. Se metió Brasil en la pelea. Alemania está peleando con Argentina. Le acaba de abatir a 2 jugadores. Argentina tiene un jugador abatido. No.
Another point that Brazil could potentially garner. Sparking will close the
Argentina,
gap to the edge. He knows where they are. And Brazil, they might not get the map win, but they're
Argentina quedó eliminada por Alemania.
Big points at the moment.
Quinto puesto.
Team Neutral, they're on 9. For Brazil, they're also on 9. Tony.
Brasil está defendiendo su podio. Brasil está defendiendo su podio. Necesita los puntos. Necesita estos 2 puntos. Necesita 2 puntos para alejarse de neutral.
Yeah, that drop's going to give away the audio cue though to Sparking, so he knows that he's off the
Necesita 2 puntos para alejarse de neutral. Tiene que sacarlo a neutral ahora porque si no, neutral lo puede pasar, A una partida neutral lo pasa.
Yeah, Tony did spot Lou's peak though. I think he was trying
tiene
to
que sacarlo, tiene que sacarlo ahora.
It wasn't good bait from neutral though. As they leave, looks like Tony has the molly, goes for the flash to start with. He's going to try and stop the exit from Lou. He actually goes a little bit further. Smoke comes down. It's going to try and deny the shots.
Yeah, Brazil are going to have a really small window to catch Lou once he starts winning or starts moving. So he really needs help from Petulins. Like Lou's life is in the hands of Petulins now, but he doesn't really seem all that interested in peeking towards Brazil just yet. And here's the thing.
Ammo. Oh my God.
Yeah, but Brazil have been low all game long.
Yeah. It's like they're not fighting for the kills. It's like they're fighting to ensure they get more ammo so they can go to the next fight. They can go to the next stage. At the moment, it's not going to be happening.
China acaba de sacar a Finlandia 1. Le quedan un jugador a Finlandia. A China le queda el team completo igual que a Brasil, Ojo ahí, Neutral. Acaban de bajar a uno de neutral. Listo, Brasil se puso en el podio. Brasil se puso en el podio. Últimos 4 equipos. Alemania, neutral. Alemania, neutral, Brasil y China. Tienen que eliminar neutral para que no le saquen el podio.
Mobile cover though, Sparking steps up, Bertolin finds Tony though, but they have to stack up. Bertolin is a big cat and he's taking a huge swipe at Brazil.
Neutral está acorralado.
Just try to deny now inside the blue shotgun at the ready. Can you ruin Brazil's day? A couple of shots,
Neutral
but I think for
está
Batu, it's done. BL gets the nade and Brazil get another, but here comes
Neutral está acorralado. China presiona. China presiona.
China close the gap massively, and then 9 Brazil is a huge 11 points for them on the board plus the placement, and for China they're down to 2 pains. The final players for Germany, they've dug the trench, but he has to dig now and find the final 2 players.
He's too far away though. He's way too far.
Alemania. China si revive a sus dos compañeros. China si revive a sus dos compañeros. Ojo, China se lleva. China se lleva al pollito.
I spoke about China not turning up. They finally did. James, welcome to PNC China.
Came in with this is an important
China
one for
se lleva
them.
el
They didn't have
pollito.
that many points, but this compound provided them enough purchase to be able to get themselves on the board here for this one. Matrim, what do you make of it here for China?
China se lleva el pollito,
big game for
chicos.
China had expectations for them to be far higher on the leaderboard going into this game, but now finally starting to get something together, get some kills. They managed to hold down the compound, but for me, yeah, respect.
China se lleva el pollito y lo dejo con las mejores jugadas de la partida, chicos.
Points though, man. These guys made it in later
Lo
stages.
dejo con las mejores jugadas.
This whole lobby.
Yeah, very well done, as you say, by Brazil. I mean, again, they're probably still going to be in first place here, all things considered, Mark. And this is, as much as I was like, yeah, okay, they'll be my, in inverted commas, budget pick for the fantasy as a whole. Man, they have surprised me. They're so impressive so far.
You and me both. They were on my budget pick list as well, and it was the gamble that they're good for a good kill. They're good for a win, maybe. But at the moment, it looks like they're trying to take the win from PNC. I like the management we see from them. I did feel this game was about kind of like ammo management, and they had to take fights to try and, I suppose, restock to a degree, but the time they take the fights is critical. Look at UK. They knew that UK were above them. They waited in the kill feed. They saw UK having to take the fight with neutral. Then they apply pressure over the hill. And that's just one example. This whole match was about what time was Brazil going to make the push over.
Brutal for all of these teams to deal with what is an extremely Western circle here, though, Gibson.
It really was brutal, and you saw that at some points just the kill feed lighting up like that, but I want to talk about that Brazil play. I think that they realized they weren't going to win that game with China holding the compound on the other side, so they focused on getting what points they could on the edge. The crazy thing is China almost delivered the win that way. Like when China sent the 2 players over to take the fight to Brazil straight after the Batu knock, they could have easily gifted that win to the Brazilians, but China, they got it done, and fair play to Justice. He eked out a second.
Yep. Hey, Germany in general has been showing up really nicely, really strongly. Pains towards the end,
yeah, pains.
But I mean, with that being the position that they were in here, I mean, after those first 2 games, I thought, okay, well, Germany's not going to be able to do anything. But these last 2 here, Matchroom, have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Germany kind of came in with very minimal expectations. They did manage to skip over doing all the qualification stuff, and they just jumped straight into the grand final. And they were kind of like, okay, well, like the entirety of the world was like, hey, let's talk about China. Let's talk about South Korea. Germany holding down a 7th place right now is very far above expectations. And if they can keep this up, this is holding down a great position for them overall. I mean, this is a squad that you can't necessarily call a dark horse, but definitely breaking what you were expecting them to be at, which would be a little bit more towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Especially in a very trying day, right? That is going to be difficult here, Mark.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'll add really to Germany. I think they've come in here. I think we look at last year's Germany roster, and you'd argue that maybe he's a little bit stronger because of the synergy. Then we look at this roster, obviously, and with Justice there, he's working their way through a different team. They've obviously seen on regionals, didn't quite get through in the end. And Chris, obviously, historically playing with Pains, they haven't played the survival stage. I think the guys are doing really well.
Yeah, very well done so far. Good to see, as eventually we'll take a look at the numbers that have come in from this game and how they all do break down. I was impressed that China was able to hold that whole compound for as they did. The one thing that I was surprised by, though, is that nobody looked to push the north side of it. And it's a compound that traditionally not that easy to hold if you're going to hold the entirety of it, but 17 points go their way, Matrim.
I mean, it felt like everybody else just got bloodthirsty. China did decent enough on defense. They had 1 kill moving into the later stages of the game, but they had territory control on the compound. Most of the other teams kind of leaned more into the east, And that just fed Brazil is, looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a break point. Brazil 15 points ahead of the tie between Korea and Thailand.
Yeah, what a crazy scenario, right? Those three teams were all on 31 points in the previous game, all tied together. Korea got 1, Thailand got 1. Brazil was like, hold my beer. This is, we're making the run for it. What a leap forwards there for them. And again, they're getting distance on some extremely strong squads here, Gibson.
They really are. And again, people rule them out because a lot of people might think they're not the glamorous pick. You look at their price on fantasy. You have to remember that Brazil historically just win maps when it comes to PNC. It's what they do, and they've kicked off the day the right way. Again, I highlighted BL early. It's another MVP performance for him. Something I love about BL is he's almost your ultimate wingman. He's never the point man, but when somebody needs help, he's there. Like, remember Sparking behind the tree when he got into that fight with the BRDM? It was BL who saved Sparking's life.
Yeah, looking great. Looking really good here for number 1. If you're Brazil and you get another good result from this game, the lead that you could potentially build into a day number 2 here for PNC would be monumental. So, hey, let's have our fingers crossed here for Brazil, because it would be awesome to see these guys actually be able to get a win. Because whenever you kind of meet them on LAN as well, Matchroom, they're always just so happy, happy, and really kind of just nice to be around as a whole.
As long as you don't catch them practicing playing football, right? If you catch them actually playing football, then everybody is mad all the time. But yeah, these guys are some of the nicest guys you can hang out with. Big hearts. You guys were talking about like Sparking stories. Everybody's got one. These guys are just so good. And respect where it's due for Brazil. Phenomenal play coming out from them. But China, thank you for finally getting something. I was starting to get worried. You were down like in the bottom 3. That's what nobody was expecting.
All right, we're almost in the final leg here for day number 1 of PNC 2026. So thank you very much for sticking around. I can't even find my words. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have got one more game here for day number 1.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Yes.
And here we are.
We know you guys as PUBG, the gamers side, right? But let's see what you guys would be if you weren't a professional gamer.
If I weren't a gamer, I would probably be a businessman.
What kind of business?
That's a good question. Maybe a tailoring shop.
All right, I can see that. Well, what about you, James?
Probably be a businessman. Tailoring shop, maybe.
So creative here.
I would be the boss of the tailoring business.
Ben?
I'll be the tailor.
You be the tailor, the actual. All right, thank you. Can you teach me a Norwegian greeting or like a bye?
Ha det bra.
Ha det bra?
Yeah, it's like goodbye.
Ha det bra. Wait,
Ha det bra.
okay. Ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory. For the first time ever,
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2.
Estamos haciendo un par de propaganda que no me estaríamos gustando acá.
The biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Me? Malta? Me? I know, but why are we looking at me when you said it?
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. With me is Team GBR or United Kingdom. Hello guys.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you guys say GBR is a mouthful?
Yeah. Too much confusion.
All right, today's game is Never Have I Ever.
Okay. Never have I ever.
You guys all know that game. We should decide what the penalty would be first.
No dancing, please.
No dancing?
No dancing. I was like a tweet. You get a tweet someone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. We pick it as a collective.
Because it's only 4 of you, we'll start with 4 fingers up.
All right. Never have I ever been to Italy.
Oh, really?
You haven't been.
So you don't put a finger down?
Yes.
I have.
Thank you, T-Bone.
Yep.
Thank you. Wonderful. What a leader.
Okay. Never ever been to Malaysia.
You've been. We went last year.
Exactly. Put your finger down.
Well, you've been like 10 times.
Okay.
Never have I ever smoked a cigarette.
Ooh.
No one smokes cigarette.
Michael, are you? What finger are you on now?
Wait, but I can't do that. Fingers don't work that way. Never ever ate octopus.
Oh.
Bien chicos, bien. Estamos en la última partida del primer día de la gran final de PUBG Battleground en Erangel. Erangel chicos, Erangel. Y vamos con el Game Star. Vamos. Última partida chicos, vamos. Vamos. Vamos Argentina.
We made it. Game number 5.
Última partida, chicos.
Everything finishes out day number 1 right here. China finally coming alive. We've been seeing Brazil absolutely pop off while we get still.
Argentina se acaba de tirar, Argentina se tiraron todos al inicio. Argentina está cerca de Turquía y Alemania. Argentina tiene que ir por esos puntos decisivos.
Which does make it a little bit hard for the stretch here to the north.
Millie, maybe. I always get nervous whenever I see that.
China y Corea están yendo a Pochinki.
See if we make anybody go for it. Maybe Finland looks like they're going to go down that way. Thailand's just going to do their normal shark fin kind of bridge drop. So instead, everybody just kind of playing along the coastline. And given the way that the last Erangel went, I know it was a while ago, but coastline play, not necessarily a bad call.
You know, Matchroom, that is exactly what I was going to say. I was like, just wait for exactly the same circle with exactly the same amount of water in, because for some reason, I've seen a lot of circles down there, especially in PEC. Like, we had a lot of first circles down on that angle towards Milter and Mini Milter Power. But anyway, let's find out where we are going. In just a few seconds, it will pop. As, oh no, we're going a bit more central here. So neutral, as I was mentioning before, they were having a bit of bounce back and forth with Vietnam on this drop, and Vietnam has completely veered off, going West Coast drop for this one.
Brazil already in a great spot. Ukraine's going to
have no sé si vio la MP5 o no se la quiso llevar.
Early release means that the West is pretty clustered. This means that USA going to be involved.
Anda por las Malvinas, Pipa, están diciendo acá.
Run right in on top of Cowboy. Everybody comes in full on gusto. No real support coming in for USA right now. They're all still in the process of looting, a bit more separated. Kurt looks like he's trying to get over here, so it's all on to Cowboy. He's just got to survive until some form of reinforcement can get here.
That nade actually did quite a bit of damage there, so now that actually does slow Philippines down. I will say, though, I've been made a fan out of Philippines. They have so much fun. They're very aggressive, very wily, and they're going to continue that on against Cowboy here. Does see him from the distance, or to the side even, I should say. That's how the reinforcing shot's going against that alternate angle. Here comes the reinforcements. Cowboy in the air, runs him down. This is crazy stuff coming out from the USA on the defense.
We go full America right now, as it is just commit, rolls right into all of it.
Estados Unidos acaba de eliminar a uno.
Himself, got his meds back together, and while Philippines wanted this position, they're going to have to now defend it from everybody roaming around on the outside of it. Kickstart now in position on one side. Ajit in a lot of trouble. Two different aggressors, and just a tree for cover.
Now trying their best to shut this down. Good stuff by Kickstart, though. We'll finish that off there for the moment. Purdy Curdy will look for the confirm, but it's going to be the nade that gets it anyway. Cowboy still safe, still alive, unless they go super aggressive around these corners. It's going to be difficult, but the thing is now is that Philippines is stuck in this building. Their initial aggression has completely gone awry.
And Cowboy staying alive is in due big part Shrimsy. This position right here allowed Cowboy to have some level of escape. Shrimsy just yet again coming in, but doesn't have much to work with. You can see only 30 rounds, so he has to be very, very careful. Rest of USA now coming in. Philippines down to just 2, and it feels like the momentum is on the USA side. Can the Philippines manage to rally together to fend up, as they don't really have an idea on where all the different angles of approach could be coming from?
Yeah, if they can all get closer together here, they can eventually sweep this up and finish it off. Kickstart finds him through the window. That's going to be the go sign. Right, there's only one of you left alive, surely. Now flash forwards here from Purdy Curdy, maybe in the building as well. Cowboy's going to make that push forwards as well. Kickstart, this roof angle has been fantastic for him. Sees him on the roof, gets him done. That's 3 for Kickstart. That is a great squad wipe by US.
Man, they needed that one, so
Alemania
we'll see some momentum coming out of Germany on defense against Argentina.
Alemania quiere eliminar a una de Argentina.
It started off with them kind of bumping into everybody in game number 1. It just kind of hasn't stopped. A lot of our squads over in the west at least starting to get some breathing room, but down into the southwest, it's getting pretty dusty.
Qué buena bomba aquí,
to deal with Argentina, of course, but Denmark's going to be right on the other side of it all.
Quédate ahí, quédate ahí.
Not bad at all.
Quédate ahí.
The smoke kind of gives away exactly where you are, and if you're behind a tree next to the smoke, pinpoint accuracy coming out from Argentina to be able to deny that. Similarly, Germany just trying to get themselves back up and good to go. They do realize, though, that there are threats lurking around on multiple angles, so you should be staying in these buildings. They're smoking to try and get him back up. Tricky play potentially coming out here. Maybe if there's another nade to post into a smoke, that could be the finishing factor.
I'm kind of surprised by the commitment that's come out from Denmark right now. They have one player that's gone all the way over next to the eastern bridge, trying to get a foothold position in the circle. Another one, Gustav, going to be playing right on the east or the western bridge, and the other two trying to see if they can keep containment on this. Maybe go for a third-party pounce if something presents itself. But Argentina is playing this really, really slow. This is, of course, phase number 1, so it's all just going to be about the timings and how much does this cost you getting into the circle.
Yeah, Pippa was interested in posting that nade that I was talking about before, or maybe I confirmed from all this. And now another one goes forwards, but it's not far enough. Little things that could quite easily go Argentina's way, slightly going awry. But looking for another one. DraftKings, second straight. Okay.
Kim, bien, Kim, Por la de recién,
Now Denmark's getting out of position. That's going to open up more. Amy does go down. That's going to make it a bit more scary. Pippa's got to find something on this angle. Does get the knock. And it is just Payne's the last one up, and he is all lonesome. Argentina is now firmly on the hunt.
Por la de recién, dale.
Cleanup would be awesome. Fantastic stuff here so far from DraftKings.
Bien, por la de recién,
Finishing
dale.
off the two that he was able to pick up earlier on. Payne's the last one remaining in the previous game. Unfortunately, looks like he's going to be going very, very soon. Unless they can maybe try and make some magic happen. Little flash forwards here from DraftKings. Payne's trying to juke and jive around these buildings, seeing what he can find. If he could get a similar angle, a single angle. Oh, no, Pippa will finish it off. Good stuff by Argentina.
Bien, chicos, bien.
That would have completely thrown off the timing for Argentina.
Bien.
USA up to the north, who had their early skirmish on a rotate.
Vamos.
The bridge very far to the north, and it's going to be Turkey that gets vision on Vietnam. Nothing really comes out of it just quite yet.
Turquía acaba de replegar a China.
Everything kind of the north
Vietnam aprovecha
because there's nobody really up there,
y tanquea un poco.
To work with, and Tanvu and Imas do the 1-2 punch onto Turkey, and now they can go wherever they want.
Yeah, not bad on the north side of this circle, and it is very open to be able to not only get these knocks, but then also confirm them in this kind of area, as Beamy in the distance as well does actually knock a member from Thailand while this is going on. Delwyn goes for a bit of a mad spray against the rest of Turkey as a flip goes on from himself. Oh no, he barely just rolled back onto his belly.
You saw Delwyn was running away from that, saw the car kind of catch a weird angle, instantly stopped, spins back around. Celtic, there's nowhere to go. Turkey.
Argentina está cuarto con 32 puntos, igual que Tailandia y Corea, que son tercero y segundo. Un punto más y Argentina se pone segundo. Un punto más y Argentina se pone segundo. Ojo, Brasil está sacando muchos puntos. Brasil está sacando muchos puntos.
And this was the perfect opportunity for Sparking to strike. Very opportunistic.
Brasil está sacando muchos puntos, chicos.
Right now, everybody is going for a very centered meta in playstyle. No surprise. Yes, we do have the river that's cutting through the north that leads all the way into Yasnaya, but really just a couple players from Vietnam over there. Maybe USA as well. We'll have to see. Everybody else kind of playing in that middle.
Argentina tiene que buscar zona. Argentina ya quedó libre. Argentina quedó libre. Tiene todo el camino. Tiene todo el camino por delante, igual que Estados Unidos. Está luchando por arriba. Estados Unidos, ¿dónde se te fue la zona, hermano? Argentina tiene que tomar terreno ahora, si no le queda campo abierto. Argentina tiene que tomar campo ahora, tiene que ir a revivir al compañero lo más antes posible. Argentina está reviviendo al compañero. Reino Unido se va a cruzar con Brasil. Ojo ahí, Revivieron al cuarto compañero de Argentina y de Tailandia. Revivieron al cuarto compañero. Argentina ya se puso en zona. Filipinas y Alemania quedaron afuera. Igual que Turquía. Vuelve el capitán, perdón. Vuelve el capitán. Vamos a Argentina. Vamos a Argentina. Vamos a Argentina.
Potential for some really important compounds here for Thailand. We've seen these be extremely crashed into in some of the PGSs, etc. And even hold down for Thailand in the past. The careful thing is though, you don't want to be across too much of a compound like this in some of the later stages of these games. As Finland found themselves on the south side of it all. And technically speaking, Sattar is way over to the east and Kirexi is way over to the west. So but I think they realize with a shift like this, there isn't that many threats down on the south side of the circle just yet. Just kind of like do a lot of good scouting, kind of find out exactly where you need to be, and then maybe even deny some teams on wider rotates.
Ooh, Ghost, you better be careful over here. You kind of just chilling right next to where USA is trying to wrap. I do believe that Kickstarter has spotted out Argentina just to the south of this. China's going to be
van a bordear, quedó fuego cruzado.
No. Great Britain. Tanvu coming off yet again in Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Very aggro early.
Looking difficult for Great Britain at the moment. Only 12 points. Nothing in this just yet. They do have a blue chip in hand, so maybe they can get one person up.
Estados Unidos acaba de entrar a zona. Está por cruzar con China.
As now the US rotating in on behind them, as you were mentioning before. China is still a little bit vulnerable technically on the split that they actually have available here. So US is just biding their time on this west side, waiting to see where they would want to go. I wouldn't mind them going to the warehouses east of the fields on Pachinki, but I mean, they need to do some scouting before they know that that is currently free.
I mean, they have to make the assumption that China is over here somewhere.
Argentina tiene que adelantar porque se lo va a cruzar a China. Argentina tiene que adelantar porque se lo va a cruzar a China.
China's just very separated out. You can see that they have multiple squads now in between their 2-2 split. Spaceman's still back in Pachinki. The circle pops. At least a little ghost is going to be inside of it.
Brasil de vuelta está. Brasil está en zona todavía.
Mountain, and Ukraine's got control over it.
Yeah, so maybe some pre-driving there just for teams to try and get moving as fast as possible while this is going on. Ukraine, as you say, has got really strong control if they're able to just kind of get together. Maybe hold down. The problem with Potato Hill is you can't hold it all at the same time as one team. So you're gonna maybe kind of commit to one side of it, and they've already let China move in alongside.
Estados Unidos.
The US realizes, okay, we're a bit late to be able to kind of.
Ucrania se está cruzando con China.
So we're still playing that west side.
Ucrania se acaba de cruzar con China.
China comes in with a more passive approach, wants to make sure that they keep distance away from Potato itself. Instead, goes
Ucrania se acaba de cruzar con China.
To the west, where they can continue to use the hill. This is a good read on the circle because to the west of them, it's going to be a no man's land as it is right on the edge of the zone.
Brasil tiene que eliminar a Neutral para que Argentina quede en el podio. Para que Argentina quede en el cuarto puesto, Brasil tiene que eliminar a Neutral.
But it's all kind of playing around position into Death Road and Potato. The northern section of Death Road kind of leads into where Thailand's going to be at. That's kind of a no man's land of kind of open territory, a couple of trees, but that's about it. And that's why we see so many rafts up into the north to try
Brasil tiene que eliminar a Neutral. Imposible que Neutral consiga esos 20 puntos para ponerse al podio.
Yeah, I don't know about this by USA at the moment. A lot of damage taken there on the entry point against Little Ghost. At the same time, though, they did send a nade against Little Ghost and take him down. Trying to find an off angle here as well. I don't know that for China they had a little bit of time.
Se acaban de llevar, Estados Unidos acaba de llevar a 2 de China. Tiene que rematar.
Zhou's just running. Tianjian's just kind of stuck back here. This is all safety play right now. It feels like maybe China, while they did well inside the last game, not necessarily feeling this
Argentina,
one. So
Argentina, ojo, que Argentina quedó en el medio.
USA just kind of came up and stole it from you.
Yeah, with little to no resistance. I'm very surprised by that from China. Maybe there were some cross wires on their side about what they wanted to do and how they want to defend the side of Potato. But at the same time, Argentina having a little bit of an overlook as well. Tiantian is gone thanks to Purdy. God, US is on a bit of a tear here at the moment. They've got to be careful.
Estados Unidos acaba de salvar a Argentina del pusheo de China.
And Argentina has been peeking on everybody, so I feel like that's a looming.
A China le queda un solo jugador. El Pipa está haciendo la trinchera.
Argentina goes diggy diggy hole.
Se quiere plantar ahí Argentina en la trinchera.
I like that. Yeah, they'll do all right for themselves here for the moment with the 4 kills that they've got here and digging on down. I mean, at least they're kind of almost setting up traps for if the US actually does peek on over themselves. Kickstart going all the way on the west side, looking for anything that would be going on. I think he was on a hunt for Xiao Wu. Didn't realize maybe that he completely disengaged from it.
They were leaving Spaceman as bait, and nobody from China is going to be taking it. So Pop's Death Road time, but that northern area, that's going to be very open, James. This kind of sucks, because we got way too many people alive, and there's not much space to play.
A lot of open uphill area between Thailand as well as up towards where Indonesia is. Now South Korea, they've been on a journey and a half in this game. They've lost people on that journey, and I think they might end up losing a little bit more as well if they're not careful. Sprays against them from multiple teams here, trying to get this going. Hakatorian sparking.
Ucrania aprovecha la pasada de Corea. Y viene Brasil también atrás de Corea. Ojo.
Coming up on approach, going right in the same position where Heather and Xiao Wu are going to be at. Neutral's still going to be back behind all of this. Vietnam's
ojo.
right next to the others. Where do you even go? There's
Ojo,
so many
15 minutos de
targets in this
partida.
open
Ojo.
section. You've got to find somewhere where nobody's going to be taking some shots at you for a second and just dig in. Find something. And you can see Xiao Wu understands the mission right now.
Ojo.
I just have to survive. I have to dig down.
2 minutos para la fase 5.
Hopefully this cover is going to be enough because it's about to be absolutely
Ya va a
brutal over here.
empezar a apretar la zona.
On kind of the salvage mission himself here and just take down Himas. There's a big scalp to take. I will say though that across all day, across all 5 games, there has been a lot of ham-fisted sends by teams in these games. It has just been, okay, we're a sledgehammer, we're going to crash in and we're going to try and make it work. And that has been prevalent compared to a lot of the tournaments that we saw over at PGS. But now some smokes do go down here to try and make the approach here from Indonesia against Denmark. They know that one is knocked currently. This could be an opportunity for Indonesia to get some points on the board.
China acaba de eliminar a 2 de Reino Unido. Argentina bajó 1 de Estados Unidos. Capitán acaba de bajar a 1 de Estados Unidos. Aquí en Stark. Dinamarca acaba de bajar a 2 de...
But he's not done yet. Got the nade prepped, ready, going to be able to toss it over. Reinforcements should find a good angle, but here comes reinforcements from the Indonesia side. Nade pops perfectly. Amy puts in the work.
Afuera Indonesia. Afuera Indonesia.
And he shows up. That's 5 for Denmark at the moment. They could probably get the res off as well there from that south
Afuera
side.
Indonesia.
What a hold coming in from him. That is why he
Argentina
is world-class match him.
no sumó puntos todavía.
Oh, God, it is just a pleasure to watch him play. USA, you've got to figure out how
Estados
you want to deal with
Unidos,
Argentina in front of you, and maybe
le
even
quedan
neutral coming in
3
behind,
jugadores
because
y uno
Ukraine's got an
batido.
offensive angle onto neutral, so it looks like Ukraine
A Argentina le faltan un par de puntos si se pone segundo. Juega con Brasil.
No, I think what I was saying about these ham-fisted
Argentina con 2 puntos se pone primero. Perdón, segundo.
But unfortunately, there's just not much places they can go.
Argentina con 2 puntos se pone segundo.
T-Bone doing some damage to them. Here comes Neutral, but Sparking is looking lights out today alongside Tony as well. Neutral gone as quick as that in the flick of a switch.
Brazil now 20 points ahead of Ukraine. As soon as I wasn't expecting to say it
Brasil le está saliendo rentable a Argentina, Brasil está sacando todo lo del medio. Es la oportunidad de Argentina de sumar los puntos que necesita. Ucrania quedó segundo. Lo acaba de pasar a Corea. Le faltan 3 puntos. 2 puntos. Vamos. Vamos.
Full of killers.
Vamos Argentina, vamos Argentina. Vamos que tenemos los teams completos. 2 puntos nada más y nos ponemos segundo.
If you start getting too much more to the south, you're going to start having to worry about what's going on with Death Road. Ukraine's very invested in what's happening with Brazil right on top of him, and Kraken's even tried to leave a couple of times, but he's getting punished by Thailand, and yep, he's going to go down. It's going to be Hakatori that finds him.
Apparently Hakatori will just shoot at every team and also do well.
Ucrania acaba de bajar a 2 de Brasil.
The top 3 teams are currently killing each other, which isn't too bad. That's a nade. That's a perfect one. It bounces right off of him. That is going to be confirmed, surely. I cannot believe that bobbled away.
No!
Goodbye, Thailand, soon enough.
All right, United States, you just jumped out into the wrong neighborhood, starting to get something back onto Ukraine.
Ucrania, Estados Unidos.
United States manages to bully their way into the zone.
Ucrania aprovecha.
Very far to the north. He can't provide the close range assistance, but he's putting in the work, making it hazardous. Brazil trying to find something up against Thailand and roughly the same time.
Tailandia con un solo jugador, Argentina tercero. Argentina se puso tercero, empezó a pushar. Se metió en la pelea de Estados Unidos, Ucrania y Tailandia.
And I think Thailand's got no more answers to be able to make for that happen.
Una bombita más, no lo dejen que se pare, No lo dejen que se pare.
South America in general looking fantastic.
No lo dejen que se pare.
Because this could be Argentina winning the West, winning the North.
Now it's going to be second place. You called it. South America 1 and 2 over Ukraine.
No lo dejen que se pare.
And a potential for more. A very weakened United States still just trying to get themselves back together. And Pippa is going to continue to exploit. Hakatori on the other side, and there is nowhere for Kickstart to go. He is just trapped in all the cars, all the mess. Even the cars are abandoning him as they roll down the hillside.
Vamos, Argentina dejó. Dale. Ah, no lo ve, está en el auto.
He had no ammo. Did he not pick up the ammo for it?
Bien, pusieron el humo para que vean que no lo puede ver.
Picked it up now. 138 bullets. He didn't have enough time to be able to do it all in one fell swoop. As now Ukraine gone at the hands of Pippa. Argentina, man.
Argentina quedó puesto, vamos. Argentina quedó segundo. Mirá cómo lo sacaron al... Mirá cómo se lo sacaron al...
USA in the next couple of days. That said, though, actually, a rabbit out of their hat. 10 kills in this game.
No le queda más para revivir a Argentina. Se queda con 3 jugadores, segundo puesto.
Keep the climb going. I mean, it started a little bit late, but now eyes drawn down.
3 jugadores, segundo puesto. 3 jugadores, segundo puesto. Brasil trata de intimidar a Argentina. Brasil intimida a Argentina. Tailandia va para el lado de Brasil. Puede ser una buena estrategia de Tailandia para sacar a Brasil del medio. Puede ser una buena estrategia para sacar a Brasil del medio. Últimos 5 minutos de partida. Vamos, últimos 5 minutos de partida.
Finland does have some high ground, but Finland's got their own problem, and they're having to deal with Denmark on their defense. So Finland has to figure out how they're going to get into the circle. With Argentina getting into this point, they can play it for now. Try to force back any
Últimos 5 minutos de partida, chicos. Argentina 39 puntos. Tiene acá Tailandia y queda en el podio Argentina con Brasil.
So they've had to retreat to the east. This is just great positional control coming out from Argentina to force everybody else to play around their game.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Finlandia quiere sacar a Dinamarca. Finlandia quiere sacar a Dinamarca.
Technically, unless Finland feels so pressured by Denmark's shots and like maybe takes a knock or something like that, that they feel forced to go north. But I feel like that is a dangerous path to take.
We should also note that in closest to the center of the circle, Vietnam is still alive with 2 players up, Sololsli and Tanvu. While we're seeing a lot of superstars pop off, let's not forget Tanvu is just waiting in the distance for anybody that gets close enough to him, most notably potentially Denmark, who's now starting to get a little bit of duress thrown at them as Finland's trying to pull their way in, and Argentina providing some support to allow
Sata trata de tirar humo. Sata tira humo. Están viendo los muchachos. Están viendo. Están viendo los que van quedando. A Brasil le quedan 2 jugadores. Está primero. A Argentina le quedan 3 jugadores. Está segundo. Dinamarca es el único que tiene los 4 jugadores. Acaban de abatir Dinamarca a un jugador de Finlandia. Entró bien la bomba. Casi.
Loving it. Finland, you just got to fight your way in. It's just rocks and a couple of trees and not much else to work with. Beamy, though, he's got goals. He's got himself a dip to play. And he's getting closer and closer by the second circle. Pops and favors Denmark.
You're supposed to res me, not hit me with a pickaxe. Hey!
Oh.
Okay, the third party does come in from the behind there as Gustav goes down.
Se está metiendo China en la pelea. Argentina. Argentina.
They've not been able to put the boot in against Finland.
Argentina está por pasar a Brasil con las kills. Ojo. Ojo, tiene 9 y 9, diferencia de puntos. Ojo ahí,
This is Vietnam just trying to play with the territory and how long
le tiraron una beseta a Dinamarca.
And just enough to stay alive. As to the north, let's not forget we still have Belmont alive, Brazil and Argentina all still needing to get in the circle, while Finland's just going to have to deal with whatever.
No, ese auto tiene las 4 ruedas pinchadas, no se va a mover para nada. Trata de Finlandia buscar cobertura. Se quedó sin idea Finlandia. Se quedó sin idea. Tiene que sacar a Dinamarca del medio porque si no se le van a acabar las ideas, Campo abierto.
I will say it's PEC. He is a bit of a phenom with the Car 98, so the Keta 98 wasn't totally spontaneous.
10 kills Argentina. 10 kills Argentina. 10 kills Argentina. Está salvando.
They've managed to at least get into the circle, and it's come at the ruin of Finland. Just nowhere really for them to go. Brazil's also starting to get into the circle as Tony's going to get some vision on Tanvu, make it a little bit scarier, but Belmoth has so few options. He's got Brazil on one side, Argentina on the other. The only benefit is Argentina is very focused on Denmark and Finland right now, so maybe there's a path there if he can at least get by Brazil.
Yeah, totally take some damage. A little bit of a smoke peek there from Belmoth, but they kind of should have him dead to rights, really. As soon as he moves up to that tree, he should be in nade range and should be killable. Although it goes a bit short there. So not quite finding Belmoth.
Le sacaron un jugador a Argentina. Acaban de batir a un jugador de Argentina. Brasil tiene que bajar al de Tailandia para que no se cruce con Argentina. Ahí está. Listo. Brasil se puso con 10 kills como Argentina.
Very, very open circle. You're looking at the entirety of it right now. Argentina over into Vietnam. It's just these trees, a hill, kind of recess to play for, and not much else really on the board. Denmark's going to have the control position off the start.
12-point average, and we're not done just yet for Brazil for day one. This is great. Of course, we looked at the beginning of the day,
chicos.
At, teams like Ukraine, who in the survival stage had like a 15.3 average across their games. But
última zona.
A whole different kettle of fish in a lobby like this when you are missing 8 of the world's best teams for PNC in that survival stage. Brazil's been able to keep it going in day number 1. So can they get a little bit more from this? As every team is wounded here. This could go any way with everybody playing the edge here, Matrim.
Yeah, and Brazil just looks so clean and hungry in all of these games. The performance coming out. Argentina
última zona, chicos.
Time and time again. Denmark, of course, bringing in the heady style
Finlandia se atrinchera.
Still has the capabilities to have
Finlandia se atrinchera. Vietnam trata de pushear para el lado de Brasil.
You're dealing with the 2 strongest squads right now as far as manpower
Argentina.
goes.
Argentina acaba de bajar a 1.
Zero recoil. You can be pinpoint accurate with some of these long-range sprays. Has now sat her down once again. Argentina trying their very best to weave on in, but the K98 will get the knock again from Keta. As the P90 trying to finish everything off. You've got no nades, so these sprays are just trying to finish it off. Even just a little arc of a bullet to get rid of Finland somehow.
Tiene que dejarlo afuera Finlandia para que Argentina afuera. Argentina.
He is absolutely popping off the ball. Good throw comes out from Tanvu, and Tony goes down.
If this were 2025, I think a lot
Argentina
of
tiene que revivir a su compañero.
But here in 2026, the distribution of skill.
¿Quién tiene que revivir a? Sí. Sí.
Said though, Tanvu with the double on the nade. It's over here for
3 de Dinamarca, 2 de Vietnam. Argentina quedó apretado. Tiene que tratar de buscar.
Big aim coming out as Argentina's got nowhere to go. They're just
Argentina quedó afuera. Argentina quedó afuera. Tailandia, Vietnam tiene que sacar a Dinamarca del medio para que no pase Argentina y quede tercero. Ojo ahí, Dinamarca puede quedar segundo. Vietnam tiene que sacarlo del medio. Vuelan las granadas. Vuelan las granadas. Le queda un solo jugador. Tiene que pushear. Le queda un solo jugador. Y sacó del medio Vietnam a Dinamarca. Lo sacó del medio y Argentina quedó segundo. Argentina quedó segundo. Esperen. A diferencia de puntos. Diferencia de puntos, el último campeón ganó la última partida de la final del día número 1. Argentina quedó. Argentina quedó segundo.
Yeah, it does. And man,
o Argentina puede quedar tercero.
I mean, if you think about the cream
Resultados,
from today,
resultados.
I cannot believe it. But let's talk about Vietnam here just for a little bit
Resultados.
longer. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, of course, Mark. This was just, you know, decent patience coming out from Vietnam, where they could have got a bit more aggressive on some teams, I think, there towards the late mid game, but decided not to, and it worked out well.
Look, let's be honest. Coming to the last game, they were really down that leaderboard. I think they were like 11th or 12th, right? Yes, there wasn't too many points in it, but actually they needed a win. They needed to close out today, being higher up that leaderboard. So if they want to stand a chance to win 2026, that they need to give themselves that kind of springboard to leapfrog and take on these top teams, because you say they've not really shown up so far today.
No, definitely not. And kind of a crazy game in general, Matrim here for the Americas in general. 10 for Brazil at least, 10 for Argentina, 10
Qué buena
for the
partida
USA,
Argentina, che.
In terms of the kills. You guys, you just killed half the lobby.
I mean, didn't necessarily want it at the start, but they'll take whatever firefights they've got to get. Quick reactions paid off for them and got them in the later stages, and really just kind of being scrappy enough to find points in some desperate situations.
Necesito los resultados. Argentina queda segundo, tercero.
It's just a very explosive end, quite literally, as nades and
Argentina queda segundo, tercero.
Of course, Beamy as well. Beamy just such a prolific player to watch how he navigates such an open circle.
Argentina queda segundo, queda tercero.
That's fair to say for that defense on that south side. And if it hadn't quite gone their way, maybe Denmark wouldn't have got enough done in this game. As we welcome you back here to the desk to kind of round out the day. It's been a long one this day, but I think Gibson, looking at Denmark there towards the end, it deserves a minor comnu here for Denmark, I think, that game.
No, we'll give them a good one. I think Keter really earned some big plays in that one. Some of the bolty plays, the Beamy nades transition to a spray was absolutely nasty. And if it wasn't for Keter with the bolty, Argentina could have gotten an extra few points at the end of that one. So a lot of credit to them. I think they'll go into tomorrow feeling good. But for Denmark, they need to justify that price on fantasy, because they were very expensive going into today.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, you see those kinds of individual plays, and that was pretty darn good. It's just a shame you're going up against someone like Vietnam at the very end there, Mark. I think that if it's anyone else, hey, maybe Denmark does round that out, but not good old Tanvu and the boys.
Well, now that grenade, obviously, Beamy was unlucky. The car kind of knocked into him and he got knocked down. But again, Keter and that Bolty, insane on the way there. And that kind of 1-2 combo between Beamy, obviously, like transitions, Gibson said, grenade over towards Jorg. Really good play from him. Keter just sweeping up those kills. Yeah, unlucky. Good to see him at the end. And either one of those teams to be taking a win, actually, is really good to close out lane number one.
Oh, interesting note that I was just passed forwards, actually. 3 compensation points have been awarded to Ukraine in those overall leaderboards. But let's take a look at this game in particular. 21 for the current defending champions in Vietnam, as they have got themselves into a great position. And Denmark, 16. But beyond all that, as I said, the Americas, 16 for Argentina, 14 for Brazil, 11 for United States. And United States here, Matrim, really...
Tenemos los resultados, chicos, tenemos los resultados. Argentina queda tercero. Argentina queda tercero.
Yeah, okay, it's hard to catch circles sometimes, but you just can't try to catch.
Argentina quedó tercero.
You're going to have to deal with the fact that the circles are going to be a little
Y el podio final, Argentina queda segundo. Argentina queda segundo, chicos. Argentina queda segundo, así que esto fue todo, chicos. Esto fue la PNC 2026 de PUBG Battleground. Primer día. Así que nada, chicos, lo dejo con este resultado. Espero que les haya gustado. Mañana vamos a seguir estando acá. Así que esto fue la PNC 2026. Nos vemos, chicos. Chau, chau.
39 kills, the best in the lobby by a long way. They play with a